Why, hello there, everyone. This is the Warhammer 40,000 podcast, known across the internet and potentially lands beyond as the Lookout Sir Warhammer 40,000 podcast. Yes, that's right. The Warhammer 40,000 podcast known as Lookout Sir. What a treat it is to be here with you again for episode 156, no less. What a momentous occasion. And to mark such a pinnacle of achievement, such a piece of critical acclaim, a wondrous event, we have Phil. How you doing, Phil?
Thank you very much. I like how you built it up and then was just like, Phil. Thanks very much. I'm good, thank you. I'm doing okay. Yes, it is the 40K podcast. It isn't the Age of Sigmar spin-off show. That is I've still yet to twist Dan's arm into making that happen.
It's, it probably wouldn't take as much as you imagine, but I feel like we owe it to the listeners. I can't be dealing with another podcast. That's just too much.
And a name change is too much effort on my part for the rebranding of 2 images.
Well, that's it. I mean, it's just taking it to completely different.
So we're committed. It's the 40K podcast.
I mean, look, this is the golden era of 40K. We got 10th edition on the horizon. People are excited. People are hopeful. But how are we feeling about it?
Well, exactly, and that is one of our topics that we're going to be talking about. How are our excitement levels or our intrepidation and nerves about 10th edition, having seen most of the faction focuses and having seen all the rules previews that Games Workshop has put out? That is topic number 1, I guess. Another topic we'll be talking about is the issue regarding of Games Workshop stock supply and scalpers potentially ruining the hobby for everyone who's trying to get hold of very limited stock right now, and the general effects that is happening on everyone. And then lastly, we're talking about Arks of Omen Farsight, book 4, I believe that is, in our ongoing lore chit-chat.
Lore Corner, or whatever we're calling it. You would have thought we would have given it a title by now, because all our best segments have them, such as a 5-star review.
Peter!
Oh, hello,
What are
Dad.
you doing in here, son?
Oh, I'm
What
just...
have I told you about wasting your time with these little plastic figurines?
It's not a waste of time, I like it.
How dare you talk back to me, Peter? It's about time you grew up.
I don't want to grow up. Oh, man, maybe there's something on the radio. Yeah, this is nicer.
Peter! Peter!
What's that?
That's right, it's me, the ghost of a award-winning TV and radio presenter, Jeremy Beadle.
Jeremy Beadle?
Yeah, that's right.
Wow.
Now let me tell you here, Sonny, my dad was always telling me to grow up, and I never did. And look how successful I was. So ignore him, Peter, and keep playing with that little plastic crack. And while you're at it, listen to the Lookout Sir podcast, which right now, it's time for the 5-star review.
Wow, thanks, Jeremy.
Who are you talking to with that, son?
Jeremy Beadle.
What? No!
Phil, this week's 5-star review, where does it come from, you reckon?
Apple Podcasts of Denmark.
Close, Philip.
Oh, really?
So close. Well,
Sweden.
No. I mean, not geographically close. The next one, if I was to do it, would have been Apple Podcasts of Denmark, but this is Apple Podcasts of Great Britain. Although I'm curious if I've done this one before. I feel like I have checked in every which way to ensure that I've not done this one before. I'm pretty sure we haven't. But
Okay.
You can tell me if this sounds familiar at any point, and I guess we'll re-record it, which is an irrelevancy to the people listening to this now, because I guess that didn't happen, and now you're getting it. So spoilers, we definitely haven't done this before, unless we have. In which case you won't know, because you won't hear this. But yeah, this 5-star review comes by way of Apple Podcasts of Great Britain. We do well, Phil, in the Britons.
Indeed.
And do you know who else does well?
NET company.
No. This is where you were supposed to say our patrons, Phil, because they're lovely people, aren't they? The wonderful people who support us on Patreon. If you would like to do that and be one of them, please, we encourage it. We do occasionally do, exclusive content on there. So if you want something completely different from this, go over there and check that out. And obviously, if you can, spare us a couple of quid. Really appreciate it. But equally, what you're doing right now is enough. So no pressure, no hassle. Only what it is that you wish to do is fine. Equally, there is merchandise available. So if you would like to go to the merchandise website that's linked to the description down below, you'll find some merchandise there, which would be cool, right, Phil? I mean, you designed most, if not all of it.
Well, I did design all of it, yes. So it's all good. It's all very good.
In your non-biased opinion.
Exactly. Occasionally, people on the Instagram and stuff tag us in their T-shirt wearing paraphernalia, so that's always cool to see. Likewise, when we got to meet a couple of people at Warhammer Fest that were wearing said T-shirts, that was very awesome as well.
It is a real treat for us and all around them, because obviously T-shirts and or other apparel of such high quality can only bring smiles to the world. But there we go. Equally, you could leave us a 5-star review if you were so inclined and appear in this segment, much like this week's, although it's not week's because it's not weekly, this episode's 5-star review, which comes by the way of Tomassammus. I'm presuming and hoping that is not their legitimate full name. It sounds like it has the making of a pretend name because, Sammus is that popular character from fiction, not least Metroid, but I think Samus is also like a demon or something in some other, like...
Castlevania or something? I don't know.
No, I think Samus is actually a demon in Warhammer Horus Heresy fiction.
Oh, okay.
There's a sequence where I think it's either John Grammaticus or one of the other Perpetuals is being chased around by a demon that goes by the name of Samus is my name, or something to that effect.
Yeah, I mean, the name sort of rings a bell, but I wouldn't have a clue where it's from.
No. Well, it's definitely from Metroid as well. Samus Aran, the most revered and renowned bounty hunter in the world of Nintendo fiction.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Better bounty hunter than Super Mario, I would assert.
Than the Mandalorian.
I don't know if the Mandalorian sits within the canon that is the Warhammer universe, but if it does...
No, just out of all the bounty hunters everywhere, though.
There you go. Yeah. That's a Smash Brothers cameo waiting to happen. Anyway, the point is that this is a 5-star review, which is a prerequisite of appearing here in the 5-star review segment, and if you would like to do the same as Tomas, please do, because, we love to read all of your thoughts and feelings about this podcast, especially the positive stuff. That is obviously a lot easier to digest than the negative bits, right, Phil?
Exactly. We have fragile egos and hearts.
That's it. We are delicate like paper. Anyway, this 5-star review reads, a balancing voice, 5 stars. Thanks, gents, for an honest opinion on our hobby. Really enjoy the balance between clean fanboy love of true fans of 40k with your balanced views on GW and their approach to certain releases and choices. Please keep doing what you do. Oh, and more guard content, please. Never enough. Silly face. There you go. A lovely 5-star review given to us by Thomas. Thank you very much, obviously. And obviously it means a lot to hear you asserting us as a balanced voice. There are certainly plenty of people who have left us reviews who feel differently. Either that we are maybe not balanced, but biased one way or the other. Mostly positive, as we like to say. But really appreciate it. It's very nice. It was a very well constructed review. So thank you very much for supporting the podcast. And to elaborate on that, the king of guardsmen, the commissar of commentary, it's old Phil.
Oh, well, thank you. Thomas, thank you very much for your review. Now, I don't think you've read this one out before, Dan, but I do remember someone at the end of the review requesting more guard content. So it might be we've actually had 2 reviews that have a similar request, which I wouldn't be too surprised about, to be honest. So yes, thank you, Thomas, especially if you're a Second Guard fan of the show. There's a lot of them, it's safe to say. So yeah, glad we were reasonably balanced, reasonably jovial, and you've been enjoying the show.
I mean, not to spoil it, but the person that you were ever so close to calling out from Denmark definitely likes Guard.
Not Toke.
No, it isn't Toke. Well, it could be Toke.
Someone else.
Someone else.
Maybe.
Someone else from Denmark who likes Guard.
Ah, okay. Well, yes.
We'll have to get to that.
They're all about it in the European countries.
Absolutely. Northern Europe loves, conscripting military that, get shot out into space to protect humanity with their lives.
I mean, who doesn't?
I mean, I'm sure I wouldn't be a fan if I was part of it.
Oh, I know, but I mean, it's either the Krieg fancy or the Starship Trooper fancy. You've got to pick one of them.
That's fair.
They're both very similar, to be fair.
No, indeed. I mean, to be fair, you've basically given me the choice of wearing a baseball cap or a trucker's cap. It's like it's the same base implement, I suppose. Just very different.
No, exactly.
It's a nuance, I suppose.
Exactly.
There you go. I don't know why I went with baseball cap versus trucker cap. For all I know, they're the same. I think the trucker cap has like a netting at the back, right?
I wouldn't hazard a guess.
No, me neither.
But basically, the choice was, like a tin hat or a gas mask, basically.
Boosh. Transitional noise. Welcome back, everyone. In this part of the podcast, me and Phil are going to talk about 10th edition because it is current events, isn't it, Phil? 10th edition, it's a thing.
Exactly. It is looming above us like a Zeppelin in World War I London. It's coming for us.
There it is.
We can't stop it.
Bearing down on us. Bringing its fiery fury to bear. 10th edition is upon us. Last episode, we went about communicating about 9th edition, essentially doing something of a goodbye. Not a seance. I was going to say seance, but that's not right. The point is that we...
I mean, that's something we would do for 2nd edition. 5th edition would be a seance. Summon it
5th
back
edition
up.
will never die, Phil. It's alive in all of our hearts. The true war gamers will never let it go.
No, exactly.
Anyway, the point is that, yes, 10th edition is nearly upon us, and we felt like this was the time where we should talk about that because, well, it's something to talk about, really. But also, I think it's relevant because this is really now where we are now looming in the kind of, peak marketing hype period. And it's an opportunity for us to speak still from a position of optimism and enthusiasm, but also potential skepticism about what's ahead of us, right? Like, I think Games Workshop have laid out their stall. They've told us what their aspirations, plans, expectations are for 10th. They've, dribbled out information about what factions are able to do. They've leaked information about what the actual core rules are. I'm not obviously encouraging or saying that any of you out there should go and find those leaked rules. I mean, crikey, by the time this, podcast comes out, the actual rules will probably be freely available in, digital format anyway. But the point is that, we're at a point now where we can start to make a lot of assertions about how we're feeling about 10th. And it seemed like a good conversation that we could have between ourselves. Right, Phil?
Well, that's true, for
Indeed. So, 10th edition began its plucky life via a live stream that kind of came out of nowhere. People had speculated that they would tease it. People had speculated that it would be kind of softly spoken about and then hitting us with a more kind of intense reveal at Warhammer Fest. The Warhammer Fest reveal was obviously quite, 10th edition centric and quite intense in many ways, but also possibly wasn't as big as it could have been because in the months prior, they basically hit us with all the CG loveliness that is their way now. So we got the CG trailers, we got all the kind of initial promises, I suppose, that they made about Warhammer 40,000 10th edition. Simplified, not simple, less complicated, but still offering all that tactical depth that you wanted, while still also dialing back certain bloated rules. So, how are we feeling about it, knowing what we know now, going into the final weeks of the, pre-awareness phases before pre-order starts kicking off? Are we hyped, Phil? What's your general vibe at the minute?
Reasonably excited for 10th edition as a whole, for there to be the great big resets of the game. Probably not as excited as I was before. I think I'm just in a 40k funk in general, because I don't really want to play 9th at the moment because I know 10th is coming. I've actually been doing and this is relevant, it's a slight tangent. I've been doing all the boarding actions terrain at the moment. So I did a whole bunch of it ages ago, like the first half from one kill team box. This week I've been tackling the second half from another kill team box. And it's just daunting. Like, it's a lot of terrain. It's kind of disappointing that by the time I'm going to even have it at a unpainted but playable point, i.e. I've clipped everything off, I've assembled it all, I've got rid of all the mold lines and stuff, like 10th edition will be upon us. And it's a bit disappointing that I haven't actually got to play any of the Arks of Omen stuff within the run up to 10th edition. So part of me, I'm sort of self-disappointed in myself, because I haven't it's taken me so long to get around to it. So part of me is looking forward to hopefully still being able to use this terrain within 10th edition as well. I'm also, part of my excitement was quenched because of the FORGEWORLD news about stuff going to Legends, and I assume a lot of stuff will be, either no longer available to buy because some of that's all gone, and therefore that will also go to Legends. And there's a bit of trepidation because I haven't really talked about what is, how the FORGEWORLD rules are going to manifest themselves. So I'm looking forward to that because I haven't really talked about that. I haven't at all talked about the 40k app, so I'd like to hear and see something about that because, list building will be an important part of, being able to enjoy 10th edition off the bat. I want to be able to make some lists with their app and not have to wait a few weeks or a month until Battlescribe is kind of caught up. And I actually haven't talked anything about the, I want to say General's Handbook because I'm in an Age of Sigma mindset, but the
Grand Tournament.
What's it called?
Pack?
The book, the Grand Tournament Mission Pack. No, the Chapter Approved. Chapter Approved Grand Tournament Pack. Yeah, sorry, I got there in the end. I haven't talked about that at all. I'd like to know if it's going to be 6 months, if it's going to be a year, what it's going to be like, what it's going to contain. And I presume that's going to come at us at launch. So yeah, there's lots of stuff that actually I'm really keen to hear about that they've not yet teased at all because they've just been doing the faction focuses. I've been enjoying the faction focuses. Some seem very strong. Some don't seem potentially that strong at all. Some use a lot of the Battleshock tests, which I'm kind of quite pleased about because hopefully that's going to play a bigger part of the game basically than kind of the current 40k does.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Phil, you touched upon a great many topics there. I mean, obviously, I'm going to do my best to remember what you said and try and address them. So, I mean, obviously, low point with the game or just a general kind of lack of enthusiasm for the current edition. I think that's normal, right? Like, I think weirdly, 8th edition is a weird one, right? Because I think it is now quite a celebrated edition. But again, as we talked about last time in the kind of 9th edition retrospective, going into 9th was so unique because of the, global circumstances that we were...
Yeah, because so no one could play 8th or be bored of playing 8th to go into 9th. And I think also with 9th, they made it very abundant that, you know, everything from 8 kind of rolls over. Your books are still valid and stuff, and it was a 8.5, so to speak. It was a small increment in an edition. It wasn't a hard reset like it was from 7th to 8th. And I think because now we know it's a hard reset, that sort of makes me less inclined to want to play 9th stuff, because it's like all of these rules, the codex. Basically, I've got my Astra Militarum codex. I've had one game with it so far since I got it in January. I feel less inclined to even bother to try and pick up and, you know, get skilled at it, or, you know, learn it in any way, because I know it's going to be invalid in about a month's time.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, isn't it? It's, again, circumstances are unique, but I think at the same time, I think the edition as a whole of 9th edition has kind of left a lot of people like yourself a little bit underwhelmed. And obviously we all know, or at least the people who listen to us regularly, that you're on something of an Age of Sigmar kick at the moment. And, you know, that makes sense. I think, you know, you've had a lot of fun with that, and it's obviously all new and shiny at the moment, so it's always going to draw your attention. So I'm not shocked to hear that you're at a low point with 40k at the minute, but you're broadly excited for 10th. I think I echo a lot of that sentiment. I think I've been a lot more active in 9th edition than you have. I've definitely played a great many more games of 9th edition 40k than you have. And I'm still actively going out of my way to continue playing it, because I still just enjoy the social elements of the hobby. So I've been down the local games club playing 40k against various people recently. That's been super fun. And, you know, I'm at a point really where I am ready for change with 40k, and I think the change is necessary, but my caution is always at the moment, and there is caution associated with 10th edition, is it going to be the kind of change that we were thinking we were going to get when Games Workshop kind of laid out their mission statement? Because the simplified, not simple statement really spoke to me. And again, early doors, we started to see things like, oh, there's less rerolls, and we're going to reduce these APs, and we're going to do this, and we're going to do this. And obviously, as we start to see more stuff coming through in the piecemeal fashion that is, we're starting to go, well, hang on a second, that looks really good, and hang on a second, that looks really good, and hold on a minute, this thing seems to have loads of rerolls. Like, I thought there was supposed to be less.
Yeah, it feels like there's a lot of rerolls still in the game, but what there's less of is aura-based rerolls. Instead, it's either a global army-wide rule or a faction-specific sort of detachment rule, or it's a specific unit sort of buff that a commander is sort of handing out. But I think it tends to be more a pick a unit can do it, as opposed to everything within a 6-inch bubble is getting it. So they've removed it from one place, but it feels like they've either shifted them elsewhere, or they just exist elsewhere in the game.
And I think that's the thing. I think these faction focuses have definitely created an interesting scenario, because the more I see about 10th edition, the more I feel like their initial stance around how we're simplifying this is, or like the way they sort of seem to suggest they might simplify it, isn't entirely manifesting. But then at the same time, I ask myself, do I want simple? I don't think I do. I think the things that they are seemingly removing and the changes they are making all feel like the right level of tweaks to me. Like, I think we'd be naive to assert that they're going to completely put the genie back in the bottle. We're not going back to 3rd, 4th, even 5th edition style, like, army rules, right? We're not going to go back into a system whereby an army is an army and it's got like 1 or 2 specific gimmicks, you know? Like, back in 3rd edition, the differences between a Chaos Space Marine army and a Tau army were very unit specific and very kind of, gear specific and all the rest of it. In terms of, like, the universal special rules that they kind of had access to, it was, very similar, really. There was no real, like, overarching Tau gimmick like the Monkar or the whatever the other one is, the Monkar and the Kion. So, like, that wasn't a thing back then. It was just an army that you moved around, and the Chaos Space Marines didn't have we're in a special mood now, so we get special abilities or whatever. Like, they had, like, marks and things, and there were things that they did, but, like, you know, and that's the thing with, like, the Katars on the Custodes or the Fate. Like, we were never going to get away from that entirely, because that genie is very much out of the bottle now, so it's like, okay, cool. We've got to kind of placate people who expect that kind of stuff still. But we need to kind of resolve it in ways that's a little less funky, which I think is good, because I think that's really where I wanted it. I didn't want it to stop being what it is, but I definitely wanted it to be easier. And I think they are delivering on those promises. Where the layers come in, and this is the stuff that I guess we need to wait and see with the new like data sheets and indexes that they're releasing, is the customization within those options, right? Like when we get to the place where it's like all of a sudden, yes, but if you take them as this flavor, then they do X, Y, Z, or if you take them as this flavor, then they do A, B, C, and it's like, oh wow, okay, this really does change things. But until we start to get that level of visibility, I think at the moment we just have to sort of accept that things are broadly being made a little easier, but it's definitely fair that, in a way, I suppose it does live up to its mantra. It's just, its mantra is, you know, its tagline, simplified, not simple, is maybe a little bit ambitious versus the reality. Because I'd say it's, I don't know, complicated, not bonkers, might be a better way of phrasing it.
I feel like the edition is probably going to be broadly similar to Ninth in terms of a lot of the complexity, but how you digest that complexity will be easier. Instead of having to flip through several pages to find your detachment rules and your army special rules and all your relics and your stratagems, like I feel like all of that will be there. All of the different variables, like all the different subfactions and what have you, it's all there still. But they've just said we're going to present it to you. It's going to be 2 pages, but your book will have probably about 12 pages for your codex of those different things. But instead of being subfactions, they're now called detachments. So they're much more like their play styles. That's what they always were, but they were kind of dressed up under the theme of a specific like chapter name and a particular color scheme. But now it's going to be like, are you going to be the shooty guys that are really good at destroying fortifications, as opposed to Imperial Fists? They're the exact same thing, but they're just sort of presented to you in a different way. And, rather than having to flip through loads of different pages, it's going to be 2 pages. So I feel like, yeah, the complexity is still going to be there for sure. And I do understand, I think people would miss it if it was just completely removed. That's why I know loads of people are like, I don't like stratagems, wish they got rid of them. And but I think if you did, loads of people would be like, oh, I miss stratagems, because they do add a sort of mini game within the actual game itself. So I think people would miss out on that. But I feel like the way they've sort of streamlined them down will make it easier to understand. But there will still be, if there's, say, in your codex 5 different detachment types, and in every single one of those there's 6 stratagems, because I think that's what they've said you'll get in addition to the core ones. In your book, you're still going to have dozens upon dozens of stratagems to read through, but you'll just have to read everything, decide which detachment you want to play, and then you go, well, I've only got 6 now. So I think there'd be a lot of upfront mental load in terms of how you construct your army, sort of, in terms of the detachment types, but you'll probably naturally gravitate to one of them anyway based on your overall play style. And then you could just ignore the rest.
Yeah, 100%. And look, I actually think what they're doing with that as well is one of my favourite changes. I think moving into a system whereby we're just allowing people to play the armies the way they want to play them is a big win. Mm. I love the idea that I can take now, literally, like, in a way, there's no logical reason for me to want to collect like loads of different Space Marine chapters anymore, or to try and like up till now I've got like Dark Angels, Death Watch, Ultramarines, Blood Angels, like I've got loads of them, Like, all anyone getting into Space Marines today needs to do is just go, right, what's my generic color scheme that I'm doing for everything? And then just be like, cool, and I really fancy running them as Blood Angels. I'll buy some Blood Angel stuff, and then I can just add that to my existing stuff, and then it's just the thing, and I'm done. Admittedly, you could do that already, but even then it had some weird sort of nuances to it. But now it's like, nope. And also, there's no reason why, with that kind of list creation and that kind of construct, that you can't just turn up and have different coloured stuff in your collection now, really. It's like, oh, I've got a few things from this chapter and a few things from this chapter and a few things from this. It's like, yeah, but this is a marine.
But they all play as one style.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think that's good. And that's what you could they were starting to do with the Imperial Guard, right? That you can have all these regiments together, but obviously some models are specific to different regiments and have an extra rule bolted onto it, and I presume we might see that down the line for chapters.
100%. Like, Black Templars are still going to have very Black Templar specific units, and more power to them, but like, at the end of the day, you could still paint them white or red or whatever and just mix them in, or maybe you could just take some Assault Intercessors and just be like, there you go, they're now Black Templars, or not Black Templars, but whatever the rules are that make them feel like Black Templars, and happy days, let's get on with it. And I think that's good. That's definitely something I celebrate and something I'm excited about. The greater flexibility and freedom that they're seemingly offering us as players is a big win. So I'm in favour of that for sure. So look, I mean, at the moment, in terms of your general kind of ebb, as it were, with 40k, it's understandable. I think 9th has definitely been a bit of a slog of an edition. Again, if you want to hear all our opinions on that, listen to the last episode, although we did have some audio production issues with that from Phil's perspective. He ended up sounding a bit roboty.
Yeah, the little robot voice that you gave me.
I didn't give it to you, Phil. You gave it to yourself.
Well, the echo cancellation software gave it to me. Yeah.
Exactly. I can't afford the good stuff, Phil. I apologise.
That's fair enough.
Anyway, the point is that, I get where you're at with it, mate. I felt it. And don't get me wrong, man. Age of Sigmar is a fantastic game at the moment. I think they've done a really good job with it. And every time I've played it, I've had a really good time with it. But I think a lot of my enjoyment of Age of Sigmar is born out of the fact that I don't carry the weight of knowledge that I have with 40k.
Oh, yeah. 100%.
Yeah. Like, nothing really.
It's all new, shiny. Like, oh, look at this. Isn't it cool? Oh, this army, I've not played it before.
Yeah.
Oh, what's it do?
Yeah, and then you're like, oh, it kicks the crud out of me. Of course it does. Oh, well, that's probably my fault, not the game's. Whereas in 40k, it's like, oh, that's stupid. Why would it do that? Like,
Yes, you can be like, I believe that rule's completely broken because I played this game for many years.
Yeah. Could you imagine if, like, you were playing and it was like the exact same rule for something you faced in Age of Sigmar, but because in Age of Sigmar, like, that sounds fun, and then you're facing it in 40k, you're like, what is this? This is the worst. But anyway, yeah, so fine. I accept that as a perspective. But I think there's a lot to be excited for in 10th for sure.
Oh yeah, no, I think and I guess it in part was because we didn't get to do the playing of the 10th edition. It's like, I really want to actually just play it now. I'm at a stage where I'm like, okay, you've told us a bunch of stuff. I'm excited.
Can play it though, Phil.
I'm hyped. Oh, if we were to look at the league, I mean, I've not even looked at those. I can't be bothered.
I had a look at them. I'll tell. It's basically, at its core, it's still 8th/9th edition.
Yes, I'm sort of aware of it. But they've even told us as much, right? You could almost basically just on the Warhammer community articles alone, with the data sheets that they've given you, play a very limited, tiny game.
Just use current day codexes with the 10th edition rules. It's fine.
No, yeah. Well, I think that you're missing out on a lot of the changes.
Oh, of course. I'm just saying.
Changes are with the codexes.
At the moment, if you just want to start to get a feel for some of the mechanical changes, of which, again, as I say, I think some of those mechanical changes are looking really good. I like the way that they've changed combat back to base. I think that's a really good decision. I think the reintroduction of universal rules is a really good decision. I think that.
Although, just to chip in on that one, every time I see these data sheets, there's always like one generic universal. So there's universal special rules for weapons.
Yeah.
Totally get behind. There's one universal special rule for actual unit abilities, which is Deep Strike. That's the only one I've seen so far. And every other ability is like a custom one to that unit. And I'm a bit like, that kind of feel... I get it from a thematic point of view, but it feels like it's missing the point of universal special rules if every single unit has a unique ability, which does, add a theme and character. But part of me is like, could they not be universal specials, or some of them be universal specials? But I guess it's to give the flavor of the unit to make it a bit more unique. But it feels like it's a bit counterintuitive.
There are some other universal special rules they're going to be adding to units, but obviously Deep Strike is a very common one. But you do raise a good point. But I do like that. And I think, overall, there's some really good decisions. I think, again, stating it one last time, I don't like what they've done to morale. I don't actually like the new data sheets either. I think they're a bit... The thing is, I'm a stickler for the old school, Phil. I like the old line, I like looking...
Well, the old stat line is iconic. It was interesting when they previewed the Combat Patrol one. They had moved the invulnerable save up to the stat line, which is exactly what I said they should have done from the beginning. So it's interesting that on Combat Patrol it's there, but then for everything else with the standard 40k, it's down in the ability section, which I personally still don't like. And then there's some sort of really weird ones where sometimes it'll have a little asterisk, and then underneath it'll say 5+ invulnerable save only against combat. And I'm like, okay, you're sometimes being far too verbose when you could just simplify it down to like a little symbol for the invulnerable save to say combat only, or shooting only. And like when a unit degrades, it's like a whole paragraph to basically say -1 to hit, or -1 to your ballistic skill. I feel like they could have just shortened that down to like, not necessarily universal special, but just really simplified -1 ballistic skill. Like, and then from the formatting that it applies when you're on 1 to 3 wounds left, or whatever, 1 to 4, whatever it might be. It feels like they've still got a lot of overly written paragraphs to describe something that should be very simple. But I know they're kind of, we call it legalese, like the way they've written it, to try and make it, they can't be broken in any way by people.
Yeah.
So
that's fair.
I do get that.
That's fair.
Aspect to it.
You spoke about boarding actions as well. And boarding actions has been the kind of bridge between 9th and 10th edition. I agree with you. I actually think boarding actions, it's really interesting. It felt like it got off to a good start. It felt like people were interested in it, but it definitely feels like it's kind of not necessarily been as well supported as maybe it could have been. But that being said, I mean, what else could they have done? I mean, all the Arks of Omen books are just boarding actions. And they're obviously allowing us to continue to utilize those rules into 10th edition, which I think is a big win. So although I agree with you that it's a shame that we didn't really meaningfully get to do boarding actions in the lead up to 10th edition, I think the fact that we will be able to play it with the 10th edition rule set, which I have to assume is a rule set that they have built, boarding actions around as much as
yes,
9th.
Yeah, they did say that. I think so. The mission rules are pretty straightforward, so that should all be cross compatible. The one exception I think is a couple of the extra bits of terrain. So every kill team set had its own custom terrain. One of them had the very cool sentry heavy bolters that were super massive. And then every boarding actions references one of those kill team extra bonus terrain sets. So I think it was that Angron? No, I think it might have actually been the one we did last week, Vastor, that's got the heavy bolter sentry guns. That obviously has a stat profile in, and it's the 9th edition stat profile. So that is technically incorrect for 10th edition, but it's a heavy bolter. You could work out what the 10th edition version is and just swap it in. That's quite straightforward. But missions have always been great. So for the Vastor, you actually it's an entire campaign on attacking the rock. It's all about that, and you sort of play through in the different sort of mini battles that took place during that book. So you're sort of playing a campaign specifically tied to the book itself, which I thought was very cool. I think the first one was all quite generic. I can't remember what the Yangron ones. I think that was more ship-to-ship combat. I could be incorrect in terms of like you're doing attacks on the arcs and stuff. And then the White Dwarf ones have always been really good in terms of giving you like these kind of cool cardboard tiles to represent different areas. So one of them's like, chaos infested. Another one's like, laser beam kind of blockades that I guess you can switch on and off. Or there's like a sort of travelator, so stuff moves when you go on it. In each issue, there's been a different kind of cool thing that you can add on. So all of that seems amazing. Honestly, when 10th edition comes out, I really want to almost like literally start to finish play through all the Arks of Omen missions once I've got the terrain finished, which hopefully will be by then.
Yeah, and I'm on board with that as well. I think it would be really cool early on with the edition to just muck around with that kind of thing and just kind of, start to like just get into like boarding actions and exploring that as a system for a bit. And I think, I genuinely like what they were going for with boarding actions. I think the way they introduced it through Kill Team and developed it into its own kind of 40k variant. The army sizes are really nice. 500 points is super lovely. I think you can do some really fun creative things with it from a build perspective. So look, I'm with you, mate. I think playing through those missions would be fun. I think, boarding actions definitely feels to me like it needs that sort of bit of attention from us. Because again, I'm sure people out there have really poured their hearts and souls into it. And as much as obviously I can only speak from my own personal experience, I know that I haven't seen that much kind of boarding actions gaming going on in my, local kind of clubs, or I haven't seen people really talking about it. The only guy I know who really got into boarding actions was Joe, but mostly because obviously he and Liam do it from a kind of content creator perspective. No. So they basically sort of did it because it was part of the, the process of generating content.
I thought you were going to say Danvers from RFW because he made
that was Kill Team
custom flooring. But yes, I think he's predominantly done it from a Kill Team point of view.
Yeah.
Because he absolutely loves that.
Yeah, I think a lot of people really loved it from a Kill Team perspective as well. And I'm not saying that people didn't love it from a 40k perspective, but I think again that's a thing that if they handle it right, I think that combined with combat patrol, that combined with like these ways of playing. It's just kind of, with the traditional 2,000 point model or scaling it up to huge games. I think that's really amazing. I think, again, much like Zone Mortalis of old, having that sort of ability to play a scaled back, more kind of infantry based game in a system that really, rewards tight firing lines and very specific kind of isolated combat sequences. I think, I think the boarding actions has a lot of great potential and should hopefully be a really solid contributor to the success of 10th edition as it goes forwards. Lord knows it costs enough to get into it, though. I mean, that terrain is pricey. Although I suppose by now there's lots of really good MDF versions that you can get. So it's you need not just do the GW version.
The official GW stuff. Yeah, no, that's true.
Indeed. But yeah, no, really good point on boarding actions though, mate. And I think, again, it really sort of speaks to the ways to play with this new edition. And again, I like the combat patrol idea still. I think, although it's not really something for me, I love the fact it's there. I love the idea that you and a mate could go into a shop and be like, I want to get into 40k, and they can go, look, easiest solution, what armies do you like? And they'll be like, oh, I like Elder. Cool, there you go. And then it's like, oh, I like Necrons. Great, bop. Off you go. Build that, paint it, bring it back in a couple of weeks, and I'll show you how to play.
Oh, yeah, I think that's really great. It's like a step up from Kill Team. And I think it probably works better than Kill Team from a gateway game, purely because Kill Team, because it's not like the first edition, is so vastly different in terms of how you play it to 40k. Yeah, you can buy a squad and you can play it, and then that is a stepping stone to a larger army, but it's like the gameplay mechanics are totally different. Whereas Combat Patrol is very similar, and there are nuances and differences between them. But overall, you look at Combat Patrol datasheet, it's very similar to a 10th Ed datasheet. And I presume, gameplay-wise, all the core mechanics are the same. So once you've learned that, it's then, you've got this, I presume, 500-ish points. You can go up to, more points now, start doing another scale. Or is it 1,000 points for those combat patrols? I can't remember how much you get in them.
Something like, I think it's like 750-ish or something. I can't even remember.
Yeah, it's almost like you want boarding actions to still be around as like a mini entry.
Well, I think that was the intent. I think that's where it
combat
stays.
Patrol. Yeah, if it does, that'd be great.
Except I think the thing is with boarding actions is that they've done these boarding action box sets, but I think those are all now being put out.
Yeah, they're not sticking around. Yeah.
No, so if there is any like particular value or opportunities that you're looking at from a boarding actions perspective that you really want, get out there and get them because they're not sticking around for long.
Yeah, no, that's true.
And there is some really good value to be had from those boarding action box sets. A lot of them were really good. So definitely encourage people to check those out. But yeah, the Combat Patrol stuff I think is good. And I think it's a step in the right direction. The app, you talked about that. The app, we don't know what's going on with the 10th edition app, but we can say that because of how the 9th edition app was handled, they better get this one right. I don't think they will. I don't think Games Workshop have it in them to get it right. I think, well, they do, I suppose, because they've done it with Age of Sigmar, but
I feel like the Age of Sigmar, I don't want to say it's a lot simpler, but in terms of army construction, it really is. Like, there's not as many war gear option choices for your units or for your leaders in units. It's a lot more straightforward. So I think they got it to work there because of that simplicity, even though the game mechanics are, just as complex as 40k.
And reinforcing a unit is super easy in Sigmar in so much as if you want to add more models to the unit, you add the unit again.
Yeah, effectively.
Which isn't a 40k feature. In 40k, you can still customize the unit. It comes as 5, but if you want, it can be 6, it can be 7.
Oh, well, now I don't know if that is the case, because I think with the faction focus for Astra Militarum, it's like your guardsmen can now be in squads of 20, but you get 2 sergeants, basically, in that squad. So it is effectively doing a reinforcement where I think it is you get a choice of 10 or you get a choice of 20.
Really?
You won't necessarily have a choice of, Here's the thing, the understrength units rule, where it's like, you can technically take a squad of 7 and just pay the points for that, was rubbish. I don't know why they ever included it. It just was really confusing. It was sort of open to abuse until they effectively just wrote it out of match play, because it's fine for, casual gaming and stuff. And yeah, it just led to these odd choices where it's like, you take max squad sizes of, 10, or in the case of things like Space Marines, 5 and 10, because you can combat squad them and stuff like that. So yeah, hopefully that's gone in 10th, and that you'll just do more of a reinforcement style where you take these large squads and just double them up.
I'm not sure. I'd be intrigued by that. If they do that in 40k, I don't hate it on the surface of it, but I don't love it either. It's like one of those things, because there are certain units that you sometimes appreciate the flexibility, but look, at the end of the day, we don't know yet for certain. I wouldn't put it past them. And I suppose that's the thing as well that we see in Age of Sigmar. We see the upgrades for units being rolled up in the points. That's already been done for Space Marines, and I suspect that is what they're going to do for everything going forwards. It's literally just a case of, it has these options, you can take them in these quantities. That's how much they cost.
And only certain weapons for, the big vehicles and stuff are likely to have different points costs associated to them to represent, a bit of either balance or granularity. And I said it last time, it's sort of like power level via stealth, like the fact that all your war gear is effectively for free, and you're paying the same points either way, which just means that the weapons need to be balanced to sort of justify the different picks that you're doing.
I suppose so, or it just comes down to personal preference, right? And look, I don't hate that at all. I think the thing is the area where that gets complicated is for the older style units, and really majoritively only Space Marine units. Space Marines were the only things that could kind of exploit that in that kind of way. Even when you go back and you look, well, I suppose Tyranid warriors, like more of the elite stuff, I suppose, was able to exploit it. So old Tyranid warriors, Nob squads, even things like the Scions, I suppose. There was a lot of opportunity for you to, maximize your output with those kind of more elite units. But your kind of line troopers were always pretty fixed in the sorts of things that they could do. So, yeah, it's interesting for sure. I think it's a decision that doesn't massively impact elder players because of the Craftworld aspect warrior kind of construct that they've always had. It's always, so it's weird that now potentially we'll move that out to everything. But yeah, I think it's interesting for sure. I obviously we don't know if that's what they are doing. It's just a speculative thing at the minute because we've not seen points. But it wouldn't shock me based on what they've done with Marines for them just to go, yeah, it's all just the same points, mate. It's like, do you want that squad? That's what it costs. You can tool it up with the best gear. Sure, no worries. But just so you know, that it makes no odds. It costs the same. But we factored that in. So it's like now all of a sudden the Centurion squad is 500 points because you could, if you wanted to, tool it up with ridiculous weapons. But maybe those weapons aren't as efficient in other instances because of the way they've kind of balanced it. Potentially. But yeah, look, I think that's interesting in terms of the app, right? Which is the point we were trying to kind of get back to, or I'm trying to get back to, the point we started with. The app, I think one of the things about Age of Sigmar is they've done an okay job with the app. 40K's done terrible. What do you think, Phil? Do you think the app's going to be good this time around?
I mean, I hope so. I'm not necessarily massively optimistic about it purely based on the current app. I'm assuming the current app will... This will be a thing that's interesting as well. Will the current app still be usable? If you want to be like, I want to play a game of 9th edition, could I do that? Can I use that app still? Or is it just going to be phased out, be made redundant, which I think is what I did with the AOS 2 app. And then obviously we all just port over to the new app. And, a lot of those codexes that we bought, the Warzone books and stuff, they all had codes in. Does that ever digital content for those, books effectively just get lost, I guess? That's what I'm trying to say.
I sincerely hope not. I think they need to ensure that we have access to those books digitally that we purchased digitally for the foreseeable. Because even though I suppose they could say, oh, you bought the book, so that was really what you were buying. It's like, no, I bought the book and I bought access to the digital app version.
Yes, because I can understand the logic of, yes, all the stats are changing, so nothing from these books is kind of valid anymore. But it's like, I'd still like access to the Ninth Ed stuff, just because, personally, in an ideal world, you'd have an app and there's a toggle setting to say what edition do you want to play, and it will give you like the legacy rules to go back to. Even at a more granular level, you say, oh, what balanced data slate do you want to play? What time period are you going back to? Like for FAQs and stuff, that would be fantastic. But obviously, that's far too complicated. That's never going to happen. But
it's not far too complicated.
That would be the ultimate. Well, I mean, yeah. So not necessarily battles. So Battlescribe does editions, so you can go back and play like 7th and 8th edition 40K, and it's got all the rules and repositories for you to access. Yeah. It doesn't obviously have particular, balance points updates
to
access
if you
and draw
go
from.
back and grab those files.
I assume they just update them. Though,
they do update
them.
They change them in the main repository, and then you download them. But you can
access the archived version. Or
I'm
something,
only talking theoretically. I've never done this, but I would assert that that's doable.
Yeah, possibly.
Because I've still got 7th edition on there, for example.
Oh, yeah, no, I think, the particular editions they keep. Yeah. But I don't know about, full 9th edition. They've done several updates. to it. I don't know if those older updates still exist, so you could play like year 1 9th edition versus year 3.
I think,
for example.
well, I don't know for sure, so I should stop speaking as if I'm an authority on the topic, but I feel like you probably can. But I think that's the thing with the app in terms of what they're potentially doing. I just get the feeling that they're going to roll out another substandard thing that we're just going to get annoyed with. But maybe they'll get it right. I just think my concern often is that GW just doesn't spend the right money to do the right job on anything other than, building plastic minis. I think as a business, they're one of the best businesses in the world at taking, however many hundreds, maybe thousands of pounds of raw materials and turning it into a product worth millions, like that. They're better, very few other companies can buy a lump of plastic and turn it into as much money as these people can. But at the same time, it always concerns me that when it comes to investment in those kind of ancillary, in those kind of accoutrements, the apps and such, that they always kind of cut corners and try and do things on the cheap. And given the size of what they are as a business and what the app actually would do for them, I'd be interested to see if they're going to make that level of investment to actually give us something that really meets the consumer needs. Because the worst thing about Warhammer at the moment is our app support. Like even when you look at things, like I love BCP from a practicality perspective, but it is a really impenetrable app for new users. Like it takes a lot of time to get your head around what the heck it is, how it works, how you register for the events, how you put your lists in it. All this stuff.
Even Battlescribe is pretty bad. I feel like the 40k app is much more accessible from a UX point of view in terms of like picking up, making a list. It does feel relatively more intuitive, whereas Battlescribe's got a lot of quirks to it in terms of you got to understand how it works, and once you do that, it's perfectly fine. But if you don't, it's you trying to work out for the first time how to like add a detachment or something in. It's mind-boggling.
Especially if you want to do a mixed attachment, which isn't something you do too much anymore, but good God.
Yes, but before it was, really tricky to do. And I've definitely coached a few people into like, no, you got to click this and then it happens.
Well, you forget as well, though, right? Because we've been using Battlescribe for, God, how long now? I mean, like probably since 6th
edition.
Yeah, so what's that, 2012?
Yeah, but good 10 years, I would say.
Yeah. So it's understandable that app is like second nature to us now. It's like for you booting up Photoshop, Phil, or Illustrator, or whatever your graphic design tools of choice are, and just being like, click, 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 click. It all works. It's it's just that thing, man. Where like is Battlescribe actually good? Or am I just used to it, I suppose, is the question.
Yes, and I think this is the thing with the 40k app, is like, if they don't have it at launch, it just makes playing the game more difficult. So it'd be a real disappointment to not have it at launch. And it feels like, they spend, they launch a new edition every 3 years, so they should know and in advance enough to plan ahead for this sort of thing to get the app ready. So it'll be a real... and it'd be a shame, but also a missed opportunity on their point of view to not have it ready, or if it's not, functioning, or it's just buggy or something. It's that, I really want it to be polished and really good out the gate. That would be awesome. And, if it can also track missions or like help you with, tossing up your points and scoring, for your, whatever mission types that we're going to get from the General's Handbook and stuff like that, that'd be useful, because the ITC battle app is really useful for that sort of thing, to keep track of all your secondaries. And that's a bit fiddly as well. That takes a bit of getting used to in terms of understanding how that works. But once you get your head around it, it does make playing a game much easier than, a whiteboard or a pen and paper or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, the ITC app, which I think is the... Oh, God, I can't remember the app.
ITC Battles app?
No, that's been superseded by like a Goonhammer app or something now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the ITC Battles app has basically kind of been put out to pasture, and I think it's... whatever it was, it's fantastic. I don't remember what the app was called. Everyone was using it at Warhammer Fest, except for me. I just had a notepad and wrote stuff down. But... but everyone was like, "Oh, use this app," and Richie was waxing lyrical about it. He was like, "Oh,
really?
I already know if I'm winning or losing because of the app." And I was like, "Really?"
Exciting.
Yeah, he was very very high on it at the time, which is fair enough. But so not all the apps that are out there are subpar. It's just it would just be nice if Games Workshop put some good investment in it and just gave us a reason to believe. I'd love nothing more than for them to go, here's a thing and it works brilliantly, and you go, wow, I didn't even know I needed this feature, but now I've got it. I can't imagine a world without it. It's just like the idea of, like, I don't know, like, for example, I could log all of my units, and then I have the option to take photos of them or upload photos against those units, and then
there's so many kind of cool options about army building and playing, logging your match against your opponents. Like, imagine, because I think it was an NFT sort of technology where you can just like tap your opponent's phone and you get their army list on your phone straight away.
Imagine.
Because it's just shared it. And so it's like, oh, what's that rule? Oh, wait, let me just check. I don't have to ask them. That
again, like,
great.
You could take photos of the game and then log it within the app against the game.
Yeah, because I sort of do that all the time for, like, just posting on Instagram. But imagine if you could have your own personal log in the app to see how you progressed or done in the game.
You could put the photos in, and then you could put the results in, and then they use a ChatGPT AI to generate a battle report.
Story.
Yeah.
That'd be good.
That'd be amazing. Yeah. To be like, just being able to automatically output like a really awesome bat rep from
because I remember, like, the good functionality in the current app was the ability to, like, search for rules, like have a look through the core rules, search for stuff.
Warhammerpedia was always better though.
Well, yes, but I felt like that came afterwards, and it was like the 40k app was there a little bit beforehand, or at least in terms of for me using it. So shifting from Battlescribe to the 40k app was really great for things like, I just want to quickly look up a rule or check up a unit. Stuff like that was so quick and easy. It was sometimes buggy and not showing results and stuff early days, but it got a lot better. So stuff like that was much improved user experience over Battlescribe. But yes, Warhammerpedia does that a lot better. You just almost need to take either of those systems and turn it, take it and rebrand it off them, basically.
Yeah. But yeah, hopefully the app isn't terrible. But the fact that there's an absence of information about it at the minute doesn't breed confidence. I think that's the thing that this.
Yes, if it was so good, you would have thought they'd be singing and dancing about it. It might be that they've just gone, we're just going to focus on the faction focuses for the next 2 weeks, and then once that's over and done with, they then talk about all these peripheral other, accoutrements to the game.
Yeah. I mean, the faction focuses, and that's probably a good place to end the general summary on the kind of hype machine that has been the promotion attempt. Like, the faction focuses have been really interesting, because I actually think I think the problem always is with the faction focus stuff is that I acknowledge that it is a good idea from a comms or promotional perspective, right? Like, look at what we're gonna do to your favorite thing. But I think the problem is that it's also kind of seen as, by a lot of the core community, as, look at what you've done to my favorite thing.
Yes. Yeah. I saw loads of AdMech players losing their minds because they're like, you've turned our army into a ballistic skill 4 army into a ballistic skill 3.
Yeah.
How dare you?
Yeah.
But obviously what a lot of people fail to realize is that one of the abilities you can do is turn your entire army into like heavy, which makes it ballistic skill 3 if you don't move. So there's that trade-off, which I actually really like as a thing. So it is actually like, it's still there, but they've changed it in a way. But from a cursory glance, you've like nerfed my entire army, and I can totally get and understand that. But at the same time, the game should be vastly changing. So, everyone's lost AP, everyone's potentially lost number of attacks or something. The firepower has gone down to an extent, but not everywhere. But yeah, so I can understand people losing their minds to an extent, but it feels a lot like a knee-jerk reaction for a lot of the armies, because you just don't know how your army looks alongside others until you actually start playing the game, because it is a bit of a reset.
I think the changes are vital and necessary, though. And I think the thing is that for me, seeing armies like the AdMech becoming BS4 is the right decision to me. And I say this as someone with an AdMech army, right? I like the fact that we're moving into a situation where majoritively armies may not always just have ballistic skill 3+, because that was one of the issues with Ninth. It's like by the end of it, everything hit and wounded on 2s with rerolls, right? Like it just felt like everything was just like, maybe not wounding on 2s, but definitely hitting. Like it just seemed bonkers to me, the amount of like weapon skill, ballistic skill 2+ there was in the game. So I think more weapon skill, ballistic skill 4+, the better. And I think, creating rules around that where that is actually a meaningful thing is the right decision. Because obviously so often they may come along and go, oh, you're ballistic skill 4, but really you're ballistic skill 2. You just have to do these 2 really easy steps. And then,
so do this one army ability plus this stratagem is normally how it would work. It is interesting. So you're a D6 system. Predominantly, most things hit on 3s or 4s. Ballistic skill, weapon skill 5 is quite rare. Ballistic skill, weapon skill 6 is almost impossible to find within the game. Obviously, you got Overwatch, but I mean, on a base unit, having something that in quotes bad is actually quite hard. But if the only
things I can think of that's weapon skill 6 are tanks.
Oh yes, no, that's true.
And that's quite commonplace.
Even then, I think a lot of them have gone to 5 now. A lot of them have improved in 10th edition. But yeah, general shooting, it'd be interesting if a game got sort of less lethal by making it a lot harder to hit. Because then it will actually make the things that are really good feel really good, because the differential between something that hits on 6s versus something that hits on 2s is therefore vast in comparison to something that hits on 3s and 2s. Yeah,
agreed. But I think the faction focuses have been super interesting in the way that they've approached the reveals, and I understand that they need to do it, but I think it creates a lot of interesting chatter. I think, look, to summarize, because I feel like we need to summarize, 40k 10th edition right now, the ups and downs of this kind of campaign, if you will. The CG trailer at the start, thumbs up, right? Like, who doesn't love a big swanky CG trailer? It definitely did the job. It was like, yeah, this looks cool. Look at all the new models. Speculate about what's to come. Great. Groovy. Happy days. On from there, the overall mission statement. Simplified, not simple. Reducing complexity. Great. Love the sound of that. Universal special rules. Way. This is all good, right? So I think the overall journey that we've been on up to this point has been broadly positive. The issue is that there's been a couple of red flags that give me pause for concern, or cause for concern, or I pause and am concerned. My point is that there are bits that worry me, right? First and foremost, the recent announcement around the reduction of Forge World units. I think there's more to come in that field. I don't know for sure, obviously, but that felt like a kind of tip of an iceberg type thing where they're like, oh, by the way, this is all going away now. Get it while it's hot. And obviously everything that they said they're going to basically be moving into Legends and discontinuing sold out super quick. And obviously great for them because it's all gone now. But like, okay, well, that's happened. But is there another wave of that coming down the pipeline? Maybe, maybe not. But it's definitely jilted me a bit in terms of my confidence in buying Forge World kits now is greatly reduced.
Oh, yeah, like 100%. And I've said that for years. That any time stuff might get discontinued, because Forge World has a real habit of just doing that. And it blindsides you every time. They give you very little notice. In the past, that once or twice they gave you like a bit more of like a month order window, whereas the last time they did it 2 weeks ago now, it was like you literally had a day or less to order if you wanted it, and then it was gone. And there was no made to order option to to help fulfill some, people that might want to get those kits. Which is a shame because some of that stuff's really cool. I think the problem with Forge World is it's very expensive. It's one of those things where people are like, oh, I always wanted to buy that kit but never did. And it's like, were you ever going to buy it? Probably not. But I feel like it's one of those like, it's like a target. It's like a dream item that you want to buy one day when you can sort of afford it or justify it. And I feel like for a lot of people that day never quite comes, or you don't quite have the FOMO because now it's gone. People really want it. And that's the point where it's like, you just need that window of FOMO to be viable for people to actually then go, okay, I really want to buy it now.
I'm so filled with remorse that I never bought the Realm of Battle boards.
Oh, well, same, but I bought them at great expense.
Yes, I know you did.
From eBay. And they're still in the same place along with all my other plastic. They're up in the loft somewhere. So I did say it was going to be a summer project this year, so I might... I've got to fix one tile that broke in the post when it got delivered to me, but other than that, I need to actually get them out and start painting them.
Yeah, you really do.
Unfortunately, these darn boarding actions has taken over my life, so I need to do this first, I feel like.
But yeah, so look, that's a cause for concern. Forge World's reduction. I think that's a worrying sign. The other thing is I am... anxious about like what that app is going to be, but I don't really massively care about that. I'm just interested to see what it's going to be. I think also the other thing that we can't ignore are the Guard players and World Eater players that feel like they got a bit of a bum deal. I think that's a shame because, again, that created a bit of a feel bad to kick it off, where like World Eater players are like, so I got my book for like 4 months and then nothing, or like 3 months or whatever it was, and that obviously wasn't a great moment. And then I think the last of the things that gives me sort of cause a kind of concern at this point is just the way that Games Workshop have kind of managed certain aspects of the campaign overall. I think although Warhammer Fest is a very isolated thing, it definitely created a lot of, not negativity necessarily, but concern because of how they approached it and the attitude they've kind of had around it. I think, again, going back to the 8th edition launch and remembering how many opportunities there were for us to get hands on with 8th edition before launch, you felt a greater degree of kind of like, it felt like so much more of a massive tectonic shift at the time, and it felt like the company was really behind it. Because not only were we completely rewriting the rules, they were also giving us brand new Space Marines, which felt massive, right? Like the whole thing felt big. The thing is with this one at the minute is for whatever reason, like it doesn't feel as big to me right now. And I think honestly, I am genuinely at that point where I'm like, and I will have said this a bunch of times already, so apologies for repetition, but I'm at that point where I'm like, with the way they've sort of handled it at the minute and where my kind of hype levels are at, I'm not that bothered about Leviathan specifically. I'm like, it's not really won me over the same way as older box sets. And, given the fact they're going to give the rules away for free at first, I think, to me, I'm kind of like, I'm probably going to put my FOMO on the shelf and just enjoy the freebie stuff and discover it and try and sort of get back into it and see what it has to offer. Because the stuff about 8th edition that was so much fun was that journey of discovery at the start as people started trying to figure out what's good and bringing the lists and getting on there and figuring out, the Gilliman list, that's crazy, or, the Celestine list, that's crazy, or, loads of flyers, or, all this, loads of Nurgle, whatever they're called, the mortar tank thing.
The Plague Burst Crawler.
Yeah, my God. Those lists early doors were hilarious, and... that's my thing. I'm excited about that. I'm excited about the discourse. I'm excited about what's to come where it's released. But right now, I'm not that bothered about it, genuinely. I think they've done a lot of stuff right, but for whatever reason, the little bits they've done wrong are really making me cautiously optimistic, I'd say. I'd say the doom clock, as it were, we're at...
Is it struck one minute closer to midnight?
Well, yeah, no, for me right now, I'm at about 7 p.m., I'd say.
Okay, no, that's not too bad. Yeah.
Not too bad. We're not in the negatives for sure, but when there's definitely room for growth. So yeah, but look, I think at the end of the day, I'm a massive 40k and Warhammer addict, so I'm going to be all over this anyway. I'm sure once I start playing it, I'm going to start falling in love with it really quickly, or find things that I really like about it.
Yeah. Yeah, so, I think that's it. Part of me is like, I don't want to say impatient, but it's like I just sort of want it to be here. Maybe that is impatient, right? Like,
that is very.
I want to see the rules like in full. I want to see what my data sheets are like. They obviously previewed a few bits, but it feels like I've had my faction focus. There's nothing more that they can give me except the finished product now. I mean, there is a few bits, obviously, like the app. And clarification around like Crusade, how that's going to work. They haven't talked about that yet, or other ways of playing maybe. And obviously AT's like the missions and stuff, but I feel like unless they're going to give us more of that kind of information, or they're going to give us the rules for free, right? If they gave us a PDF of the core rules, I mean, obviously you can't play it yet because we need all the data sheets, but at least we can all get started and start reading the core rule mechanics and start understanding how it's going to work in full, because I feel like there's they've hinted at stuff, but I just want to actually sort of get down and start reading stuff and start swatting up. Basically, I want to get to that stage, and then I want to buy stuff. I want to get weirdly, I don't think we're getting index books, right? It's just for cards, I think.
No, well, they're doing digital.
Yeah, digital ones and physical cards, but they're not doing index books like they did before, which I quite liked. But that's better. That I'll just go with the digital freebies, and that'll again be interesting. Are those part of the app? Is it just going to be literally PDFs that we're going to be looking at? They've not explained. I'm sort of looking forward to just actually having my first proper game of 40k temp.
No, I totally agree, mate. But I think if I could offer you a hypothesis, Phil, I think where you're at the moment is that the wax is down on the leg. You got they put the paper over the top of it. Oh, you're now holding on to the end, ready to pull it off. Basically, you know something about it's going to hurt, but you'd rather be the other side, so as you know what the problems are, as it were.
Yes, yeah, because it's like the anxiety, the disappointment. Like if the app's a bit rubbish, like it's stuff like that. That's like,
and also you're a Krieg player, so you are prepared for the worst. You're like, how much of this is gone? How much are they going to muck me about?
Well, that's true. Yeah, there could be stuff like that which could really, and I feel like they've already done that to an extent with like the Minotaurs going to Legends and
exactly. You've lost
FORGEWORLD stuff.
3 characters like that.
Yes, yeah. And I want to see how they implement the Legend rules, how widely accepted they are. Obviously, I know people like no to match play or no to tournament play, but I want most people to sort of embrace them as a official way of playing. I think it's like whenever you watch like a performance or like ice, not that I particularly watch ice skating, but when you watch someone do dance or the Olympics,
tightrope walk, as it were.
A tightrope walk, you're always really anxious, or at least I am, that someone's going to fall over and fail, and it's just going to be really disappointing. So you're sort of willing them to do well and hoping that that doesn't happen. And I'm like that with Games Workshop. Is I want the app to be good, but I don't want it to be terrible. So I'm hoping they do well.
Fair. Is that a plane going over your house there in that film?
There is, yes.
I didn't think you were in a flight path.
Oh yes, we're in the
in the flight path. Yeah,
but it doesn't happen very often. But yeah, it does. There is the Oxford Airport nearby.
Oh yeah,
Oxford International, I believe it's called. Yes, that's apparently one comes over every so often. Not very often, but
fair.
Anyway, but Robot Phil will make an appearance for that little segment.
No, it's fine. I've acknowledged it. I'll let it roll. There you go. So yeah, look, 10th edition. genuinely, I want to love it so bad. I want to be more. You know what it is, though, right? Again, like, not to chuck another analogy out. It's like being an adult at Christmas for me at this stage, right? I've done it too many times. I'm wandering around going, I don't feel Christmassy. Why don't I feel Christmassy? And that's basically me right now. I'm like, I want to feel Christmassy, Phil. Why don't I feel Christmassy?
That's fair enough. I mean, to be fair, I think from the start of this an hour ago, I was less enthusiastic. I'm more enthusiastic now after we've talked about it. But you're right. There's a sense of intrepidation for what could go wrong, and hoping it isn't. And I think the legend stuff was the first sign of okay.
I mean, that hit you hard, mate.
Not as hard as it should have.
I might still do though, mate. Once they come for your Krieg, once those Death Riders don't exist anymore.
Well, mate, they're still sellable, so I'm hoping they're all still going to be good.
It's going to be the Gorgon all over again, mate.
Oh, God, that was awful. Yeah, I mean that'll be the Gorgon isn't back. I will have a history.
Kick off.
I know it's like they've had an entire edition to sort it out. So,
bring back that Gorgon.
Exactly. I want to play with my toys.
Well, good for you. All right, guys. Thank you so much. Transitional noise. So an entirely random sort of segment. We may not even put it in as a segment. It's just going to be something that's there for the hardcore. It'll appear between a thing and a thing, right, Phil?
Squeeze it in.
Squeeze it in. It's just a quickie. But it just turns out, breaking news, John Blanche has retired from Games Workshop.
I know.
It's almost like he's quite an old geezer.
Well, he's very old. He's been.
How old do you imagine John Blanche is, Phil?
65, something like that.
65, you say?
Yeah.
So he was born in, 1958?
Maybe.
No, Phil. How wrong you are. John Blanche...
Is he 75?
He's 75. He was born in 1948.
Oof.
John Blanche
that's more
is a British fantasy and science fiction illustrator and modeller. I didn't know he did modelling work.
Yeah, he does. Even sort of now, he does his own little sculpts and kit bashes from time to time.
Oh, I see. Sorry, I assumed he might have been like a catwalk model or something.
No, like a figure modeller.
Oh, I see. He didn't do a little turn on the catwalk.
No, yeah. I mean, 75 is more of a correct retirement age, but I was hoping he was getting a chance to retire early, but that doesn't sound like the sort of thing he would do either.
Well, I suppose in his situation, right? I mean, he's an extraordinary talent, a very, gifted illustrator who's obviously been with the business since its kind of early conception and has obviously been like such an amazing influence over all of this. I mean, it's crazy to think, I suppose, then. So, by all accounts, given that Warhammer is celebrating its 40th anniversary, he would have started working for the company when he was, 35 or something?
Or in his 20s, I would have thought, because there's definitely photos of him.
Could it, if it was, if the company has been around for 40 years?
They're celebrating Warhammer, which is, I think, the game, but I think technically Games Workshop would have been around before then, because Warhammer,
1975, yeah.
Yeah, but Warhammer Fantasy Battle is 40 years old, basically. He may have predated that. I don't actually. He probably did actually, because he did the cover art, I believe, of Warhammer Fantasy Battle. Well, Warhammer Fantasy, whatever it was called, #1. So he would have technically been with the company before Warhammer Fantasy came out. So he would have been there longer than the 40 years that they're celebrating, basically.
There you go. Predates Warhammer. He was there when they opened the game.
Well, he probably helped cement it in terms of its visual art style. So I think he's it's no understatement to say that he's sort of a legendary artist and one of the key influences that has shaped Warhammer to be what it was or what it is.
Absolutely. What would Warhammer be without John Blanche's beautiful haircuts?
Yes, or his weird little scribbles. I mean, I know a lot of people don't like his art, but personally...
Really?
Yeah, I think some people don't get behind how the sort of messy, sketchy style of a lot of his stuff. I think that's slightly different from his, beautiful oil paintings that he's done for, was it? He definitely did the Black Templars.
Yeah, he did.
Did he also? Did he do the Blood Angels second edition? I think he did, but I'm not 100% sure.
I very much doubt he did the second edition. That's quite a specific sort of style. That more of a sort of Mark. Is it Mark Gibbons or whatever his name is?
Yes, but I don't think that's a Mark Gibbons one.
The second edition Blood Angel cover is a Death Company chaplain done in a very kind of comic-y, blocky. The second edition codex.
I think it was it because someone in so basically Thomas Pirian of Mordheim fame mentioned it, and someone in his comments said the cover art for Warhammer second edition welcomed me into the hobby. So I think it was his.
Oh, I'm thinking of Angels of Death, which is the actual codex of the Blood Angels.
That edition may well be a Mark Gibbons.
You're talking about the second edition box set.
Box art, yes, the box art.
Yes, that was
100%
him. Yes, 100%.
Yeah. So that style, very finessed. But no, I was talking about more the sort of concept art style that he does. It's very sketchy. I personally really like it, but I know a lot of people don't. But it's more about the emotion and feeling of the piece and the movement that it's conveying rather than the actual detail of the image. Although quite often there is quite a lot of detail in them as well. But yeah, sometimes it's more evocative rather than, sort of like for like.
Yeah, I just think he just does the most incredible job of just creating this astonishing sense of environment and place, and the characters are very focal within the artwork, but ultimately the overall creative is so atmospheric, I suppose. It's just really incredible work. Like, I think, I'll be honest, as a kid, like when I first started, as a teen getting into the game, I definitely had more affinity for like the Mark Gibbons style work, and there were some very, very awesome images that were more, I suppose, comic-y or more sort of, a little bit different in terms of the production. These images, when I was younger, maybe didn't have the same level of like detail that I could kind of pour into in terms of like some of the real kind of technical stuff. But I think as the years have gone on, you actually gain such a deeper appreciation for what is going on here and how much kind of craft goes into what he's creating. I think, anyone who says that they don't like John Blanche's artwork probably needs to spend more time looking at John Blanche artwork, because I think it's stunning. The guy is he's contributed so much to this hobby in terms of setting the mood and the tone and building the world. I just think I can't say anything other than I love it. I think it's amazing.
It was interesting because I remember, obviously, we either talk about or have talked about Stormcast Eternals being a bit bland, but I remember discovering that he actually did concept art for them. And you look at those and you're like, oh, wow, that's kind of mad, but kind of cool. And then I feel like with them especially, something is slightly lost in translation from what he did versus what they became.
Which faction was that? Sorry, I think I
the Stormcast. Stormcast Eternals for Age of Sigmar. I think he did some Caldron Overlords as well, if I remember rightly. So some of it is like, AOS stuff. I just wish Games Workshop would make a book of his sketches. It feels like it would sell like hotcakes because his artwork is quite sought after. Loads of people use it for references or inspiration for kit bashes. I remember taking part in one which was because there was a sort of tarot style deck of like 40k cards. Each one had a different piece of his artwork on, and basically this guy on Instagram would draw you a card, take a photo of it, and then you had to kit bash a model based on that design, which was like a cool concept, and I enjoyed that quite immensely. And I've also got a deck of those cards because I just love his artwork so much. But so yeah, an actual like kind of coffee table style art book would be amazing to see.
I mean, even down to like, you know, the conceptual work that he did for the Primarchs, like, it's funny actually now sort of hearing about
formative.
It's extraordinary. And it's like hearing about his retirement has obviously led me to going online and looking at his artwork again. And you don't even really begin to appreciate just how much influence he's had over the design and the creative that is this world. I mean, like, fair enough, you know, I've got a sketch here of Age of Darkness, the Emperor, you know, and yeah, fair enough. Is it as much of a kind of technical painting, a marvelous, like, you know, overly produced piece of artwork? Absolutely not. But it captures the essence of the character, and it's obviously the work that people are taking and iterating and developing on top of. And I think that's the genius of the guy. It's just the fact that with a relatively kind of like, you know, etching style, that he is just able to create something that people can just take and embellish and layer on top of, you know. I mean, he just creates such amazing templates for people to kind of build on top of. And it's just stunning actually when you look at this stuff. And to your point, Phil, I mean, they definitely need to do a book of his artwork, at least on things that have been translated into fully formed miniatures. Like, I'm sure obviously Games Workshop wouldn't want to put out conceptual stuff that he's done on things that never saw the lights of day, but like seeing like the original concept drawings for Belisarius Cawl and seeing what that then became is just amazing.
Oh yeah, because it was massive. Like, his version was like 60 foot long or something crazy, if I remember rightly. Yeah, so seeing that was very cool. Yeah. And it did make me want to do my own conversion to make him look like that, because I thought that was such a kind of cool concept. So there are a couple of books that is of his artwork. So there's one called Voodoo Forest, which I believe you can still buy. So Voodoo Forest 2 is the one that's out now. It's published by someone else, and that's independent of Games Workshop, but it's very much obviously his art style. A lot of it's much more sort of fantasy style, so it's a bit like some of his older stuff. That's really good. And I think Voodoo Forest 2 had a couple more sketches in, whereas I got the original Voodoo Forest book. There's a really hard to get one called Rat Spike, which I believe dates back from like the 80s or maybe 90s. It's like crazy expensive online, but that's a really cool one to get if you can get hold of it. They definitely should do more sort of art style books. But yeah, I suspect they want to maybe keep a lid on a lot of their intellectual property, so they don't want to put stuff out there, especially ones that don't have miniatures for people to then sort of copy. Because I know, so he's done a couple of ones that, so if you Google Thunder Warriors artwork or Thunder Warriors John Blanche, there's 3 images that come up. Now, I don't know if they're actually meant to be Thunder Warriors, but they're always associated as John Blanche's Thunder Warriors. I think one maybe says it is. I'm sure one of them maybe says it's a Space Marine in the wording, or at least it's like it's not Mark 1 power armor, because one of them does look like he's got like I think like a Mark 6 helmet on. But one of them looks like a sort of very, very Roman inspired, sort of standard bearer. Guy's got I think it's like a bear pelt on his head and stuff like that. So loads of people have made like models or either kit bashes or 3D designs of those for like, you know, their own knockoff Thunder Warriors and stuff, because they're sort of quite iconic and no miniature has existed of them.
I mean, yeah, easy to, you know, understate and look past this guy's contribution to this, but I mean, phenomenal portfolio of work, incredible set of like, you know, life achievements in terms of obviously what he's done and in developing and contributing to Warhammer 40,000 and the broader kind of Games Workshop products. I think, I think, you know, obviously it's an interesting marker, isn't it, I suppose, in the passage of time where people now get to the point where it's retirement time, and it can't be too much longer until Jez, follows suit. And I think the ones that will be more interesting, I suppose, are the ones like your Phil Kellys or your, those kind of guys that have obviously been there.
Yeah, slightly younger generation, but feels like they've been around for a long time in terms of, quite entrenched within the company and stuff like that. So, yeah, I mean, I believe John has been sort of semi-retired for a while, because I know he had a lot of health issues, so he wasn't doing as much work as, a full-timer sort of thing. But I assume he's still been producing work for Games Workshop. And I'm sure even from now for like a couple of years, his work will have influenced sculptors in terms of producing stuff. So it'll be a very long time before we see stuff that hasn't been inspired. Well, everything will have always been inspired by his stuff. That's a bit silly. But what I mean is directly influenced by a new sketch of his for like a design and stuff. So that will be interesting to see the legacy of what Games Workshop would be like, or would it be any different? Would it be even noticeably different without him directly contributing? I'm sure there will be some.
I mean, the DNA of his creativity is woven into so much of it at this point. I think it's going to be difficult for him to ever be fully, excavated from it.
Yeah, for sure. And I know there's lots of, concept artists or illustrators that sort of mimic his style or sort of have a similar style to him. So, yeah, stuff like that will sort of live on forever, I guess, in that respect.
Oh, 100%. And so it should. I think, again, John Blanche is a one of a kind. And, his work is just phenomenal. And I hope he enjoys his retirement. Assuming he actually is retired, it seems that has literally just surfaced now. But I don't doubt that it is true. So, and if it...
Yeah, he might have officially retired from Games Workshop, but does that mean he's going to stop drawing?
Of course not.
Probably not. So it might be we'll see some, independent projects from him.
Much like all those beautiful pictures he did during the COVID lockdowns. Those were great.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And I got a lot of respect for his social media, he was just adding everyone at one point, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah, like I'm Facebook friends with him, which I thought was mad. I was quite chuffed when that happened. I was like, amazing.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's really active on, especially like the Inquisitor Facebook groups. He's often on there. He will always talk about his Emperor's Throne illustration, which appears on, inside every core rule book of 40k, and he always talks about how it's probably not an actual illustration of him, but it is effectively the PR image that is put out. Like there's a visible front where if people were to ever go into the Golden Throne, that is what they see. But he's a rotting corpse in a tank somewhere tucked behind, the old Wizard of Oz sort of situation. So it's nice to see what his take on some of those kind of lore aspects of 40k is, the way he describes it, which is great.
Well, that's been super interesting as well, hasn't it? Because in the 10th edition book, there's a new illustration, isn't there, or an updated version of that artwork?
Yeah, and John confirms that he updated it himself. Yeah.
So yeah, that's
which is cool.
But apparently, people are now curious whether the Emperor is now healing.
Yes, that was when he chipped in and said that's probably not actually him. It's just the visage is the public PR front of
I love the idea that that's the image that he puts out there, as the idea of like the Imperium of Man went. So so our boss is in a bit of trouble. He's got to sit on a golden throne for the rest of his life. So we've got some concepts of what we want to use to obviously, rally the troops and, do the propaganda. So we've got this one here where it's basically him like he was, big gold and important, sat on the chair looking quite, kind of stoic and important. Or there's this one where he's basically a rotting corpse. Oh, we'll go with a rotting corpse, of course. I mean, that's clearly the one that everyone wants to see.
Well, I think it's more of a narrative of like the death cult and his sacrifice. He had to die. So if he looks like he's just nodded off when he's asleep wouldn't quite sell it in the same way, maybe.
That's true. That's true. He did give his life for the Imperium of Man, I suppose. Or rather, not give his life, because he's still very much alive, I suppose. Although probably not enjoying life all that much. But, enough that he sent Cypher away for yet another cycle.
Yes.
So,
go and fetch me something else.
Exactly. But thank you, John Blanche, for your contributions to all of this. I hope you enjoy your retirement. And, despite what Phil has said, which has shocked me to my core, the idea that people don't like your artwork, I love it. And I can't wait to see more of it. Games Workshop, give us a book.
Yes, 100%.
Boosh. Transitional noise. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. In this part of the podcast, me and Phil are going to talk about what the heck is going on at the moment. Scalpers, Phil. Scalpers as far as the eye can see, but also overarching Games Workshop shenanigans, meaning that even if there weren't scalpers, it doesn't really feel like they are consistently meeting the needs of the consumer. And given that a big release is on the horizon, it felt like this is as good a time as ever to speculate about Games Workshop business practices and their inability to hold on to stock. Isn't that right, Phil?
Yes. Yeah, I think that's right. I feel like obviously Leviathan's coming out. They've made a big song and dance about that they're sort of producing as much as they possibly can for it. And I think that's having a knock-on effect to other products. So I assume, for example, the Ashes of Faith, the new Kill Team box that came out last week and sold out before 10 o'clock because it got released a few minutes before, got sold out afterwards. And then I think it was like 7 minutes after that, the email from Games Workshop to tell you to buy it actually got delivered to everyone's inboxes. So they were immediately disappointed when they read that email, went to buy it, and it was completely sold out everywhere pretty much.
Thing is with that box in particular, though, right? I'm not massively shocked that it sold out on the basis that I feel like if I was Games Workshop's forecasting team, as I believe they're called, I probably would have underbaked that one as well. I wouldn't have seen that one being super successful, given the fact that it contains a bunch of kits that I would assert aren't super successful normally.
Well, yeah, it doesn't have any terrain, which is normally quite a big seller. It's got some old kits in it, so it's got the Scions, Militarum Tempestus. It's got Sisters of Silence, which is quite old, but still a good kit. I think the Scions are a bit dated in comparison to things like Kazakins, which are their modern-day equivalent. All the cultists are new, and I really like them, but as you say,
they're not
might
new,
not be popular.
Because they've been out for a while now. They're not new for this box, I suppose, is the important caveat.
No. So they're not brand new, but they were released, 6 months ago? Maybe not even that, I want to say. It feels like they were relatively new in the grand scheme of things. Because they came out... They didn't come out with the World Eaters, but it felt like they came out
with the Chaos Space Marines.
Chaos, okay, yeah. So, not too long ago. And then obviously the Inquisition was the brand new shiny thing. And I feel like that is probably going to be it's going to be quite popular with a lot of people.
Oh, for sure.
And I feel like it's like it's got a cool like campaign mechanic to it. So it's all like, it's a self-contained box. So I think people that like Kill Team would probably get into it. People that just want something a bit more narrative driven and, want a set of kind of cool, interesting minis and do like, let's do this with my mate and we're just going to play this for a while. It would appeal to those kind of people, in addition to people that just want the models. People obviously just want to buy it to then sell it on for more. It has a vast appeal to lots of people. But I can understand why you might be like, I wouldn't think, it's not Space Marines, for example.
No, of course. I mean, it does represent a pretty meaningful value proposition, though. So if you were just to buy the cultist components of the box set on their own, that comes to £95. So,
wow.
So there is obviously a pretty good value proposition. Although I feel like, to begin with, when they first announced this box, there was an implication that there were more Inquisitor models than there ended up being. It felt like early doors there was this, like, from their, initial announce, they were like, look at all the different sculpts you can get. And then obviously it's transpired that, no, there are like 12 different variants, but each of these is essentially a double up of an existing sculpt. So what you're getting in the box is the ability to make, 6?
Yes, yeah. I wondered if that, because I had that impression, and I went back to the old post, so it was the LVO reveal, and it does say I want to say the fine print, but in the text that it's like, there's 6 models, they can each make like a variant.
Yeah.
But when you're just looking at it from the point of view of the carousel with all the models, that you see all 12 and you'd be like, oh wow, like these are cool. And it was only when I was watching it, I was a bit like, oh yeah, okay, some of these are clearly doubling up on the bodies and stuff.
Yeah.
But it didn't really clock that it's like, oh, you're only going to get enough to build one of, half of the possible variants that are available. So ultimately, if you want all of those sculpts, you've got to buy two lots, basically. So, I feel like that's a bit disappointing from the box set point of view, and that's only because I think actually all the sculpts are pretty good.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
And I'd quite happily have all of them.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's the thing, though, isn't it? It's like they used an established methodology of conveying that information, which is the carousel, which normally is denoting all content, whereas in this instance, it's just showing us a portion of content. It would have been good had they put maybe like a and or just an or, like some sort of like wording that could have made it very clear that this could be this or this. Intriguingly, though, they actually did do an article as a follow-up to the Warhammer Fest reveal article to specify that. So I think they themselves identified that maybe they were a little bit too brazen with that information from the outset, because they did address it in a Warhammer community article explaining that each of these kits builds one of 2 variants of miniature. But yeah, again, Sisters of Silence, I don't really think necessarily are a hot seller. I think they do okay, but nothing great. Same with Scions, right? So I don't know. All I'm saying is that if I was in Games Workshop's position as trying to gauge interest in this thing, I'd be like, well, you're basically getting a bunch of stuff that people broadly aren't that interested in, or at least we haven't seen, and this is me asserting this, we may not have seen a huge level of interest in the cultist sculpts, and we may not really be seeing that much interest in the Scions or the Sisters at the minute. So how many people really want those inquisitorial warbands in this particular format, especially when you consider that they will just release them as standalone figures at some point in the next 3 months, right? Like, it's like, how many people are really falling over themselves to get this version of events specifically? As it turns out, a lot of people, but it seems likely that one of the things that is stoking that that ambition, that desire, the demand, yes, is almost certainly the astronomical amount of scalping that is going on in the community at the moment, right?
Yeah, I don't know how astronomical it is. I think a few days ago I had a look on eBay, and when I typed in Ashes of Faith 40k or something, because if you just do Ashes of Faith, you get some weird books as well.
Oh yes,
books. Or if you do Ashes of Faith Kill Team, not even Kill Team books. No, just like some weird novel or real life.
That's someone's life work, Phil. How dare
name.
you dismiss it so harshly?
It could be, but it's not on the topic of today's podcast, unfortunately. We can do some religious book review as a separate podcast.
Oh, was it a religious tone?
Well, I don't know. I mean, if you type in Ashes of Faith and you get a book, I would assume so. But, we do a podcast called Look Out God, and we can save it for then.
Look out, God. We're coming for you.
Exactly. So, yeah, I think it was about 65, 63 sort of results. Which, I could be wrong. And those results, some of them could maybe have multiple copies on if that's how they've listed them. So there could be more. Some people could have already, pre-sold them. So maybe there were some and people immediately bought them once they'd sold out. So, because I assume eBay is predominantly where the scalpers are living. Obviously, people could sell on Facebook Marketplace or the Facebook trading groups and stuff like that, which does happen. as well. But normally they would post on there once they've got their copy, not effectively doing a pre-order, which is what they're all doing on eBay.
Indeed. I suppose that's the thing, though, isn't it? I suppose the view is this becoming really, really bad, or is it a perception thing? And is Games Workshop themselves not helping the situation by being able to manage stock levels and meet consumer demand? Because normally and predominantly throughout the year, lots of things happen and lots of products come out, and the demand outstretches the availability. We've seen it a lot lately, right? Like Lionel Johnson's release sold out straight away, like all gone. Even the Arks of Omen collector's editions, all of those books gone immediately. Like they were just,
and just even the regular ones that they went, or were really hard to get. Like I said, I got Farsight maybe 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
It took a while to arrive, and that came out over a month ago, or 2 months now.
Yeah, so like those books really hard to get hold of. Basically everything 40k at the moment has been hard to basically get hold of. Like even down to, we saw the Snigrot boarding patrol box set. That went.
Oh, the boarding actions.
Boarding actions, yeah. That was being flipped. And that was like Snigrot, and it's like, I mean, it's a bunch of flash kits and one single character. Like the Farsight one, as a box set, kind of made slightly more sense because it had quite a lot of good Tau units in it, and but also I guess, I don't know, that Farsight model is pretty amazing. Farsight's like a real linchpin unit for a lot of Tau players. He's
iconic as well.
Yeah, like I'd understand if they did a Gazcol box set and it was the only way you got Gazcol, i.e. the current Gazcol sculpt released in a kind of hypothetical scenario where he was released in place of Snigrot in this boarding patrol. Or boarding.
Oh, you're basically saying he's such like a low-key character. Why would you? I mean, if you like your sneaky boys, why wouldn't you want? And the thing is, they're God, what they called the commandos are like one of the best sculpts of the latest generation of orcs. So maybe people are like, because pretty much all of them, I imagine a lot of orc players have all got new commandos. So maybe they're like, I want Snigrot to go with them.
I love Snigrot, right? To be clear, I think he is one of the finest orc sculpts available. I think he's amazing. As do I also think that, just a great character. I actually weirdly still have a soft spot for the original metal.
I mean, I think I gave it a bit of stick because I prefer the original over the new one.
Yeah.
But the new one's still nice.
Oh, mate, it's
for sure.
It's great, but that's the thing. Under air quotation mark normal circumstances, is that driving the level of excitement necessary to sell out really? Because and where does this lead, right, in the future? Is it now that we're at a point where every single codex release is going to sell out? Is it that anything they do is going to sell out, or is it just...
But possibly. I mean, it may well be the 40k has got to the point where, and just Games Workshop products in general probably, it's more popular than they can actually manufacture, because they have, as far as I'm aware, they've got, one manufacturing plant or two, but all on the same location at that Warhammer sort of World Centre where their HQ is. That is a limited size and capacity. I think they're absolutely desperate. There's like a timber yard next door. I think they'd be absolutely desperate to get hold of that. And I think there's been jokes like, you can just burn it down. It's all wood. Because it's just a giant timber yard. So yeah, I feel like they're sort of hamstringing themselves by staying in that one location, having their HQ and their manufacturing plant all in the same place. I know they've got a warehouse somewhere else now. It feels like if it's going to grow, they probably need to do manufacturing elsewhere, right? It feels like they really need a manufacturing plant in the States, in Australia, to counter for those sort of demands and sort of do their costs over there. And that would help ease with shipping issues. And then another place that's off-site from Games Workshop HQ, and then that space could be used for other things at Games Workshop HQ. But I feel like they're just resistant to that kind of growth and expense. So maybe we'll never see it. But yeah, it might be that every single product that comes out, there's going to be a shortage, because I think, say a combination of people just desperate to buy the stuff, but also, I think a lot of people can sense when something's going to sell out, it will instantly be worth double on eBay, and people are. I mean, scalpers have always been around, and but it has gone a lot worse, I think, lately. And I do remember, another scalping story, the Into the Dark box set that had the Kazakin in, that sold out almost immediately. Kazakin are obviously super popular because of the rules. I think, well, partly because the sculpts are amazing. They haven't been around for many years, and also the rules for them were a bit busted, let's say, all very good and competitive in the Ashram Codex. They were available. Just the Kazakin unit itself sold regularly for about £100 on eBay, which is, that's almost like 3 times it is 3 times the price of its actual value. But it's just constantly sold out, and it's constantly sold out on the website. Even now, when it's come in its own sort of standalone box, I constantly see posts on Facebook where people are saying it's back on stock on the US website. Oh, it's gone again, that sort of thing. So it's a popular kit that people are desperate to get hold of, and some people will pay massively over the odds for it, I guess.
Yeah, that's it though, isn't it? It really just feels like throughout the span of this year and late last year as well. I mean, probably during the whole of like this edition to an extent, definitely towards the end of it, like things are just near impossible to get hold of. And I'll be honest, like I myself have come to a place where I am kind of becoming, it's interesting, right? Because I'm not saying that this is everyone else's kind of perspective, and nor should it be. I think at the end of the day, if you want to buy a new cool thing, we should expect to be able to buy that, right? I think the way that this sort of scalping situation and this this supply and demand situation has manifested itself, I think we're at this really interesting point where it doesn't really make sense that this is the way it is. It shouldn't be that people who want to buy the new thing can't buy the new thing. But regardless of that situation, that's where we are. But I now definitely, not just as a result of this situation, but just in the general sense of where I'm at with like hobbying at the moment, I have myself kind of come to a place where I'm actually now less willing to worry about getting stuff day one, with the exception of books. Books is the exception because I need the books to be able to talk about them here on the Lookouts Warhammer 40,000 podcast. But in terms of like miniatures, like Lionel Johnson is a great miniature. Love him. Was very excited to see that come back. Gorgeous sculpt, etc., etc. I haven't got him yet, and I don't care, because the truth is if I had him in my possession right now, he still wouldn't be built. He would still be sat in his box waiting for me to get to him. And I have just come to that place now where I'm more like, you know what? When I'm ready to work on it, when I'm ready to get it, I'm going to go get it, and then I'm going to get on with it. Like, that's sort of where I am at now. So I'm sort of like, I'm at an interesting point in the journey, in so much as even things like Leviathan right now, the more I think about Leviathan, the less bothered I am about buying it. But I wonder about how much of that is a reaction to the circumstances that we find ourselves in, and the fact that I'm maybe just basically preparing myself not to be disappointed. I'm like, I don't really want Leviathan anyway. It's fine. I don't need it. So I'm just going to go on without it. But like, sincerely at the moment, like, I'm not actually that bothered about Leviathan, but at the same time, I'm intrigued to see how it goes, because I think it's going to be interesting to see how that works.
It could play out. So obviously they've sort of assured us that there's plenty of it. They had no intention of doing like a made to order, which is what they had to do for Indomitus. So it, in theory, should all go smoothly, and they have said it's limited stock, so it should be available until it sells out, right? But in an ideal world, it will be available for several weeks, maybe even a month or two, where it's there, there's plenty of it, and there's no rush for people to buy. It shouldn't sell out on day one. If it sells out on day one, it's like, well, one, that kind of shows how popular 40k has become. Also, is a sort of a massive balls up, basically, right? If that has happened. But at the same time, it feels like that's not any fault for them. Like, you know, it feels like they're working so hard to make sure there's enough boxes. So if that does happen, it's almost like, oh wow, 40k has, like, I don't want to say go mainstream, but it's obviously ballooned in popularity if that really is the case. And here's the thing, we never know the numbers in terms of how popular stuff is. Yeah. So it's really hard to gauge stuff. It's like Indomitus sold out super quick, and then there was a made to order. Age of Sigma 3 sat on the shelves for months and months, for about a year. And in fact, even Games Workshop gave a discount on it eventually, which is something they almost never do.
I mean, you can probably still find copies of it today.
Probably quite so. I remember my local store, like they were selling it for like 50% off eventually, like 6 months ago or something, because they just still had some about. And that might have been, obviously AOS isn't as popular as 40k, but they sort of expected it to do a lot better than it did.
Yeah.
And that's the issues with forecasting, is that it's, you know, blindfoldingly chucking a dart at pinboard and picking a number. Like, isn't it? You can't really predict it.
Well, I mean, you can if you're a business that operates in a marketplace that has active competitors and you operate on a kind of annual basis. So if you look at, like, I don't know, an FMCG brand, a fast-moving consumer goods brand like Coca-Cola, they're very good at forecasting demand because they sell every month and they can gauge annual trends.
Yeah, but they don't really release new product. I mean, it's a new flavor of Coke, right? The Coca-Cola isn't, I mean, I guess they do in terms of licensing, but Coca-Cola themselves aren't going, okay, today we're going to make a watch, and how popular is this watch going to be?
We're going to make a watch. Brilliant. I love that.
I mean, that's the thing with 40k, is like every single product, it has an appeal to different people. Like, I really like Inquisition. Yeah. Did I buy Ashes of Faith? No, partly I forgot, but also, like yourself, I was like, I don't want a massive box full of a bunch of them. I like all those models in them, bar the Scions, really. And I was very tempted initially when they previewed it to be like, oh, maybe I'll get it. But then I just came to a realization, like, don't be stupid. I've got a massive backlog of stuff. Like, as you say, when I'm ready to do more Inquisition Warband minis, I will go out and buy that single box set, assuming it's available. And here's the thing, quite often they get you with that FOMO of, is this a box set where all the components are going to be released individually down the line? Or is this a limited release for this one box set that you'll never see again, or not for many years? If we go back to the previous incarnation of Ashes of Faith, which was Kill Team version 1, Rogue Trader, you got the Rogue Trader team, and you got the, what are they called?
Infected.
Galapox Infected, yeah. Those minis were unavailable for, 3, maybe 4 years? I can't remember how long ago that additional was. It was a very long time. Completely impossible to get hold of. Super rare. Value of that on, like, obviously eBay and stuff, trying to get hold of it went through the roof because they were just really rare miniatures. And it is interesting that there is like a sort of aftermarket for Games Workshop stuff. And it's just down to like the rarity of those products. But as I was saying, like, you know, one box set, 1 week might be super popular because it's Space Marines, but another week it might not be popular at all because it's, I don't know,
Space Marines.
Like, yes, but like NAF Space Marines, like, you know, it's like, that's the issue. I think it's hard to tell sometimes what is popular because kits vary from thing to thing. It's like, you know, I didn't like the Rogal Dawn, so I didn't go out and buy it straight away.
No, that's fair. That's fair. I think my point of comparison, if you allow me to indulge it a bit while longer, though, is the idea that, okay, Coke's one thing because they're, you know, they are what they are. But then even if you look at like other like things, like they have a series of other kind of competitors in the field. No other miniatures company, no other board gaming, well, board gaming maybe, but no other miniatures company, no wargaming company that makes a Games Workshop style product is anything close to the scale that Games Workshop is. Games Workshop are probably a high percentage of this market. Well, they are a high percentage of the market. I don't know what they would represent, 60, 70% maybe even as much as 80%.
No, I'd be like this 89%. Like
89%?
Sorry, 80 to 90%.
Oh, nice. Okay. Okay.
I think it is through the roof. I don't think much comes close to. If you were saying like 40K to other systems.
No, I'm just saying the whole Games Workshop business.
But the whole of Games Workshop, yeah, I think it's
I don't know if it's that high.
It dominates.
I know it dominates it, but I don't know if it's that high. I mean, you got to look at things that, like, you're talking Fantasy Flight, you're talking
like Warlord, Bolt Action, stuff like that.
Yeah, you're talking Privateer,
Star Wars
Press,
Legion.
if they're still a thing. Yeah, absolutely.
Which is now Atomic Games, not Fantasy Flight, weirdly.
Night Miniatures and their Batman Miniatures game. I'm sure that sells something somewhere, maybe. Flames of War. My point is that, like, regardless, right, is that they're such an outlier. And also, they're also unique as well, because a lot of the time they don't even rely on the same retail channels. They've got their own retailers, they've got their own e-shop, they've got their own... Everything they do is totally unique. So it's hard for them, right? Because their forecasting situation is almost a victim of their own success, which is they can't tell you what the market can sustain. They don't know because they can't look at anything as competition. Plus also other products, like if you were going to release an action figure, you would probably, for this kind of audience, so like, I like Transformers, I like Hot Toys, they're pretty cool. They're like these really expensive, awesome figures. I only ever bought one of the things. They're extraordinarily expensive. I think it was like a Spider-Man dolly.
Oh, the Spider-Man one that with the multi-pose.
Yes.
I remember you showing it off.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I was very happy with it. It cost me a lot of money. My point is, though, is like that goes on pre-order fairly long out. Like they kind of pre-order it and they can probably gauge, enthusiasm, but they can gauge other toys. I just think that's the thing with Games Workshop. They are basically they are working out of like a vacuum in the sense that no one else other than them does what they do. And then you throw in this potential scalper variable, which kind of inflates the potential. And there's just a lot of elements to this where you're like, okay, it starts to feel like this is an inevitability of the way that they do business, that they're never going to be able to understand demand. But the problem is now is that they've transitioned into a world where maybe in the year 2006 or 2006 when they were releasing 5th edition, 2006 when they were releasing the finest edition of Warhammer 40,000. Might have been 2007, but I'm going to say 2006. I'm sticking to my guns. In fact, I am wrong, actually. It was 2007, I think, for 5th edition. So there we go. Apologies me. Anyway, the point is that when they were releasing that edition of the game, they were probably dealing with, total quantities, maybe a tenth of what they need to manufacture today to meet supposed demands. Maybe even less. Maybe it was like, maybe even a 20th of what they are today, right? So like, so that is a big call as well. Because when you're sitting there looking at an order slip and you're going, okay, cool, so I'm about to sign off the print run of 1 million copies. It's like, okay.
but here's the thing. Those edition boxes, I remember Dark Imperium, the previous one to Dark Imperium, which was Dark Vengeance.
Dark Vengeance, yeah.
That they all stuck around for the entire
Dark
edition
Imperium.
of the game.
Yeah, Dark
they
Imperium
did not.
Yes. Yeah,
they did not sell out. Like I presume they get low on stock and then they reorder them.
Yes.
Whereas now it's this whole one and done business of we're just doing it as this one time deal. We're never going to do it again. I guess to an extent it's like they're not called launch boxes, but the box that the Leviathan is and Indomitus is. I think they call them Vanguard boxes in the biz. But they do their smaller ones, like the kind of combat style ones. So it's like those are the ones that feel like they stick around and are like the starter sets. Whereas it felt like the big box before, like Dark Vengeance and Dark Imperium was more like a starter set that you could buy and split with your friend as a way of getting into the game, and that's why it always stuck around. Whereas now these are more like, dare I say, FOMO boxes to get some great value for money. And
generate large volumes of revenue for them as a business, right? Like, I mean,
it's just like instant cash, and that's the thing. It's like they don't have to worry about space in the warehouse, other than obviously the manufacturing to the point of selling it, basically. So however many months it takes them to, the boxes of Leviathan have been stored in warehouse. They don't have to worry about it, in let's say 2 months' time, there'll be no Leviathan boxes in their warehouse. That space will be available to be used by other stock. Whereas if that box was having to exist for another 3 years, let's say, that is space in their warehouse. And that's, it feels like that to me has always been their almost like overriding priority in an ever expanding range of products. Warehouse spaces at a premium, because that can't forever expand unless they build more warehouses, which they have done, but that's not solving the issue. The main issue, I think, or one of the issues that you mentioned, is pre-ordering, and that is that their pre-orders aren't actually pre-order. It's the amount of times I've had this conversation with my wife. She's like, "Why is it called pre-order?" When I think partly because she does English, so she's like, "You're just ordering it." And I was like, yeah, but you're ordering it before you get it, so it's a pre-order. And she's like, well, there's no such thing, because you're just ordering it. Like, you can't pre-order something. Pre-ordering is almost like saying, I would like to buy it, but I'm not actually buying it now. I'll buy it when it comes out. But what Games Workshop do, unlike the toy company that you're talking about, is they operate on a 1 week ahead basis. You are just ordering it for 1 week. They have your money for 1 week. And then they give you the product the week after. A proper pre-order, as you say, is like they haven't manufactured it yet. Like they are going to take interest in the product, take the money, I guess, up front. They've pre-ordered it. Yeah. Then they go, great, we've had 50,000 people interested in Leviathan, let's say. Great, we're going to now spend the next month making those boxes, and then we're going to ship them out. A bit like their made-to-order system. Made-to-order is much more like how pre-order should work. I
think the reason why I guess for them, though, a pre-order or made-to-order system won't work in this case, because they're looking, and this is the thing, we went to Warhammer Fest, right? We saw the churn of product that they've got on the horizon. Clearly, and this is the other thing that I'm intrigued by, I think the issues that are occurring with low stock levels for products like Ashes of Faith is a consequence of them basically producing large quantities of Leviathan. And I think ultimately we're in a situation where there cannot be a made-to-order situation anymore, because everything is such high quantity, everything is so in demand, and everything is so time sensitive that they're like, no, once those Leviathan boxes have gone, we are basically now moving on to producing
the next thing.
All this new Age of Sigmar stuff, all this new... We've got to reprint loads of fantasy, because we're about to do Warhammer Fantasy.
So you've got to churn out all those old Bretonian sculpts that people want. We're
manufacturing all the tanks for Horus Heresy. We're manufacturing, Aeronautica something or other. Someone probably plays that still. We got a load of that to do. It's like... It's just crazy, isn't it? Because I think before as well, and this is, again, an interesting variable, is that before the Forge World process maybe filled in some of those blanks in other areas. So, like, Heresy didn't bother, the main plastic factory of Games Workshop. Heresy was off in its own little lane, doing its own thing.
Yeah, but now resin. It's all in. Well, the vast majority of the main kits are moved over to plastic. So, I mean, obviously they did. So they did the Horus Heresy box sets.
But not like the majority of stuff.
But the majority of kits are all resin, which has its own manufacturing department, which has its own, separate sort of factory within for the Forge World section. Although saying that, it feels like they're completely downscaling what they want to do in resin, and the majority of that's moving over to the plastic. It does make it, but weirdly they're not getting rid of resin completely. So obviously, like Necromunda characters, Horus Heresy characters, quite small stuff, is all predominantly going to be still done in resin, which is interesting because maybe you'd think they'd be better off just going, actually, all of this moves into plastic. We're going to get rid of the Forge World manufacturing factory, plant, whatever it is, and actually just turn that into another plastic factory. I mean, assuming that's how the logistics of layout and space could work, I've got no idea the inner workings of Warhammer World. I say Warhammer World because that's the location, right? So I don't know if that's feasible, but that could be one option, rather than still sort of maintaining the resin compartment. But I guess they still know that is it's more viable to make smaller runs in resin, so they do that for the small niche characters. But you would have thought all of that would be potentially still popular enough to do in plastic, but maybe it's not.
Never stop doing those figures in resin, though. I love those beautifully detailed resin figures for Heresy and for Necromunda, for that matter. They're fantastic.
No, I do too. Yeah, I feel like
with some exceptions, obviously, but majoritively cool. Yeah,
no, it is. It feels like a bit of a dying art, and obviously, weirdly, they still got like a metal factory there as well, because obviously they do the made to order stuff, and that's predominantly metal, and it does feel actually like they're completely winding down fine cast. It feels like now it's plastic, Forge World resin, or metal, old metal sculpts with the old spin cast method, and that fine cast is now just being phased out completely because there's very few kits available on the website now that are fine cast.
I mean, there's a good amount of those Space Marine characters that are all fine cast on the listings at the minute. So if you go on...
Is that the made to order one?
The made to order ones, yeah.
Oh, they actual fine cast, not...
Majoritively, yeah. I, in fact, to the best of my knowledge, I couldn't find a single one that was still in metal.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it might be that if something moved over from metal to fine cast, they can't bring it back maybe to metal because obviously they cut up the molds effectively to make it work for fine cast. And therefore they don't have the sort of masters anymore to make them in metal. So that might be why. Yeah, interesting.
But yeah, I think that's the thing though at the moment is like the situation with their inability to meet demand is interesting, and it's intriguing to me how that's impacting people's kind of relationship with them and their desire to kind of be involved with this stuff. Because I think the thing is that at the moment, obviously, people are willing to get up and get in front of their computer at 9:30 a.m. and start hitting refresh frantically and really like every Saturday when those pre-orders go live, they're ready to, race to the finish line and get those orders in online. Or also, I suppose, maybe other people rushing down to the local Games Workshop Warhammer store and, bulldozing through the front doors as they open up and grabbing what they can off the new release shelf.
Yeah.
Because that's the other thing, right, that's always worth mentioning, right? Like, so for, Ashes of Faith, I know full well that if I really want to, I can wake up early, get in a car, go to Warhammer, stand outside there till the place opens, and I'll probably get one.
If you're the first person in the door, you can do, but they probably have one or two copies, right?
Yeah, I'm not saying that that's a very viable solution.
No, well, it's like when I wanted the Arbites Kill Team Gallo Dog, because it had the crew for you, right? So no, it was the Drakari, that one. Yes. It was the Breaches one that had the crew. So yeah, I had to go down to Warhammer World. I queued up 10-2, I think, or 15-2. I wouldn't say 9, might have been 10, I can't remember what time it opened. And then there was one other person that joined me in the queue afterwards, and he also wanted it. And luckily they had 2 copies in, so we both were lucky. And then a third person came in afterwards and was like, is there one? And he was a bit disappointed that there wasn't, and that's the thing. But also there's the third party independent retailers for people that don't have Games Workshop. It feels like they're really struggling with getting stock. In general, I saw a tweet today. I can't remember which company it was, so I won't even attempt to take a guess. But they said something like, we put in an order for £200,000 worth of stock, and we've been given about 25% of it from Games Workshop, which is a bit like quite a bad like business practice if they've sort of upfront and I assume downpaid all that money to then not be given the products that they're sort of pre-ordering or just generally putting an order in for. And it feels like, you know, I got Farsight, the Codex, not Codex,
Arks of Omen.
Arks of Omen, thank you. I had a brain meltdown for a second. So I bought that through Element Games, and it took them months to get it. I got the Lionel Johnson Arks of Omen from Games Workshop before I got the one from Element Games, and I had ordered it on the Saturday that it had come up for pre-order, so I was presumably one of the first in the door. I don't know if they had a very limited stock that maybe some people, because I didn't order it at 9 o'clock or anything, or 10. So it might be other people got in before me, and then I had to wait for the second batch. What was interesting, though, I noticed on the back, it was printed in the UK, and normally all of their books are printed in China. So I want to have a look at the other ARC books to see where they were printed. So, and I suspect, because I think there's lots of like COVID issues in China and just sort of manufacturing costs and problems out there at the moment, that it feels like the initial runs probably all came from China, but then the sort of the filling the backlog, they had to find manufacturers in the UK to sort of fill that issue and to sort of get around, you know, global supply chain issues that are clearly going on in the world.
Yeah, that does feel like it's been an issue, and I think obviously, understandably, you know, getting the books printed by British, you know, printers means that you can obviously turn it around quicker, but I imagine it is way more expensive for them, so I'm sure they don't want to make a habit of that. Although something they do like to make a habit of is obviously sending loads of stuff out to influencers, and I think that's that's good, obviously, for the influencers, and I think it's good for Games Workshop as well, because obviously it gets awareness out there and they get people seemingly excited, but it's a bit misguided when, you know, that whole kind of 360 solution isn't very well resolved. I mean, I think a lot of people, you know, this is always an interesting variable for myself and Phil, I feel, because obviously we are kind of influencers these days in so much as we do this podcast and people listen to it, and we've met some of you who've said you liked it, so it's reasonable to assert that we've had some influence, but we don't really play that game, and we don't really kind of feel like we are cut from the same cloth as your like Hellstorm Wargamings or your Tabletop Tactics or your insert other influencer.
Yeah, we're not on the Games Workshop books, so
that's
to
for
speak.
sure. That's for sure. We're not on their Christmas card list. But the point is, though, is like, so obviously we have a particular perspective on it as people who majoritively are still, much like all of you listeners, just out there trying to get this stuff for ourselves, and we're approaching it with that same philosophy. And I think it's weird, right? Because I worry that a lot of influencers are losing some credibility now because of the fact that they're getting access to this stuff, and then people are building resentment because they can't buy it, and they're like, oh, great, cheers, wonderful to see all the new stuff, and I can't buy it. I'm not speaking for everyone, but I think some people are probably getting a bit disappointed by that, and I can understand that, because it is disappointing. It's hard to, you know, tune in on a Saturday morning and see, you know, Lawrence and the gang getting excited about the new up-and-coming thing, and then going to Games Workshop and going, oh, I can't even buy it. Great. Good.
Yeah,
move along.
I've definitely seen a lot of comments on people's posts when they've gone, oh, check out my unboxing video, or check out this thing I've painted from Ashes of Faith, or especially Ashes of Faith this week. And loads of people are like, yeah, that's really annoying. Like,
yeah.
Oh, you got a copy for free, and I can buy one, and that's annoying. So I've seen a lot of frustration around that, and it feels like that is something that's been bubbling around for a while, and it is coming up to the surface for a lot of people. And it's just, you know, and a lot of the influencers have sort of replied and gone, oh yeah, it's a real shame. I feel a bit bad about it, but it's not my fault, and it's sort of beyond my control. So they're not to blame, really. It's,
no, not even a little bit.
But it's bad optics for a Games Workshop customer to see Games Workshop having effectively given away for free lots and lots of copies, probably hundreds, to people around the world. And meanwhile, people that actually want to spend their hard-earned money at Games Workshop can't actually buy said product. so I can see why it doesn't look great either. And the only solution really is if you make more stock of stuff, and then people wouldn't feel bad about it. Stock, if it's always available, then scalpers wouldn't exist because there'd be no supply and demand. And that's the only reason why it's worth value, right? Is because you can't get hold of a product, people want it, and people will pay over the odds for it. So, you got two solutions: is don't buy from scalpers ever, because then they won't exist if people aren't buying from them. But people will always have, money to throw around and spend it on things that they want. So that's going to happen. But if there's a constant supply of stock, then that shouldn't be an issue, right?
Yeah. I mean, for me, I think I've gotten to a place with GW products specifically, mostly because, again, I'm now at a stage where I have finally come out of the grasp of like the Games Workshop marketing machine, where I've finally woken up to the fact that I'm like, yes, I get the retail like hit. I get that dopamine rush from buying something. I'm like, yeah, I bought the thing, right? But it's a very different type of retail therapy to what you get with any other product you buy, right? When I go and buy that Hot Toys Spider-Man doll that I talked about earlier, once it arrives, I've purchased it and it arrives, I take it out of a box and I can, pose it and,
play with it.
Fling it around the room and go swoosh and wee and yeah and make noises as I do like karate chops with it. And the point is like I have that fun with it, and then I put it on a shelf and I've got it and I own it, and it now fulfills its function. Every time I buy a Games Workshop kit, I'm basically buying myself work. It's like oh, yes, great. There's a job I've got to deal with in the future. It's like basically going into a store and buying, I don't know, uncut grass or dirty dishes. It's like, great, got to deal with that later.
Well, it's a bit like, buying something from IKEA, right? But it's like, you've got to assemble it when you get home. And I feel like for me, I'm at a point where, and a lot of new people won't be like this because they. No,
I wasn't, for sure. I wanted everything all the time.
Exactly. And I think people, and I was for many years, and I had a lot of self-restraint early doors where I'd basically be like, I'll buy one thing, I'll try and build and paint that thing, and then I'll buy something else, and or mass buy a few units and bulk paint them up.
Yeah.
And that works very well, and ultimately that is the best solution. But now I'm at the stage where I have boxes and boxes of stuff behind me as I speak, full of unbuilt, unpainted models still on their sprue. And to buy something now, I almost feel guilty to do it, because it's like, do I really need it? It's like, no, but I do really want it. Yes, but am I actually going to build it right away? If the answer is no, I'll probably not buy it. Here's the thing, I still I spend probably more time looking on eBay for like really rare models that are hard to buy, not because of like FOMO boxes, but just because they were like one-off limited edition minis, stuff like that. I feel sort of quite, I don't know, as a collector, I'm like, I want this really rare thing that is actually hard to get hold of, and I can add it to my collection. So it's like, either from my Nighthaunt or from my Lesper Guard. But back in the day when I was doing the Forge World stuff, it's like, I really wanted the limited edition Commissar on horse that they did. Obviously I have one now, and it's built and painted up. In fact, I have two that were built and painted up, because it was like a cool mini to try and find and buy and then have. So yeah, nowadays in terms of actually buying stuff from Games Workshop, it's like I've got to really consider how much need I have for it in the immediate future. Because if I can't do that, then I'm going to try and resist as much as possible. And that also ties in with the Leviathan box. It's like, do I need any of those Space Marines? No. Do I want some of them? Yeah, for sure. And the desire to get a good deal is always there. And I feel like sometimes I buy stuff just because it's a good deal. I need to stop doing that as well. But ultimately, what I really want is the core rule book, the Crusade book, the mission deck. The models are superfluous, I think, in Leviathan. As cool as they are and as amazing as even the Tyranids are, I'd probably resist it, because I do have a bunch of other stuff that I can build and paint for 10th edition. Although I do want to see more of the rules and the indexes and stuff before I make that final call.
No, indeed. Well, look, I mean, I think at the end of the day, we can go around in circles on this topic. It's a broad and kind of all-consuming thing. At the end of the day, Games Workshop are never going to talk about it, right? Because at the end of the day, this is not something that in some regards is an issue for them presently. They make stock and it sells. That is probably, the worst problem to have, or rather not the worst problem to have when you are a seller of things. So fair play to them at the end of the day. They've got that going on. But the truth is that, for their consumers, we obviously want to see some positive steps taken to address what we identify as issues. I think finishing off on the influencer point, definitely we should not be negative towards influencers for getting the free content and the access, because that's just the nature of their, communication strategy. They want people to be aware of it. And in
free
the grand
marketing, basically.
Exactly. And in the grand scheme of things, they maybe ship out, let's say they ship out 300 copies of Ashes of Faith to 300 different influencers. In the grand scheme of things, that's got to be a drop in the ocean compared to what they're looking to sell. Assuming that they're selling, maybe Ashes of Faith did 15k units globally, maybe 20, which may not sound like a lot, but I think within the confines of what Games Workshop is and the kind of products they sell, probably could be realistic on a global basis. Something like Leviathan, they might be looking at something close to 1 million. They might be talking 600,000, 700,000. Again, we just don't know. But the truth is Games Workshop are never going to tell us. They're not going to give us the inside baseball. They're not going to come out and go, right, yeah. So with the Ashes of Faith thing, basically, we didn't think that it was going to be that popular. We had production issues because we're prioritizing Leviathan. And at the end of the day, we felt like the 20k units we made was going to service the market adequately based on what we'd seen for our similar releases. Turns out we were wrong. Whoopsie daisy. But we can't do anything about it now because the way our stock manufacturing process works is it's too late now. Just look forward to buying them separately in a couple of months. Whoopsie daisy. They're not going to do that, right? They're not going to do it. So
they didn't do it with Curse City, and that was probably their biggest sort of faux pas in terms of stock issues, because that was obviously something people clearly really wanted. And it's you can still get Curse City. Well, you can get Curse City now because they kind of re-released it.
Oh yeah, they're everywhere now.
It's really unfortunate they did these couple of really weird, a bit too late bolt-ons for them. And they also sold out really quickly because they just sort of released them as these one and done things. And it's I kind of wish that had a bit more support. Same with Black Stone Fortress, the box, I think even now it's still available on Games Workshop website, but all the expansions have just gone and disappeared, which I feel like is a real shame because, having stuff on the shelves and supported is ultimately good for the community and the hobbyists. Maybe it's not good for Games Workshop in terms of, stock management, limited space, stuff like that. So I can see why they don't do that. But I feel like it's sometimes hard to buy into a system or want to get into a game feeling like it's not going to be supported. Or, I was a bit worried when we were buying all the Arks of Omen books that actually we would get stuck at some point and one of us would have, 3 of the 5 books and be unable to buy 1 or 2 of them, because there was a few times when it came close that we weren't going to be able to get hold of them, but luckily we managed to get them. And obviously Games Workshop sort of did reprints and stuff, but if Games Workshop didn't do reprints, we would have been stuck on at least 2 if not 3 of those books in terms of trying to get hold of them. So yeah, that would have been a problem.
Yeah. Well, look, at the end of the day, it's an interesting topic and it obviously has wide-reaching impact on us as a community. So I definitely, encourage our listeners to continue to be vocal about their frustrations with the situation, assuming they are frustrated with the situation. Maybe they're like us, Phil, and they've just come to a place where they're like, I don't care anymore. I'll just buy it when it's more readily available. I don't need a Lionel Johnson day one. Maybe they're going to come to that.
I mean, maybe some people have better hobby habits and are all painted up. Like their pile of potential is zero, and they're like, I need something to paint, and I've been waiting or saving up for Lionel Johnson. So, yeah, for those people, I can understand the disappointment of not being able to get hold of it. But for most of us, I would almost hesitate and say 80 to 90% of hobbyists. You're going to buy that mini, it's going to go on a big pile of stuff, and maybe it'll be the next thing you'll paint up, but it's like you probably also do have other stuff that you could paint up in your collection already.
Absolutely. The other day, Phil, I was building more Iron Jaws because I need them sorted. Although I was in Forbidden Planet today and I saw Storm, whatever the book's called. You know, the new like Conquest.
Oh, the latest Stormcast.
Stormbound?
What is it called?
I think it's Stormbound.
Soulbound?
No, I think it's Stormbound.
Oh, okay, yeah, it might be.
No, Stormbringer.
Oh, Stormbringer. Okay, yeah.
And issues 11 and 12 of Stormbringer are sold out everywhere because they contain stuff that people are scalping.
Do they have issue 4 that was the limited edition character? Because I would quite like that if they had
there
it.
A limited edition character in issue 4? I swear in the Forbidden Planet store. No, issue 4 isn't a limited edition character. It's paint pots.
Oh, it was. Well, maybe it's 5. It's something like that. 5 or 6.
Yeah, let's have a look at 5.
It's a female Stormcaster leader of some kind, and she was exclusive to that magazine, basically.
Oh yeah, no, that was readily available at the Forbidden Planet store.
No, I should have told me because I've been again.
Well, I'll be back. I'll be back
her.
there tomorrow, mate. So I'll go buy it.
All right, I'll hit you up.
There you go, and then put it on eBay.
No, because I want it for my Thunder Warriors conversions. I think It's got a good pose, basically.
Yeah, it's a strong pose, to be fair. But yeah, that's interesting in and of itself, right? Because again, I mean, I was looking at all the Cruel Boys going, I could buy some Cruel Boys, I suppose, given that, and I'm like, no. I had this moment where I was like, maybe.
Well, yeah, there's been several times where I bought before the original Imperium magazine and the Stormcast one, the first one, and predominantly the first one because I had the Nighthaunt in, just because I was like, this is too good value of money to skip. It's like, oh yeah, I want some of these units eventually. Don't want them now, but it's like it's a bargain. It's like half price. Why wouldn't I buy them? So I definitely got some of them, and now I'm like, am I ever going to get around to building them? I hope so, but
one of these days.
Exactly. One of these days.
Mate, I tell you though, like that's the thing, right? I mean, as much as I try and talk a good game, I'm still a hobbyist at heart, and I am there with every one of you who is desperately now trying to get hold of all this stuff. I mean, my most recent one is I've started going back and I'm looking to now 100% my 6th and 7th edition collection.
Oh, yes. Yeah. What are you still missing?
I'm missing Sentinels of Terror. I just this week bought Clan Rakan and Militarum Tempestus. I also last week bought the Wolf books, the campaign books.
Oh, Curse of the Wolfen.
No, Curse of the Wolfen. It was, I've just bought this stuff and I've completely forgotten what it was called. Anyway, it was like a campaign book about Space Wolves versus orcs and so on and so forth.
Yeah, no, I know the one.
So there was all of that. And then, I managed to get War Gazkol as well. Got that recently.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm missing Sentinels of Terror, Homunculus Covens, and what's the other one I'm missing? Sentinels of Terror, Homunculus Covens, and another one. I can't remember. Oh, no, Champions of Fenris.
Oh,
those are the ones I'm missing. So if any of our listeners have those books, hit me up. I'm all ears. I'm ready to pay cash monies for completing my 6th and 7th edition collection, because I basically put them all on the bookshelf and I went, I'm literally missing in my head I was like, I'm missing like 2 books. And then I looked it up and I was like, it's like 8 books. That's not too bad. And then I start looking and I'm like, oh, there's a reason I'm missing all these books. They're really rare. And it's like, okay.
Yeah. I mean, I recently got some of the Forge World Imperial Armor books, but it was like Apocalypse 1 and 2, the very first ones. And I think there's another 2 Apocalypse books as well, but I was like, no, that's it for now. But yeah, I really would like to go and get the old campaign books. But yeah, they're super rare and crazy money to buy. But stuff like that, I feel like that is sort of a game of hunting it down, right, and trying to find it. Likewise, I really want some Second Ed Storm Boys, because I really like those sculpts, and I've been slowly on eBay getting Second Ed Orc Army. Even though I'm a bit like, am I ever going to get around to painting it? Probably not, but maybe one day. I feel like when I retire, I'll have all these cool projects to work on, which will never happen.
No, I mean, on the topic of second edition Warhammer 40,000, though, I did discover a guy called Minisodes who does amazing second edition Warhammer 40,000 content. So recommend people go check out Minisodes.
Oh, is he the one we watched a video when I was around yours last time?
Possibly not.
He does the sort of old school bat reps in the style of a dwarf.
That's someone else. Minisodes.
Oh, okay.
He's he like painted up the whole second edition box set. His most recent one is a Tyranids video, so it's him painting up old school Nids.
Oh, nice.
It's cool. It's really good stuff. He does
check it out.
He's playing through the missions of the second edition rulebook.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, I still really want to go and play. What's it called? Battle of Something Farm from the
from the 40th anniversary or whatever it was.
No, I want to play the original one.
Really? The actual Rogue Trader one?
Yes. Yeah, no, actually, I do. Well, because I bought a couple of, again, this was another thing I did. I was like, I bought some of the Orcs for some weird reason. I just felt like doing it, so I did. And then I was like, I found on a website that was selling a couple of the old Rogue Trader Space Marines, like the plastic ones, super cheap, because obviously they had like terrible paint jobs on them and stuff. So I was like, I did that. So I've got like a couple of Space Marines as well to play with the Orcs, so I could recreate the something farmstead. Yeah, I can't remember what it was called.
Whatever it was, it's nothing to do with scalping or poor stock management by Games Workshop.
No, it isn't. It's something else.
Transitional noise. All right, everyone. It seems as if we have a breaking news thing that we wanted to add in at the last minute. So we'll see how we get on with this. We imagine that everyone is throwing their opinions into the mix on this while we're recording this segment, because it does seem like something of a hot topic. But we felt like it was essential that we gave our opinion on it, because we've kind of been talking about it already, right? I think the topic we're talking about is, Phil?
It is Games Workshop announcing that a lot of the Forge World units are going to Legends, specifically theming it around Horus Heresy and the units that are cross-pollinating between the two game systems, but then also not, because they've thrown in some other stuff that isn't actually Horus Heresy, which is worth talking about.
Absolutely. So essentially, those of you who regularly listen to the podcast may have heard a segment where we talked about the changes to things moving to Legends and things going off sale on Forge World. So already, Space Marine players specifically had to take the hit that a lot of Forge World stuff had now gone away. So we'd lost out on Minotaur characters, Red Scorpion characters, Blood Raven characters, Kakaradon characters. All of these things, plus Inquisitors, all gone away. All just, scrubbed from existence. Put into the category of legendary, or legends, I suppose. And effectively, at the time, we speculated that it's plausible that we could see Games Workshop go even further But I think at the time we were relatively displeased with the loss of those miniatures, but we had kind of hoped that was the worst of it. Little did we know that the worst was yet to come. Although there is stuff that is still valid. Lord only knows for how much longer that is true. I think there could even still be more surprises waiting to come. But as it is currently, it seems as if this is the last of the potential purges. But it wouldn't shock me to discover more to come. Wouldn't you agree, Phil?
Yes, I was thinking about it today. Basically, the Guard have gotten on very lightly so far, and a lot of those units are also from the Horus Heresy. So it wouldn't surprise me if they, in a mad sort of blind panic, Games Workshop decides to make them Horus Heresy exclusive minis, no longer compatible with 40k minis, despite actually a lot of them not technically existing in Horus Heresy, like the Macarius tanks, because they came during the Macarius Crusade, which happened hundreds of, if not thousands of years later. But you can still use rules for them in Horus Heresy to depict the slightly more obscure Imperial tanks that existed across the myriad of planets and armies. So yeah, there still might be worse to come, basically. And it feels like that could be the case purely because it feels like it wasn't just a one and done. They obviously did the initial hit of stuff's going to out of production, as we talked about, like the Minotaurs and the sort of Badab characters and other stuff in Xenos stuff. And that all went out of production, and then they announced it was going to Legends. And then they've drip-fed us a little bit more with the Horus Heresy themed Forge World stuff going to Legends. So yeah, it feels like rather than just getting it over and done with in one big go, they're sort of drip feeding us this bad news. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's a little bit more to come down the line, which I really hope isn't the case, but you never know.
Well, not just Guard though, as well. Xenos, I think, is probably due a bit more of a kicking, because at the moment we, on the Xenos side of things, Tau haven't really massively seen any massive losses into Legends yet. Necrons, a few different bits were specified in the original article. Elder, the only thing that was moving into Legends, I believe, in the initial article was the Drakari boat that wasn't the Tantalus.
Yeah, not the Tantalus. It's the
I think the Tantalus is still in at the minute, but I think it was the one with the big gun at the front. I forget what it's called. It's out of production now, so it's relatively moot. But I would assume that we are moving into a scenario where, oh, here we go. It's called the Reaper. I found it.
Okay,
Reaper.
yeah.
So
Well, because in this new article, they gave us several reasons why these units are moving to Legends. So they haven't said anything about them going out of production, but there are some units that don't really appear currently to be viable at all, which we'll talk about in a little bit. So therefore, some of those might go out of production. So firstly, they talk about the Horus Heresy units and how they're more thematically suited to Horus Heresy, and they're meant to be super rare in the 40k universe, so therefore they don't really deserve a place on the gaming table. Obviously, this is predominantly for competitive play as well, so they talk about how Legends rules are still viable. You can play them in casual games, you can play them in matched play games, which is, as everyone says, the de facto way of playing, and you can do it for like narrative and crusade and stuff, but just not for competitive. But also what competitive means, it also tends to mean events, and most events are competitive, and all of them are, for sure. And they specifically called out the Warhammer events as well. So in theory, anything at Warhammer World, especially the ones we go to, even the non-competitive events, probably still fall under that category of no Legends units allowed. So that will be a bit of a shame.
But yeah, and a lot of the other reason was basically to say for balance, to ensure a nice, easy, friendly meta. We are not going to update these units, so therefore they won't be used in competitive events.
I mean, there's two ways to interpret that. I mean, I think the balance argument should and shouldn't be used. I think the issues that we've had with these units in the past being poorly balanced is a product of Games Workshop's inability to balance them. All too often, especially within Space Marines and especially with some of the Dreadnought chassis that have been available, there's always been a lot of instances where the rules have enabled, these edge case units to really thrive. I know for a fact that, Richie exploited a number of really interesting builds that weren't insanely broken with Carib Cullen the Risen, because he was both a Dreadnought and a character.
And also ran as Iron Hands, I guess.
Yes, and could also be ran as Iron Hands or Salamanders.
Successor, of course.
Yes, of course, but still got access to all the strats, etc. So I do understand that there have been instances where these things have not been balanced well, but I sort of can't believe that Games Workshop would have us try and believe that isn't something that with proper management they couldn't deal with more appropriately. I always feel like the issue is that when they're creating their codexes and books and stuff, they hadn't necessarily gone far enough to incorporate these Forge World kits, these Horus Heresy kits into their portfolio, as it were. So they never really gave them the time of day. And I have to be honest, I think since these miniatures have all kind of started coming to life in plastic as well, I am extra surprised by this decision, but I think that's something we can get into a little later. The rareness factor is something that I just find a little bit ridiculous in and of itself, in the sense that ultimately the game now is at a point where, I don't know, every World Eater's army comes with an Angron. Every Dark Angel's army's got Lionel Johnson in it. It's like, it's that thing where, like, I absolutely understand that there could have once been an argument that these were these rare, artifacts from the Dark Age of, well, not the Dark Age, but, from the Crusade / Heresy era of the universe, and they're these revered relics that very rarely take to the battlefield. Absolutely, in 4th, 5th edition 40k, absolutely right. But within the world that they've created now, it's a topsy-turvy madland.
Yes, in terms of list building, they've recently gone, do what you want. Like, we're empowering you to have the creative control over your army, and now it feels like a bit of a cheap excuse to suddenly go, well, actually, we don't want you to run these because they shouldn't really exist. And, technically that is true. They should be super rare. Previous editions sort of got around it by making you have a CP tax because it was a relic.
Earlier
which
in
makes
8th,
sense.
if you remember in 8th, it was that we had to fulfill a slot to then take them. So if we wanted an elite,
if you wanted
we had
you
to
had
have
to
an
take
elite
another
choice and then add it in.
That was cool. I mean, I would be happy if they did maybe 1 to 2 relic units in your entire army per game, effectively. So if someone owns 10 different Horus Heresy units, it's like they're all still viable, but you can only take 2 of them per game.
Yeah.
Or if that's too much, just say take 1. The annoying thing for me is like Minotaurs within the lore are renowned for having loads of relic weapons and vehicles, partly because they've stolen them from other chapters that they've decimated, like the Lamenters, but also because they're secretly funded or managed by have good connections with the High Lords of Terror. So thematically it makes sense that they would have access to lots of things like Contemptors. So there are cases where it makes perfect sense that they should be able to have them. basically. And I think lots of other armies, and lore-wise, probably have a suitable, edge case scenario for a certain army build where you can run a couple of these things as well. So it's not within the realms of impossibility.
I think that's the thing that's really interesting, though, isn't it? It's like, obviously, the fluff side of things, aside, it's interesting as well that we're in a scenario where they're basically saying that there are scenarios where, or situations where it's fine. So, at the end of the day, if you're running a Land Raider, they accept that they do a Land Raider kit for Heresy. So your Land Raider can be represented by a Heresy Land Raider if that's a stylistic choice. You can use a Heresy era Rhino chassis. You can use Predators. You can use Vindicators. You can, or is that Vindicator? Yeah, Vindicators. You can use Whirlwinds, I suppose.
Stuff, yeah.
Although the Scorpius Whirlwind is quite different from the 40k era Whirlwind, but it seems that there are certain expectations that these things are broadly okay when taken as their 40k equivalent. So you're not necessarily getting a Land Raider data sheet for this specific pattern of Land Raider. It's just that's a Land Raider and is represented as such. Which again was in line with what the current sort of status quo was anyway, but it is one of those things that's super interesting now because effectively you are taking miniatures and effectively just kind of making them unusable in the 40k game. And there are lots of people out there who own a few of these miniatures in their armies. I mean, if I use my Blood Angel army as an example, I have a lot of Dreadnoughts in that collection. I have a Leviathan Dreadnought. I have a Deradeo or a Deradio Dreadnought in that collection. They are now gone. And I don't play that army in Heresy. I specifically have those miniatures for my 40k army. I can't run them anymore. They're just gone. And that's a bit of a blow.
Yeah, you can run them, but just not at tournaments.
Forgive me, yeah. And I suppose that's actually the other argument. Because, well, please, you were going to elaborate.
Well, just more the fact that it feels like it's an acknowledgement from Games Workshop that these units won't be supported going forwards.
Yeah.
Some units went to Legends in 8th edition and 9th edition. We don't know if those units are gonna still exist in 10th edition, especially the ones that are out of production and have been for a while now. Will they still be getting Legends rules, or are they going to be like, no, they were supported last time, we're not going to support them this time? So it might be, it's like, cool, you can run your Leviathan in 40k for 10th edition in your casual games, but yeah, come 11th edition, yeah, we're just not even going to give it any rules at all. That sort of feels like the general statement of intent that they're giving us, and it's a bit ambiguous, so I can see why people are angry. And people like yourself, people like me, actually like to go to events, not necessarily competitive events. Some of them are, obviously more so for you, but for me, I just like to go to events. And I already know, so RFW that we're going to in, 1 month's time, 2 months' time? 2 months' time, I think.
Yeah.
They've said they're going to support Legends and that we're going to be able to take them, which is great news.
Break out that Gorgon, Phil.
Well, exactly. Assuming it makes the cut, and that's great that some events will support Legends. But the default kind of tournament style of rules have always just gone. Actually, we're not going to support Legends whatsoever, even though technically they have been balanced up until the very first balance data sheet comes out. So when the rules come out at the start of 10th, technically they are balanced and should be viable in events, if you think about it that way.
Well, indeed, assuming that they've actually written those rules with that in mind. I mean, I obviously remember there are some units that have immediately come into existence as Legends, and those units have always notably been a bit of a laugh, right? I mean, you look at like the Red Gobbo, for example, which went straight to Legends, and that thing gave all your grots like extra gubbins, so they all ended up with like grenades and all this.
It was mad. Yeah, it was actually crazy competitive.
Yeah, but obviously not, because it's a Legends unit, so you couldn't ever use it competitively, but it was a sort of a mad build. So it's sort of interesting to suggest that they will attempt to balance these things.
True. it's almost a statement of we're not really trying too hard with these. If we slap this Legends sticker on it, we can kind of do what we want. It could have crazy rules.
Yeah.
The points could be way under or way over, but we don't care. It's just Legends, isn't it, guys? Just a bit of fun. Yay.
Just a bit of fun. But this is one thing I wanted to say as well, though, and you do raise a good point about the fact that Legends is playable in, casual, fun, friendly games of 40k. But, again, obviously, your Gorgon's been a legend for most of 9th edition. When did you run that last?
Sometime in 8th edition, I think.
Yeah, so you haven't ran it since it's been a legend.
No, it's because it was, I think partly because of its size and the density of terrain in itself makes it very difficult to run. Yeah. It's also like 400 odd points. It's crazy expensive, so it's pretty pointless to take because it doesn't, I think, and I've always said this, running guard in 8th and 9th edition is a real uphill battle. It was until the very end. It was until the very new codex came out. So it was like you almost needed to take the bleeding edge competitive stuff just to have a normal, decent game. It felt like a lot of the time. So I wouldn't take something for funsies when I know it would be a real struggle. And I think the point about them saying, it's, not suitable for the meta of the competitive scene, it sort of implies two things: that either one, they can't handle all those extra data sheets, or they can't be bothered to handle them. But in which case it's like, so you're losing out the Leviathan, you're losing out of Contemptor and the Deradeo.
Should we read the things that you're actually losing?
Go on, let's talk about
from Horus Heresy, it's all the Dreadnoughts, basically, even the Contemptors. So Leviathan, Contemptor, and Deradeo Dreadnought. Or Deradeo Dreadnoughts. What is the pronunciation of a Deradeo? Is it Deradeo or is it...
I would assume it's Deradeo, but I don't actually know because I've not listened to, I presume, an audiobook.
Maybe. I've heard different versions of it, but if anyone knows better than us, which is highly probable, let us know. Now, here's the thing, right? I'm still asserting that this Contemptor change doesn't impact or may not impact the Contemptor that had historically been in the Space Marine Codex. Now, that may or may not be correct, but... Yeah,
so the one that was a Power Fist, not Power Fist, a Dreadnought Fist, plus the Multi-Melter or Keras Pattern Assault Cannon, which was the really derpy, easy build version of the Contemptor, which sort of makes sense. I hope so, because I literally finished painting last year 2 Contemptors for my Minotaurs army. Admittedly, I built them as relics, I fully magnetised them, so I can run them as the standard Games Workshop one, or as a more fancy one with, Cyclone Missile Launcher and stuff like that. So I hope there is viable builds with that one. Although the weirdness with that, right, is, let's say they do allow you to have access to the old Contemptor, which isn't a kit they sell anymore, because obviously there's the new one. So new people will be buying the Horus Heresy Contemptor kit to run as a old Forge World kit. But as part of that Horus Heresy kit, they've got access to all these cool weapons that they then can't actually use in the 40k version, because it's capped at 2 based on a historical unit that they don't sell anymore. It just seems really weird. Like, going forwards, people are going to be buying these Contemptors going, why can't I run all these cool weapons that are in the box? And it's like, because 5 years ago, Games Workshop sold another version of it, and they've just stuck with it ever since. Like, it kind of doesn't make any sense.
That's it. Don't you know your history of now seemingly obscure Games Workshop products?
Exactly. Well, there'll be I'm sure someone will do a YouTube video on it in 5 years' time. The history of the Contemptor.
The history of the Contemptor, the glory years of it all. But yeah, look, I think that's the thing. I mean, again, that's heavy speculation on my part. But it's plausible, but we'll wait and see, right?
Sure.
Losing the Leviathan's a big deal, though, because Leviathans have been really prevalent within the game of 40k throughout 8th and 9th edition. They've been really prevalent in 7th edition as well. You started to really see them come into existence because they were just amazing miniatures and people wanted them in their collections. So to see the Leviathan and the Contemptor go from 40k is a big thing. And again, I accept they're not gone; they're just moved to Legends. But I feel like for most people who are actively involved in the game on a regular basis, there's very little incentive for you to want to buy these now because they're not usable in, all versions of the game, because they're not usable in events. It's like, why would you drop, how much is a flipping... So yeah, why would you drop near £40 on a Contemptor kit when you just can't say for certain whether you're going to be able to use it?
Well, either use it going forwards in future editions or just use it to take to an event. Because you might not be a competitive player now. Like I met Andy, we met at Warhammer Fest. He's never done an event before.
Yeah.
But he's going to the August, the Golden Ticket Warhammer World event, which is a competitive 40k event. He's a super casual player. It sounds like he loses a lot of games, but he still loves the game and he wants to go and he wants to, meet people and have a great time. And imagine he had, he's got a nice narrative army and it's like, but all of a sudden can't take a couple of his units because he has like a lot of Forge World in his collection, and he's now being penalised just because he's going to an in quotes competitive event. And here's the thing: it's like the stigma of competitive events is sort of almost doing itself a disservice, because actually loads of casual people go to in quotes competitive events because it's some of the best ways to actually play the game. Play other armies that you don't normally get to play, and just make new friends and have a good time playing 3 games of 40k in a day. So it's to say it's just for the competitive people feels a bit of a disservice to what these kind of events can be for.
Oh, totally. And here's the other thing, right, as well. I don't like I've never enjoyed the stigma around competitive, in the sense that I never enjoy the whole kind of people sticking their nose up at it, as it were. But that's a whole other story.
Yes, I mean, I've seen a mixture of comments on like the Facebook posts done by Games Workshop about this. A lot of people, 95%, I would say, are really angry at Games Workshop about it.
Yeah, of course.
Then there's about 5% that are going, if you're going to chase the meta, then you deserve to get burnt. Sucks to be you. That sort of attitude. And I feel like that's really not helping anyone. Because actually what you're saying is someone that spent hours and hours building and painting, collections. I tried to think how long it took me to fully magnetize, assemble, and paint my 2 Contemptors. Probably months, right? And then all of a sudden say, can't ever take them to Warhammer World in an event, which is kind of the majority of where I go and play 40k a lot of time. It's a bit of a shame.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, again, being honest, and I'd love to go back and listen to what I said about it at the time, but I was annoyed for people when they added the free model cap to armies. To me, they needed to get the game right out of the gate. I don't think it's fair that someone who bought 8 flying Hive Tyrants got told that that's not doable anymore.
Yeah, it's probably better for the game in the long run. In a few years' time, the game will probably be in a healthier state. I guess healthier is in, what does that even mean, right?
Well, exactly. It's very
but from Games Workshop's perspective, they think it will be in a healthier place. However, this is an awful period to now be in, where you suddenly being told that people that have spent hundreds, if not thousands of pounds on miniatures and armies suddenly can't take them to events if they like to go to events, or that it's effectively just been given a stigma of these aren't balanced units and therefore shouldn't be played, even though they've said you can play them in casual games and match play. But then they've kind of said, but they're not suitable for competitive play, ergo they're not really that balanced. So they're just sort of tarring it with this brush. And Forge World's always had that, right? Forge World's always had this stigma from a lot of people, and to an extent rightly so for some units, that they've been very competitive. But 95% of the Forge World range has been really uncompetitive for the majority of its existence. So it's it feels like actually you only really need to worry about that top 10% that is being spammed, like your Contemptors with twin Volkites. Cool, just up the points on your Volkites. doesn't feel like it's too hard to balance it, but it's just a lot of data sheets for them to worry about. I feel like we went off topic on the list.
Yeah, but again, just to say though, I don't accept that. Again, I'll need to go back and check what I was saying maybe 5 years ago now, but I feel like I've never accepted that. I think Games Workshop just needs to get it right. I think there's no excuse for it. It's like we shouldn't be in a situation where they are basically holding their hands up and saying, hey guys, thanks for all your support and your business. Obviously, we did a big push on Horus Heresy last year. Thanks for buying loads of that. I know a lot of you were interested in it because you got to buy something that you could use across 2 systems, and we understand that it was never perfect in 40k. It's not like the Horus Heresy builds that you could legally run in competitive or match play games of 40k were incredible. Quite the opposite. They were probably quite bad in the context of 9th edition, but at least you have the option. You know, the fact that they're just sort of turning around and going, nah, we just can't be bothered. It's like, well, hang on. Like, lots of people have spent large sums of money. Like, you need to be bothered because...
Yeah, like it's your job.
Yeah, it's
like if you want to sell stuff for people to play, you need to upkeep those rules and models for many, many years, even after you've still sold them. You know, it feels like this is a bit of an AOS moment for 40k, where
big time.
Fantasy is basically the end times for 40k, right? Not to be hyperbolic about it, but it's like a lot of the miniatures, much like in Fantasy, have gone, these are all out to pasture. You've got your one more set of rules, which was the fun AOS 1 rules where you can play them, and then after that most of them will go off to the farm up the road and you'll never get to really have rules for them again.
I'm really intrigued actually based on all that at the moment as well though, right? Because basically Games Workshop, 7-8 years ago when they released Age of Sigmar, basically told that entire community that they didn't care about this world that they loved, and they didn't care about the armies they'd collected. They just went, yeah, that's gone. It's Age of Sigmar now. But now they're turning around to people and going, we're bringing it back. And not only that, we're bringing back the stuff we killed off. So it's like, why don't you buy another Tomb King army? It's like, why would anyone buy another Tomb King army when they're like, how can I trust you that you're not just going to get rid of it again in a year? Like, it's just, this is the thing. It's like this kind of decision making just develops a really negative culture within the community.
Yeah.
And it creates problems because a year ago, and again, I'd have to check and go back through loads of what like Games Workshop have promoted and said about this. It wouldn't shock me, although I can't prove that it exists currently, to go back through some of their promotional messaging or some of their live streams or some of their, propaganda, if you will, and discover that, they were promoting heresy going, and it's a really good Marine army, if nothing else. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't be shocked.
Well, yeah, I mean, so let's imagine the Kratos tank. Yeah. They totally promoted it with 40k rules.
Yes.
And loads of people probably bought it for their 40k army because they thought, well, this is a cool looking tank. I want this. It's got rules for 40k and Horus Heresy, but I just want it for 40k.
Yeah.
They did a similar thing in, I think it was 8th edition, where I can't remember what it's called. It was the super heavy, like the super Baneblade tank with the 2 turrets and like the las cannon sponsons. It's like a solar auxilia tank that was originally exclusively Horus Heresy. I think it was 8th edition. They gave it 40k rules. And that was the only time it ever got 40k rules. Come 9th edition, it went to Legends.
Yeah.
It was like effectively not a 40k model anymore again. So it's like, oh man, imagine if you were, because there were some of them, one of those people that bought it just for your 40k army. It's like, oh, that's really painful.
I mean, this is the thing though, isn't it? With the cycle of these 3-year releases, it's like, it just feels like it feels a little bit difficult to kind of support this sort of practice where it's like you're changing the rules every 3 years. And maybe that isn't the case with 10th, but it has been the case with everything else so far. You're changing the rules regularly, and you're moving the goalposts in line with that.
Constantly.
And you're talking about things that, like, again, it's all such conjecture on their part as well. It's like, we think the Kratos needs to not be in 40k anymore. And it's like, but why? Well, just because whatever.
Well, so I think the larger problem is clearly Forge World is having an identity crisis. It's basically was Forge World, is now the specialist games department, is focusing on Horus Heresy. It's kind of, I guess, getting rid of all of its 40k or downscaling it. And Games Workshop is now looking after those 40k rules and basically looking after the models that Forge World sells. So Games Workshop's like, well, we don't want to include them in our codexes because they're harder to build, although partly that's not the case anymore because a lot of it's in plastic. So it's like, it's not our models, so we don't really care about it as much, but we feel like we need to support it. And, you know, they made a big song and dance, well, not a huge song and dance, but they did say, like, we're taking it over during 9th edition. We're the caretaker of these rules. And basically, a few years later, they've gone, we just can't be bothered anymore.
Yeah.
And that's sort of how it comes across. And that might not be their intention at all, but it just feels like they're looking after someone else's baby and they'd rather go out and have a party instead.
But this is the thing, right? Because when you go back to the list, we'll just get the list up, right? So the Leviathan, the Tempter, and Derideo, gone. Kratos, Sakaran, Spartan, Cerberus, Typhon, gone, right? So those are all like the big tanks. This sort of irks me a little bit, but whatever. Certain variants of the Land Raider, the Vindicator, and the Whirlwind. Now, as obviously an informed 40k and Horus Heresy player, I know what variants are in and what aren't, because it's an easy thing to deduce based on what the variants are of Land Raiders that have made their way into 40k. That is to say, there's one of them. And the Vindicator, yes, it's going to be the Vindicator. Not the Vindicator Laser Destroyer, but the Vindicator. And certain Whirlwinds, it's going to be, yes, not the Scorpius, but the General Whirlwind, right? Fine. Cool. Happy days. The other ones are the Xiphon, which is the Flyer, the Fighter. Well, these are all Fly. Actually, no, let me just finish the certain things. But it's like, why be so unspecific in your language at this point? Tell me which variants. Like, why are you saying certain variants? It's just a little bit annoying, but whatever. Like, just say what they are.
Unless they've not decided just yet.
No, they've decided. It's just they're not telling us yet. Even though we can kind of understand what it is because again, we can work it out. But for them not to just outright say it, it's just a bit of a lazy thing, you know? Because now it's like, well, which variants, you know? Could I still use my, my Spartan? I mean, no, because it's in the one above. But anyway, I forget all the different variants of Land Raider names. But it's fairly obvious that the one that's going to stick around is the Land Raider, not Land Raider,
like the generic plastic one, right?
Yeah, Land Raider Proteus, I think, is what it's called. Anyway. So all the flyers, so the Xiphon, the Fire Raptor, the Storm Eagles and the Stormbirds, gone. Legion support weapons, gone. Fellblades, Falchions and Mastodons, all gone. By the way, they've broken with their naming conventions on Fellblade, Falchion and Mastodons. They didn't put an and in it. Terrible grammar there, you know.
The least of their problems right now.
Exactly. Well, what it could mean is that maybe they missed one off the end there, but I don't think they have. Javelins, Dreadnoughts, and Deathstorm drop pods.
Deathstorm drop pod is a 40k, unit. It was around in 40k long before Horus Heresy was even a thing, I believe.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Which is a shame.
Not anymore,
No, I know. Because I really wanted to get some drop pods, Death Storm drop pods for my Minotaurs army. Kind of glad I didn't now.
All the different types of termite drills are all gone as well.
Which was super popular in 40k.
Hugely popular. And then lastly, basically the entire Chaos range is gone.
Read them out, because this is important.
Decimators, which are the
ones with the
dreadnought things, the hell brutes with those mad guns.
Yes, yeah. So storm cannons, I want to say.
Yes, the greater blight drones.
Yeah.
The blood slaughterers. Greater brass scorpions.
Yeah.
Khitan, which is the
what
Lord
we
of
talked
Skull
about quite recently.
Indeed. The assault claw, which is the I don't know this one very well. The Carabadius assault claw.
Yeah, that's the giant drop pod.
Isn't that the Dreadclaw drop pod?
No, there's two. One of them is the Horus Heresy.
Yes, you're right. This one's the one with like the missiles on it on the
yes.
side.
Yeah, the big fat one. Yeah.
But again, obviously, already they've told us that they've gotten rid of all the greater demons. So they all went earlier. So we already know they're all gone. So
is there any more in that list?
No, that's it. That's the
okay. Because what's interesting about that list, pretty much all of them, bar the Kybrus drop pod, whatever it's called, all the others are 40k models. You can't run them in Horus Heresy. So to say we're downscaling our Horus Heresy range and this is included is really disingenuous, because it either shows a complete, lack of, complete willful ignorance on the person writing the article, or the Forge World or Games Workshop team that's written the what goes to Legends. It feels like this should have been a separate article almost, or just at the bottom where they're like, and some 40k stuff is going. So the Brass Scorpion, for example, 40k only, unless of course it somehow gets retconned into like the last stages of the Horus Heresy, which it could well do, because a lot of the Chaos stuff was a lot more corrupted. But basically is let's use the term unplayable, because you can't play it in 40k in a competitive sense. And then it's not even an option in Horus Heresy. So it's like a model that they sell that you can't really play anywhere at all.
Yeah.
My friend, a guy I played with, he was like my first ever game at No Retreat. He's Augustus Brass on Instagram. He has a World Eaters army. He's just done a video showing off. He's been building it since 2001, so pretty new. He's got 4,000 points.
2001, you said?
Sorry, no, 2021.
That
I
makes
think
more
he
sense,
said.
yes.
So effectively, the last 3 years, or 2 even. He's got 4,000 points. 2,000 points are now valid, because he's got things like a Brass Scorpion, a Termac, the drill thing, and then actually a lot of his regular stuff is being invalidated because of the changes to the World Eaters Codex, where certain unit builds are no longer valid either as well. So he's just sort of gone through everything and gone, I can't actually use half of my army now. The events that I want to go to.
It honestly, I mean, what a kick in the nuts for Chaos. Like, I mean, and again, don't forget, right, like a lot of Chaos players had Contemptors. A lot of Chaos players had Leviathans. Yeah, like, and some even will have had, Spartans or Sakarans or...
Yeah, that's true. Chaos variants of those things.
Yeah, like they would have done. And it's that thing where it's like, guys, like... It's a really bad look. And then to make matters worse, right, to then turn around on top of all of this and for some reason go, but Adeptus Custodes, fine, let those carry on.
So this is a big thing. So we're saying either for competitive reasons we can't run the Space Marines, or because of law reasons we can't run the Space Marines, but Custodes and Knights get a free pass for whatever reason. So they're okay to be balanced because of the competitive tournament scene, even though Custodes was one of the big contenders for broken stuff in a lot of 8th and 9th edition for Custodes players. Custodes armies are propped up by the Forge World range, and maybe that is one of their reasons why they've kept it in. It could be because it's a big seller. That could be another reason. Likewise with Knights, the Cerastus Knight range is super popular, but that's getting fully supported. So it's like, if you're going to claim it's for meta reasons, you've got to be consistent and gut all of Forge World. That would make sense, as awful as that is.
Yeah, no, I
or
agree
you
with
say
you.
it's lore reasons. I sort of get the lore reason more, whereas like Custodes have always been around and they haven't really changed. Although there is a weird thing where the 40k stuff isn't actually playable in Horus Heresy, which I find odd. And the Knights would still be around. So that does kind of make sense. But yeah, it just seems wildly inconsistent with what they're telling us versus what they're doing.
Yeah, I'm not into it. I don't understand why they have. I mean, look, and I'm happy for the Custodes players that have this stuff and they can continue using it. Well done, right? Like, good for you. But and obviously the Imperial Knight players as well. Good times. Like, no hard feelings towards people who have managed to hold on to stuff. But there's that thing where it's like, it just sort of reeks of hypocrisy in that sense. It's a very weird decision. And it just doesn't chime with everything else they're saying. And the other thing that I think is worth highlighting, right, is this article essentially says what's going into Legends. It says what's being saved. But again, as I read through it, as I have just done now, it again raises the alarm bells for the Xenos factions again. I do think this is the... I think the Xenos are coming. I cannot foresee if they're...
Yeah, because this is very much a Space Marine centric article. So if they're going to drip feed us anything, I wouldn't be surprised if there's one for Guard and, as you say, one for Xenos. I really hope not, but yeah, it could be.
I just can't see how it isn't happening. Like, I think, at the end of the day, you look at the Elder range and what's in it. Like, it wouldn't shock me to see those go. We already have seen some of it go.
Well, that's the thing. We've seen some stuff go to out of production, and they said the stuff going out of production goes to Legends, which, sad as it is, makes sense.
Yep.
Whereas they haven't said what is in production still, but going to Legends. And it might be that Forge World is like effectively completely winding down, right? All of their easy to produce kits are just going to maybe be discontinued. Maybe all the Xenos stuff, maybe all the Guard stuff, maybe all of it's going, right, which would be a real shame, but they're going to refocus on, Horus Heresy, Blood Bowl, Necromunda and stuff like that. So that would be a radical, effectively like U-turn in their business practices from what we've expected from, 10 years ago, right, to where they are now or are going, at least.
Yeah.
It is sort of what puzzles me most about it is like most of the Horus Heresy stuff is now moving to plastic. So the difficulty in working with resin, the sort of more advanced hobbyist sort of reasons for, the barrier to entry in using Forge World was quite high. It was also really expensive, and the plastics all changed. It's a lot cheaper. It's plastic. It's easier to build. So almost like the reasons for Games Workshop to not support it has kind of gone. Like, if they had said we don't want to support it because it's for advanced modelers only, like, I could almost get that, but a lot of it is moving to plastic, and that's the stuff they're actually getting rid of from 40k, which seems almost like the wrong time to have done it. Part of me is like, I just wish they made an announcement that was like, yeah, this stuff is going to go to Legends in the next edition, but for 10th, we're giving you a free pass. We're going to support it fully. And a lot of that stuff, especially the 40k stuff, might get discontinued over the next 3 years, which means by the time 11th edition comes around, they can be like, yeah, cool, that stuff's in Legends now because we don't sell it. That makes a lot of sense. People were in a bit of an uproar with the last round of stuff going to Legends because it, just happened and, going to out production. But I feel like people could swallow that pill better when the stuff has actually been discontinued. Or if there was like a notice period that was going to happen down the line. But, it's got to happen at some point, I guess. Someone's going to have just bought some Horus Heresy stuff for 40k and then they will suddenly announce that it's going.
Oh, of course. I mean, at least they made sure that they raised the prices before telling people. That was good of them.
Yes, I guess so.
Now, at least they did it in the right order in that sense. They got their price raise out, let people buy it for a bit more for a little while longer, and then went, "Oh, by the way, that's all worthless now. Well done."
Yeah, but don't worry, if you've got Knights or Custodians, you're fine. Or Titans, because Titans are A-OK in 40k still.
Presently, yeah. I just think that's the thing, as I say, though, it's like, I think we said it after the first of these reveals, as it were, that I'd be very dubious about buying any Forge World stuff right now. And
yeah, like now, you've got to give it, like, unfortunately, a barge pole. You've got to steer clear of it. If you're a 40k only player, because even if you're any casual and play with your friends, eventually the support for those models is just probably going to go at some point. Yeah. Whereas it feels like if it's a plastic kit that Games Workshop makes, it will get supported until they redo the model. In theory, although I'm sure there will be some weird cases where they get adjacently replaced, which is a weird trend at the moment, but at least they still currently support the old models.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Look, well done, Games Workshop. You scored a blinder there. Good old own goal.
An own goal just to get everyone excited for 10th edition by ruining everyone's fun if you're a Forge World collector.
Yeah. Well done. Good show. Transitional noise. Hello again, everybody, in this part of the podcast. Me and Phil, because it's always me and Phil, until it isn't, but currently it is. And we're going to be talking about what, Phil? What?
We are talking about Farsight, Arks of Omen, Book 4.
Arks of Omen, Book 4, Farsight, which had a very nice Farsight model released alongside it, didn't it?
It did.
Dead pretty.
It was very nice. Also, I did double check. Farsight and I want to say Angron, because they're the two I think I got late, both printed in the UK, which was the sort of second time round availability of those books, whereas the other two were printed in China. So that is interesting to note.
There we go. Games Workshop ongoing efforts to ensure that they meet consumer demands are ongoing, I suppose.
Exactly, they are.
Us pesky fanboys and our unsatiable desire to own a multitude of fantasy books, eh?
Exactly. They've got to churn them out.
Exactly. Turn the crank. Another one for the pulp. Anyway, so Farsight. Now, this is book 4 in the Arks of Omen. So we've had Abaddon, Angron, and we had Vashtor last time. So now Farsight. So can you remind us, Phil, what happened in the events of Vashtor? From what I remember, Lionel Johnson turned up and found himself in a bit of a pickle with some Alpha Legion and or Ultramarines getting all together and having a big old schmoosh-boosh, as it were.
Not quite, because the line didn't turn up at all.
I forgot about it. It was Azrael, wasn't it?
The next bit. Azrael, yes, was that. So,
sorry, I apologise.
The Rock appears at a planet to defend
Dwayne The Rock Johnson, obviously.
Yes. They then get ambushed by Vashtor's forces and their Ark to get a very important key fragment. So important they've got to do it, and Vashtor appears himself. They fight their way down to the lowest or nearly lowest depths, and then all of a sudden Chaos forces arrive that aren't Vashtor's, and it's actually Be'lakor, and he comes to interfere in his plans. Be'lakor and Vashtor have a big showdown. They sort of have I guess Fast and Furious thing where they both hit each other the exact same amount of times, and it's kind of a draw. They both kind of win, but both kind of lose. But Vashtor's plans are foiled because he can no longer get to the thing that he needed to get to. So he sort of, Be'lakor retreats off. Then Vashtor has to retreat off because of the incoming reinforcements from the planet to the rock. But he lays a trap for them. So he sort of leaks to the Dark Angels where he will be next. So the Dark Angels, kind of knowing it's a trap, I presume, go off to where he is, basically.
Those cunning Dark Angels, eh? They know everything.
No, they do.
Indeed. I forgot about Be'lakor and Vashtor getting in a bit of a fracade.
Yes.
Now that I'm remembering, didn't he have like a hammer that could tear apart machines with the merest hit?
Yeah, he completely disassembles a ship, leaving the crew floating in space, which was quite cool.
He definitely comes off like a real badass, doesn't he? Real badass.
No, he should do. It's like it's kind of his story more than Abaddon's, I would say.
Although he got Abaddon involved, didn't he? He went and had a word with teacher afterwards. He went, Abaddon, but he was being a naughty boy.
Yes, sort him out for me, please, Daddy.
There you go. Be'lakor turned up to school with his dad's copy of the Sun, showing off page 3 to all the other boys, being all silly.
Okay, if you say so. Moving on.
I don't know, I was just thinking of a sort of quaint example of a naughty boy at school.
All right, fair enough.
Exactly.
Yes.
I mean, I imagine with the internet
the
now,
90s.
the things that children see are absolutely appalling.
Yes, I could imagine that would be the case.
Those poor, helpless souls.
Anyway. Shall we begin story time of Farsight?
Indeed, I think we've laid the foundation well. So all of that stuff is going on with Chaos, all that stuff's going on with the Imperium, all the stakes are really, really high, and then Games Workshop turned around and went, oh golly gosh, we got to chuck some Xenos in here somewhere. How are we going to do that? The answer
Correct.
is
Farsight.
Farsight.
So we start off, it gives us a bit of a preamble about Vashtor. So Vashtor, he says he's got 2 of the 3 core mechanisms, whatever that is. But he seeks a third one, and the most important fragment of which lies in the fringes of the Tau Empire. And then we move swiftly on on the planet of Werbork. Werbork, maybe. Commander Farsight is overseeing an attack on an orc camp. It's the first time he's testing out his new battle suit with its improved AI called Supernova, which I guess is the new model that he's got. He's flying to a scrap heap. He quickly dispatches several orcs carrying rocket launchers before giving chase and shooting all the others that are fleeing around him. So it's a very quick battle that he's having. He then gets knocked off by off of his feet from a blast from a weird boy. And Supernova, the AI, tells Farsight that the talisman, which generates it's called the contra-empathic field, is working. But otherwise, they would have sustained more damage, which we'll get to what that talisman is, I guess, in a little bit. And then all of a sudden, a cloud of ectoplasm erupts from the orc's mouth, and Farsight has a vision of himself in the clouds. So first of all, he's killing these orcs in this vision, but he sees a towering figure with lantern eyes, and one iron claw reaches out to him, which I assume is meant to be Vashtor. It's not quite clear.
It sounds like Vashtor, doesn't it?
Sounds like Vashtor.
He
Lantern
has a claw
eyes.
hand.
And a claw hand, yeah.
And lanterns for eyes.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden, Farsight has been transformed, and now he sees himself having killed loads of Tau and humans in equal measure, in addition to the orcs. And I guess he's presumably fallen to Khorne in some way, because he's now carrying a big brass, huge brass axe, basically. So there's like a chaosified version of Farsight in this future vision that he has.
I mean, it sounds like a right old load of nonsense, but fine, all right, I'll buy it.
No, I know. Yeah, it's pretty mad. He then sees humans and orcs on the enclave world of Viorlos. Yes, which is just the name of the planet.
Oh, fine, okay.
Before a huge warship appears. But then suddenly the vision dissipates as the weird boy's head pops in a detonation and his headless body falls to the ground. So I guess he's, rolled a double one on his psychic power, and it's just gone wrong for him.
It's gone wrong. He used the psychic power of Vision Quest, and now his head's gone all splody.
Yeah. So Farsight remembers that he's seen a vision like this once before when which is where he acquired both the talisman and his Dawn Blade, which is his new sword. And it was on a planet called Arthas Moloch, which is a key planet in the whole story. So that's important to note. And then Shea Vastoras contacts him via his communicator requesting his help. We then go through watching the Battle of Werborg from afar, where there's a swarm of high-tech stealth servo skulls relaying data back to a Death Watch sword-class frigate called the Bleak Missive. So these secret servo skulls have been watching the battle going on, and basically the Death Watch are involved. So both the servo skulls and the ship are hidden thanks to retro-engineered Tau stealth technology, which I think is a kind of like a cool thing I didn't know that Death Watch had access to, but that's pretty
sounds like heresy
swanky
to me, but then I suppose they do incorporate the odd bit of Xenos tech into their arsenal.
No, well, they do, don't they? Yeah. So that's, it's a nice little touch, and it explains how they can sort of operate and monitor other races without ever being seen.
It's interesting, I suppose, because I guess up until recently, the Tau and Elder arsenals of weapons have been relatively underrepresented within the kind of within the weapon selections of the Death Watch, as it were. For some reason, they're okay with Necron phase swords, but that was...
Oh, yeah, and that's about it.
That was it. It was like, for some reason, that got through the loophole. They were like, oh, these Necron swords are all right. What about this Shuriken catapult? No, don't be silly.
Yeah, it would be cool. Because there were really old, like, Rogue Trader minis of, like, Space Marines with Shuriken catapults. So it'd be quite a novel, like, nice little retro touch.
That would be nice to be fair. I
something
dig
like that.
Or some kind of Tau-related paraphernalia would be pretty cool. Reminds me of the old, just thinking about it, there was that old artwork back in the day that created a bit of a stir in the community. Not official, but someone did, like, Space Marine Tau, didn't they? Which was really amazing. Do you remember that old artwork?
Yes. Yeah, I think so.
That was phenomenal. The sort of thing now that everyone takes for granted because some AI can cook it up in half a second. But
I know.
Back then when people did it, my goodness. What a thing to see.
That's true. Yeah. And so it's also interesting to note. So, in the story, obviously they've talked about his talisman that is giving him some kind of psychic protection, and that he acquired it on this planet. So obviously on the model, people noticed that there was like a hexagram sort of symbol on his gauntlet, which I think we'll talk about more in the story. But that's obviously that piece there. And I remember people pointed out at the time that it matched either a symbol on the lion or it was like a not Death Watch, Dark Angel's symbol. And people were thinking there was some kind of link between it, basically, which I thought was an interesting theory that I don't think necessarily plays out in the story, but as we go along, maybe we'll see.
Yeah, so the original construct of the Dark Angels was broken down into different wings, as it were. So you had the Death Wing, the Raven Wing, but you also had the Iron Wing, the Dread Wing. There were a couple others, but I've literally now just completely blanked on their names. So yeah, there were like the 6 different entities that were within the Legion that had different kind of like specialisms, essentially. So going beyond the type of, traditional kind of ones that we know of today, the Raven Wing, Death Wing, there were many more. And they were denoted by the hexagram, symbol. The notion being that, that they were effectively like, it's a symbol of office a lot of the time. So when the lion wasn't in charge, it was like a symbol of office to give them this key or this relic that featured that symbol, and it was a sign that basically you are essentially standing in for the Primarch at the minute, which is different from
a seal of office.
Yeah, which is different from the Order, which is led by the person wielding the lion's sword, which is where the Fool comes from.
Yeah,
which is why Cypher has the lion's sword.
Yep.
La 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 la. Anyway,
okay. Right. Resuming the story, so we're now on board the Bleak Missive, this Death Watch frigate.
What's going on there, Phil? Can you explain the scene?
Well, I will do. I thought you were
going to talk about some of the topography or maybe like the general kind of setting, Blinking lights.
No, it's just about who. I mean, there could be. Yeah. I imagine they are in, sort of like a red alert mode. They've got their stealth light bulb in place to make everyone on board aware that it's all stealthy. They're not in regular lights on mode. Yeah. They're on the lava lamp setting.
The lava lamp setting. I immediately went to that Red Dwarf joke where it was like, change the red alert, and like, are you sure, yes, sir? That will mean changing the bulb.
Exactly. That is totally what happens.
That's great. I love that show. Anyway, sorry.
But instead of Lister, we have Captain Felonius of the Ultramarines. This bit's my favourite. We've got Watch Sergeant Osgore of the Minotaurs chapter.
Oh,
finally a bit of a representation from my boys, which is quite cool. We've got Librarian Codicia Cassius, I think his name's pronounced. He's from the Sons of Medusa, and we also have a Watch Sergeant Lyora of the Imperial Fists. So the last two of them, however, are really Alpha Legionnaires. And while they're talking to each other, they're actually talking in slight code. So they just make subtle, like either hand gestures or a stance and a code phrase, which actually relays to the other person a secret message, which is completely innocuous to everyone else in the room. So they decide that they're going to meet up at this place called the Communion Shrine in 15 minutes, where they can talk a bit more openly about their clearly devious plans. While the main conversation's being played out, they're actually talking about Farsight and how he's going to this dead planet, and that is where they're going to attempt to assassinate him, basically, because he's a troublesome Xenos fellow. So then we go to this secret chamber where they're able to talk a bit more freely. So this is where we discover that the two characters are actually Lord Glass and Brother Silas. That's their sort of, they say real names, but they're not even their real names. They're actually still pseudonyms even then. So even amongst themselves, no one knows what their actual real names are, which is a nice, interesting touch. Silas actually gets wired into the chamber, and he lets out this static breath from his helmet, which fills the chamber, and his eye lenses blaze brightly because they're about to commune with Vastor. So Lord Glass then can speak to through Silas, the avatar of Vastor, a bit like in one of the previous books. Abaddon manages to summon a heap of corpses into the face of Vastor, so he could talk to him as well. So Lord Glass informs Vastor that their plans are unfolding in accordance with the prophetic data logs from the Inquisitorial Augur Sanctum Vigus 5, which I presume is maybe the AI, Abominable Intelligence, from the last book. Potentially. They don't make that specifically clear, but I assume so, because that was the last time we saw an inquisitorial, computer, I guess.
Many of those words sounded similar to the words associated with the stuff that you're referring to, so why not?
Yes, quite possibly, and that they basically know that the warlord has experienced the greenskins' vision, and he has their device as well, but we don't quite know exactly what that device is. A shrieking barrage of sound emits from the helmet before the avatar disappears, and the recording is decrypted. And then it gets, which is basically the shrieking barrage, right? So they decrypt it and they play it at 1/5 the speed. And that is basically Vastor's message back to them. So Vastor tells them that there are other cogs being used to retrieve the fragment, but it can't be left to chance, basically. And that basically the Alpha Legionnaires are the backup plan if all goes wrong. But they must go to a set location and then replay the message again at a different frequency band to find out the location. So they basically have to jiggle around the settings, replay the message, and then they work out where they need to go. So the next section is called Orcs Bane, which is where we finally meet the orcs properly. So Farsight enclaves have broken away from the main Tau Empire. This is a bit of history. Many years ago, and defeated the humans on the planets where they now settle. So that's where, so the Farsight is basically separate from the main Tau Empire.
Doesn't like his own Ethereals, does he?
Yeah, no, and has his own enclaves sort of away from them, but he has always helped them in the past. And basically, the point is that they've defeated the humans on those planets that they've now settled, but they've never been able to fully defeat the orcs. And they're now in a full-blown war with the orcs. It's known as the War of Adaka, which is a cool name. Farsight killed the original warlord Grog Iron Teeth, but he was quickly replaced by Nazdreg Ug Ardgrub, which is like one of the main characters we see in the story. He's from the Bad Moon clan, so he's wealth obsessed, and he prizes colossal firearms and encourages mech boys to join his fight. He's a bit mech boy mad, basically. And which they relish, because basically, in exchange for creating powerful weapons of destruction, they get to join him, and he supplies them with lots of money because he's cash rich, as they like to say.
That's the thing with the Bad Moons, isn't it? They grow teeth quicker than any other orc.
So they're nice and rich. That's quite a cool, like, little story gimmick.
Yeah, that was their currency, isn't it? Their currency is teeth, and for some reason the Bad Moon, genome, as you were, like the specific, like whatever that particular culture. Yeah, they grow teeth quicker than any other orc.
Nice. So soon the orcs spread throughout both sides of the Damocles Gulf, which is like one of the key areas of the Tau Empire. And Farsight knew he couldn't outshoot the orcs, because obviously they're quite good at shooting. So he developed something called the Way of the Short Blade. So it's basically, the concept is to outmaneuver them. And his forces deliberately target mech boys, and he even created a special recovery corps made of aircast pilots and earthcast engineers to clear the battlefields of wreckage to basically deprive the mech boys of their precious scrap. So he's got like a cleanup crew coming in after every battle to deprive the orcs of their scrap, which they use to make new and bigger weapons, basically. And then obviously his way of the short blade is to sort of get in and, do more damage in close combat, which obviously Tau isn't really renowned for, but they've got to resort to it. So soon the orc weapons are getting depleted, and the Tau could then adopt a more standard, like, long-range fighting practice, in addition to their short-range doctrine that they've just created. And then Nazdreg, the orc war boss, flees to his fortress stronghold on Dregork, which is a planet, while his remaining mech boys build a weapon of vengeance to deny any of the planets that have fallen to the Tau, basically. So he's trying to develop a super weapon. So the mechs on Werbork, the original planet that we were on, created just that, which is called Datelli Fragger, which is basically a use of force-filled bubbles beamed through the warp to devastate their targets. And their idea is to then upscale it to fit it on the orc fleets, which are the cruisers, spelt with a K, because they're big old ships. And if they do that, they could potentially annihilate planets. So the mechs flee off to Dregork, to meet Negdog. But they leave behind the blueprints of the devices, basically, in their rush, which then fall into the hands of Commander Farsight during the battle that we saw at the beginning of the story. Okay, so far?
All good so far, man. Sorry, I didn't know if that was my cue to ask questions or not. Sometimes I feel like I overly ask questions, and other times I feel like I don't quite hit my cues. But yes, no, fine. So basically, yes, he's come up with a system of cleaning up stuff to stop them doing silly nonsense. He's now coming along and doing the Farsight thing, hitting in close combat, up until the point where he isn't anymore. Now he's using some ranged attack.
We can do a bit of both.
And now ultimate weapons are being built.
Exactly. Yeah.
Death Stars are being made.
Exactly. Orky Death Stars.
Orky Death Stars, absolutely.
So Farsight knows he can't wait to recuperate his troops, and he's got to press onto Dregork like straight away. Basically, there's no time to
go for the
gather his troops. Yeah, he's got to get in there. So it's the Fortress World was in the same star system as the one that haunted his nightmares, which was the Aphos Moloch, which is the planet where he had the visions previously. So he doesn't believe it's a coincidence either. He's like, this is suspicious. So the planet of Dregork is covered in boiling seas and dotted with hundreds of islands. Each one is filled with one of Nazdreg's orcs ready to make a counterattack. To the North Pole is where Dreg City is, which is like the capital city, where the telefraggers are being built in the mech workshops. But then all of a sudden, Farsight Enclave appears within the sky, and basically they blast the tethers to the ram shackle void docks that appear that are attached to space elevators. So obviously there's these spaceships in space that are attached to these docks, and the space elevators, which is a mode of transport to connect to the planets, to the dock in space that they're using. So basically they managed to obliterate those. So they kind of crash into each other. They're city-sized platforms. They slam into each other and then create an immense amount of wreckage in the atmosphere, basically. So that is mayhem happening above. Meanwhile, down below, stealth suits and pathfinders destroy the city generators, which overload the power grid, making many of the Orc defences useless, allowing the Tau heavy aircraft to disgorge troops and transports, troop transports of and armoured gunships as well. It's like a full-blown invasion gets to happen due to their stealthy shenanigans. And then meanwhile, Tau artillery to the north has blown a hole in the Mork Tooth fort wall, which was, I guess, defending part of the city, blows a hole in it, allowing heavy armour and battle suits to enter the city from that direction as well. War boss Scragger Thunderstomp and his Death Skull Gargant Big Mob move up to intercept. So we suddenly become aware of other sort of mini war bosses within the pantheon of the Orcs. I think there was more reference to points during this battle, but I skimmed over some of the lesser-known ones just because it would be here forever then. They can sense, however, that Farsight, sensing Farsight was there because they reckon that's where he would be, up in towards this north wall, and not wanting to have the glory stolen from him, Nazdreg and his elite Bad Moon Knobs and his boys boarding their battle wagons to give chase, to meet him there. And Nazdreg boards his own personal battle wagon, Git Crusher.
Solid name.
I know, yeah. The York names are the best, to be honest. So as they roll out Oshavar's Manta Missile Destroyer appears above the fortified mech workshop. So Oshavar is one of the 8, I believe.
Yeah, I recognise the name.
Just for people that don't.
What is the 8 though, Phil? I have never
The 8 is a superhero team of the best elite Farsight Enclave heroes that combine to form this Power Ranger type gang where they're all in different sort of styles of suits. I think I'll mention it a bit later. One of them's in a Riptide armour, and then some of the others are in like the other sort of Tower battle suits, basically, and they form which historically V8, which is this Power Rangers-esque group that Farsight is one of and leads, basically.
That's pretty much it. Yeah, it's basically his retinue, his trusted pals. It's the Mornival. But
they've all got some great names, basically.
They do, to be fair. They got some cool. They've always been cool. The eight is a cool concept. Yes.
Oh no, true. After having read it all, I was like, I really like the idea of doing the 8. Or after having read it completely, gone, I want to do Chaos Farsight. He sounds cool. From the Vision, basically. I like.
You want to do Vision Quest Corn Farsight?
Yeah, no, he sounds pretty cool as well. So anyway, this giant Manta missile destroyer appears above the fortified mech workshops. It launches like dozens of missiles and plasma shots and destroys, attempting at least to destroy the telefraggers. And while that's happening, the 8, as we've just talked about, descend, led by Farsight and Brightsword. I don't know what armor he's got. I didn't write that down, but he's got one of the cool names, Brightsword.
He is in a crisis suit, but if I remember correctly, Brightsword wields the 2 fusion blasters that form blades, basically.
Oh, okay.
So, I think he is in ion armor, which is a more kind of sturdy, less mobile suit.
That would make sense. As I mentioned here, all of them wear different battle suits with weapons that play to their strengths. And bringing up the rear was Ovessa with his Riptide, or in his Riptide armor. It doesn't take long for Nazdreg to realise Farsight wasn't there in terms of the wall, because instead he's at the fortress, which I maybe didn't make clear. The mech workshops are inside the city and not at the fortress wall, basically. And that he realises that Farsight's trying to grab his prized telefragger weapons. So he activates this newly installed shock jump projector, which hurls him through a portal to appear at the workshop. So he basically teleports his battle wagon, instantly intercepted by the 8s. Many of the 8 soon take some form of damage, forcing Farsight and Brightsword to deal with the battle fortress, while everyone else is attempting to get to the telefraggers, basically. If I remember rightly, he actually appears in the air and like crashes down. Farsight basically makes a go of it. He lands on the open top deck of the fortress. He manages to slay several of the knobs before facing down Nazdreg himself, while Farsight parries the first attack with his blade and his shield soaks up another one of his attacks. Soon Nazdreg, though, has the upper hand and is about to land the killing blow, but just in time, Brightsword unleashes his fusion blasters into the shock jump projector, causing the device to malfunction. In a blast of green light, Nazdreg and the fortress are gone. Like a flash of lights, they've disappeared, I guess, into the warp, with Farsight and Brightsword jetting clear of the energy beams just in time, so they make it out. They are fine.
Good to know.
But Nazdreg seemingly dead. Because of that, the remaining Orc lines collapse. The 8 manage to destroy the telefraggers before retreating back into orbit, where they can plan their next strikes and make use of the ensuing Orc kind of chaos infighting that's bound to occur now that their main warlord's gone. However, news quickly spreads through the fleet of corrupted human activity at the edge of a system that would be a serious threat to them. What could that be?
What could it be, Phil? What could it be?
Exactly. Chaos.
Oh, no, not chaos.
No, not those people. So on board, it's called the Ores Elif class battleship Unity. Farsight and the others of the 8 hear all the system reports. Their shields are weakened, but their kill tally was good in terms of the overall battle. Hollow displays show swarms of orcs all around them in space, basically. All while this new foe is approaching, but they're days away still, so they know they're coming soon, but they're not quite there just yet. So frustrated that they've got to withdraw for fear of being trapped between both, I guess, the orcs and the chaos, and rather that than just like having to slowly kill their way through the orcs, they realise all they've managed to do is actually kick a hornet's nest. So all they know is they've just angered these orcs that are coming at them. They haven't managed to finish them off. And they can't actually retreat properly because so they have ZFR drives, which are slower than warp drives, but they don't travel through the warp, so I guess they're safer. So they know that the orcs and chaos can always kind of catch up with them. So they know they can't flee, and they certainly can't fight both enemies at the same time. So what they decide to do is they're going to use themselves as baits, luring both to fight on another planet, basically, with the hopes that the orcs and chaos would then fight each other. Farsight suggests Athos Moloch, the Vision planet, even though it was previously quarantined by himself. So, but there they could at least fight a guerrilla warfare, and we'll soon discover a bit of backstory to his previous mission on that planet as well. Farsight manages to invoke the Ta-Vash Jakal, which is...
Oh, yes, the old Talvash Chakal.
It's called the Humble Echo of Unity Lost. And with that, he launches a messenger drone torpedo at once, which is clearly going off to the Tau Empire to ask for aid, basically.
Yes.
From...
Come on, Shadow Sun, get involved.
Exactly. Next section's called A Dead World. So the Bell Fleet that entered the system, this is now looking at the Chaos, is followed by an Ark of Omen, the Unhallowed, which is commanded by the Black Legion Demon Prince Ugalax, the Soul Eater.
Yes.
He's already captured one key fragment, but he then, being a good sporting boy that he has, reached back out to Abaddon to ask for new commands, because he's like, I've got all of this, I've got all my boys with me, I've got a ship still, I want to do more for you. What can I do? So he tries to contact Abaddon, but actually he ends up getting spoken to by Vashtor instead. I guess he like intercepts the message and commands him to go to Athos Moloch to do his work for him instead. And the fleet's also accompanied by Black Legionnaires, World Eaters, Night Lords, Renegade Warbands, Traitor Chaos, Chaos Knights, and even Titans. So he's got like the full shebang when it comes to what the Chaos can have. And when the Bell Fleet enters real space, they head off to the Dead World. The World Eaters, in their impatience, I guess, instead break formation to engage with the Orcs and the Tau, because they're like, we just want a scrap. We can't wait. So they don't want to go to the dead planet, so they're going off. The Tau see this and use it as an opportunity to do a fighting retreat, heading to Athos Moloch, and the Orcs will likewise pursue them. And I guess at that time, the Tau didn't quite realise that the Chaos are also going to the planet, because they just saw the splinter force headed straight towards them, which was just the World Eater contingent. Farsight's fleet makes planetfall eventually in dropships hours before the other two fleets would actually reach them. The planet itself is like a barren rock, ruins of a lost civilization. The last time Farsight was here is under the command of the Tau Empire, so this was like a long time ago. And while he was there, he was fighting orcs on a mysterious structure which they called the Great Star Deus. And they somehow opened a portal, allowing monsters to come through, which they christened the Molosites, which are some form of demons, but it's never explained exactly what kind of demons they are. And by the fact that they've given them their own name, makes me wonder if they're part of the kind of Chaos Pantheon, or if they're meant to be something else, or maybe chaos, that's just the Chaos word for them. I believe when I googled Molosites, what came up was I think Moloch, which is a type of something to do with like child sacrifice or something from, ancient Greek or Roman times. I wasn't quite sure. So during that battle, Farsight, that's where Farsight acquired his Dawnblade and the hexagrammatic talisman, as well as setting him on a course of exile from the Tau Empire. If I also remember, it's also where the 3 Ephrials that had commanded his force had been killed by these demons as well. But soon after that, basically, Farsight orders a plasma bombing of the planet. And we later find out that the Dawnblade is an alien relic which extends Farsight's lifespan as well, which is how he's able to kind of rule over the his enclave, basically.
It's magical, isn't it, that everyone in Warhammer 40,000 just gets to live forever for plot convenience, I suppose.
Yes, yeah, kind of.
We have the storyline filled with characters that are able to exist for indeterminate amount of time. Therefore, every character needs to have that same stipulation, as it were.
Yeah, because if the plot's always moving forwards, you don't want your characters to age out and die. But then you could argue, maybe that happened with Yarrick or something.
Tycho died. I mean, I think... I don't know.
No
I always
one's
think it'd
died
be
of
more
old age, though. No one's died of old age.
No one has died of old age. I think that's a rare privilege in the world of Warhammer 40,000. But it's interesting, for sure, that's always where we go with it, where it's always like... It's just always interesting that Games Workshop prioritises like this longevity as opposed to telling stories and creating models based on moments. It's interesting that they always feel that they need this kind of narrative setting that can consistently incorporate everything, rather than just being like, it's totally fair enough that a Farsight could face off against an Eldred Ulfran or a Marneus Calgar, but it's just asserted that was at a time where Farsight was around, or it's just a game, who cares? It's just, it's one of those things. I always sort of feel like it would be more interesting if, from a story perspective, we were introduced to these characters and they had more... I don't know. Again, it's always the sense of peril.
I can assume it's less of an issue now, because now the 40k storyline is all at a sort of set point, but all moving forwards together. Whereas historically, there was like the now of 40k, but the majority of the stories, things like the Badab War or any other thing, any other, even the Black Crusade, the 13th Crusade, all happened at different points. So some were some happened 1,000 years ago. Most of it was happened 50 years ago or 100 years ago. So in a way, having everyone live at least for a few hundred years means within the pseudo current time period of, let's say I'm talking like 6th, 7th edition, where nothing was necessarily exactly current. It was just all different time frames around about the same time, meant they should all be alive. Which is why you needed everyone to live a bit longer. Whereas I feel like now you could say, yes, we're all playing the Indomitus Crusade era, therefore people can grow old and die or what have you, because everyone's playing on the exact same time scale, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I do understand why they've done it the way they've done it, but I just sort of feel like it just creates these really kind of stagnant moments though in storytelling, where it's just like stuff just gets to just carry on.
Yeah, I guess, although interestingly, not game wise but narratively, in the Eisenhorn books he does get older. So in the first one he's like Henry Cavill. And then in the last one, he's, I don't know,
Christopher Reed.
Yes, yeah, like very aged, let's say. So anyway, moving back on. So Farsight knows the location of the Deus, and he reckons he can unleash the Molossites against the invaders. He reckons, though, it's going to be a bit of a last resort and he doesn't really want to do it. But instead he's going to do hit and run tactics, and they're basically going to play for time. The drone torpedo that he sent was to the Tau Empire requesting aid. So much so he basically offers his own surrender to them, if needed. Although he does say he still wants his enclaves to be able to remain independent from the Tau Empire, but he himself is going to give himself up, basically. So much so because he's that desperate. So his main idea is that he's just going to play for time, hoping that they're going to come, at the ninth hour to come and rescue them to save the day, as is what happens in all Hollywood movies. During some of the many battles, we see a dread mob of orc walkers and chaos knights surround a Tau airbase. During their evacuation, Brightsword, one of the 8, is slain by a missile barrage. So, named characters. I guess they don't actually have... Are they actual characters with data sheets?
They have been in this current edition, although... I say that, have they been in this edition? They were in 8th, for sure, because it used to be... In fact, probably before the new Farsight model came out, there was just a data sheet called the 8.
Yes,
and it was a Lord of War. It was a Lord of War, and you basically took it, and it was all 8 of them. And yeah, Brightsword was definitely one of them, and had a specific loadout,
and there you go.
And had specific stats.
No more.
Well, there we go. Well done them for killing off Brightsword.
Exactly. Then we got Uglax, the Chaos Demon guy. He's still intent on finding the key. He's got the slave psychers, which we talk about, I think, in one of the earlier episodes. Psychers with these weird helmets on that are attuned to finding the key fragments. He descends to the planet with them. And but he's got to split his forces across the entire planet to try and find the key fragments. Some of the Chaos forces split away from this task, though. I should say, I think the reason why is there's some weird nebulous sort of background interference, so they can't hone in on the exact location of a key fragment like they normally would. So something is interfering with their ability. So when they land on the planet, though, so the world bearers obviously are more interested in capturing sacrificial victims from Tau, orcs, and even some of their own chaos warbands, like some of the weaker chaos warbands they pick on as the school bullies that they are. While the Thousand Suns much more interested in defending a rather well-preserved ruin, set of ruins from the orcs, whereas the World Eaters just go on a mindless rampage as they want to. Uglax soon notices that most of the Tau resistance is really heavy in some areas but not others, and he reckons that the reason why is that some of these areas are of importance to the Tau, and he's like, I'll push harder here. And when he does so, he gets more resistance. So he's like, okay, so the Tau are concentrated in a few key areas for some reason. And it's when he's going towards here, this is where he gets to the Great Star Dias. So obviously that's the area that the Tau are most defending. Mm-hmm. The orcs, meanwhile, are just attacking everywhere, even in space in the void, where they meet a grisly end, or some of them do when they board the Unhallowed, the Arks of Omen. Meanwhile, the Tau fleet instead avoid all space combat, and they instead listening to see if and when there be needed to evacuate those down on the planet. So they're sort of trying to outmaneuver everyone else and staying out on the far system. As things go on, so basically it turns into weeks, the orcs become more organized as several new war bosses emerge to replace Nagstreg's leadership, and eventually the 8 become down to 6. So a couple more have died. Every Tau lost. Died. Yes, because there was one already.
Who was it? Who died?
I don't have it here. I don't think they say straight away, but I think they mention it later on.
Okay, fine.
So hopefully I've made a note of that. But yeah, it was just unceremoniously died off camera, in story terms. Every Tau loss takes its toll on Farsight, and he starts to wonder if he made the right decision, considering the visions that he's witnessed that he felt was sort of based on this planet. While he starts to grow angry at himself and the Ephrials for not having come to send aid, he manages to consolidate his forces around Vidius and launches daring offences to assassinate key commanders in that area of the planet. He himself actually leads many of those missions, and in his fury, he manages to slay many of the warlords himself. Because obviously the Orcs and Chaos is actually spread out all over the planet, but his forces are just concentrated on around Vidius, so he can sort of do a bit better combat-wise there. Suddenly, a messenger drone arrives from the Tau Empire, projecting a holographic image of Unvar, the Ephrial Supreme Leader. They praise Farsight's help in the past, and for his offer of surrender, which actually no one else knew about. So all the other Tau are like, oh my god, you did this. But ultimately, the Supreme Leader scorns Farsight for not understanding the true meaning of the greater good, and that he and his enclave had turned their backs on the Empire and would never be forgiven, and no help was to come. And in a fit of rage, Farsight blasts the drone with his plasma rifle. So that is interesting.
Them pesky ethereals, eh?
Exactly. They know what's good for them.
Exactly. You don't understand. It's better that you just die here. Enjoy.
Well, exactly. I think they're like, is for the greater good is for you to sacrifice yourself dying here while we stay alive.
Yes.
I guess. So Farsight now knows he's pretty desperate, and his only hope is to attempt to activate the Dias and summon the Molochites. But so he has to attempt to calm himself from bloodlust and to compose himself. So he starts to meditate because he's getting really angry. He's getting the rage. And again, he sees this vision of him in this monstrous battlesuit brandishing an axe. But this time he notices that all the skulls on his battlesuit are now all from the Ephrial caste, because he's obviously really angry at them. This section's called Vidius. So the Tau fleet that was set up in the Outer Void, knowing that they're going to have to perform a high-risk extraction, they're set to return at some point, basically, at the commands of Farsight. Meanwhile, down on the planet, they're constantly having to do retreats and ambushes, while Farsight himself tries to temper his rage. He always returns to battle having severed several heads, so he's obviously on his decapitation mission. Despite trying to let the Orcs and Chaos fight each other out, the Tau soon find themselves pressed into the ruinous, it's like called the Ruin Belt, obviously just like a string of ruins that make up the Dias. So they're sort of constantly on the retreat, and now they're sort of they can't retreat any further. The Orcs approach from the south and the west, while the Chaos and their Titans approach from the east. So they're almost surrounded except for the north, which is where their escape route is from the extraction if needed. The Tau's stealth team, led by Shazvar Viovesh, discovers a wrecked Dark Angel spacecraft. Ooh, what could this be? It's some 10,000 years old, and it still radiates with some kind of energy and has a crystalline mass burst from within the craft. While interesting, though, it's dismissed as there's much more important things to deal with. So they're like, ooh, isn't this interesting? But we've got a big fight to do, so let's, get busy trying to not die, basically.
It's interesting, but not important. Move along.
Basically, however, the Tau messages talking about this get intercepted by Codicia Cassius, which is one of the Death Watch guys. He intercepts it and then relays it to the rest of the Death Watch, because he's the real Alpha Legion one. He says under the guise of the Emperor's Tarot, because he's the librarian, if I'm not mistaken. So he's like, the Emperor's Tarot has ordered the Death Watch ship for Black Missive interaction. So Kashyyysis is actually Brother Silas, and then Lord Glass recognise that this is actually the key fragment that they're looking for, this Dark Angel ship with this weird mass growth coming out of it. So it's located near what they know to be an ancient ritual warp portal, which is obviously what the Tau call Vidius. They've got to strike now before Ugalax himself would reach the key. There's no time for subtlety, and the code phrase "looking glass" gets issued across the Vox systems, and a full 20 Deathwatch Marines unveil themselves as Alpha Legionnaires and quickly dispatch 11 of the Loyalists on the ship, leaving only Watch Captain Fionius of the Ultramarines, Watch Sergeant Oscar of the Minotaurs, and Rayolan of the Blood Angels. And they don't give them a brilliant death scene, but they do say they all fight heroically, but are all eventually slain. So it would have been nice to find out, how they got killed. Give us a death scene.
They all went off to a lovely party.
Basically, they went off to the farm, as they say. The ship makes it to the atmosphere, and the Legionnaires depart in an armoured dropship. The frigate is now detected by Chaos and Orcs and gets blown out the sky, because obviously they've decloaked, I guess. So in terms of the Chaos attacking the Tau, the World Eaters are the ones that first hit the lines, shortly followed by cultists and traitor militia. Several times the Tau don't fall back, though, unusual for them, and were instead cut down. So you start to get hints at like this rage that's within not just Farsight, but the whole of the Tau and sort of everyone, and that even the Tau have a bit of bloodlust for wanting to fight into combat, and that Farsight's trying to temper this. Now, I don't know if that ties in with Angron's, was it the Murder Curse? I don't think it is, because I presume that's in a completely different section of the galaxy, but obviously there's the workings of Khorne in some fashion.
It certainly would make sense for it to have had an influence on this outcome.
Yes, yeah, for sure. So when the Orcs arrived, where towards the DS, I believe it is, Scragger Thunderstomper and his Gargants made a beeline for the Chaos Titans, as they would make the most worthy opponents, while the War Boss is engaged with the Chaos and Tau alike, so he's like fighting both of them. Basically, a dropship streaks overhead and lands a specific plaza, and Marines in the Deathwatch livery, accompanied by the black-eyed servitors, disembark, and they head out towards this Dark Talon wreck, the mysterious Dark Angel ship that we saw earlier. Mm-hmm. The servitors lift it up, along with the weird crystal growth that's like coming out of it, and they carry it aboard their ship, which then flies off and intercepts with the Unhallowed, the Ark of Omen, where they're going to return the key fragment to Vashtor. Mission complete for the Alpha Legion. However, Farsight's still down there, and what remains of the 8 is standing centre on the DS with the rest of the Tau, where the rest of the tower towards the northern edge, effectively covering their retreat route. And the World Eater Berserkers are the first to cross the dais. I can't remember how I pronounced it.
The dais?
The dais? I think it was dais. But they're cut down by the Tau firepower, and it's their bodies that are the suitable sacrifice that starts to activate the portal. A disc of fire rises up above the dais, from which gore and blood rain down onto the dais. So this weird fiery disc floats up and rain comes down from it. And then from that pool of blood, horns and claws manifest, sort of like from a horror movie. It's coming up, and the Molochites, brandishing brazen blades, start attacking the Orcs, Chaos, and Matau. And I'm sure they make a reference to them being red as well. So I am like, are they just blood letters? And this is like the weird town name for them because maybe they've not seen them before. Possibly. But you never find out.
It sounds very bloodlettery. You know?
Yeah, so that's my assumption. But yes, there's no illustrations to confirm or deny.
Okay.
So now is the time that Farsight decides to retreat because obviously his trap has been set. But his visions start to become waking, and he sees his blade replaced with his mighty axe. As befitting the Lord of War that he sees himself as. He didn't want to retreat or help his fellow comrades. He just wanted to be a one-man fighting army. So he's almost like taken over by the bloodlust and the fighting. But then he thinks back to his mentor, Commander Puretide, who did get mentioned a few times in the book. But it was such a passing thing that I never wrote about it. But yeah, so Puretide is his previous mentor, and he thinks back to him and that he had 3 great pupils, so one of which was Caius, which was the lone fighter, and how Farsight had always pitied him because he never understood how his method of fighting really worked, because he's missing out on the bonds of loyalty and duty, the Band of Brothers, to give it a TV context. So he always, it was this sort of thoughts basically that brought him back from the edge of madness and the bloodlust. So he kind of comes to his senses, and he sees his hexagrammatic talisman glowing and like smokes coming off of it from the mechanical stress of its ward trying to do its thing, from obviously the weird, I guess, chaos interference that's happening all around him. So he orders what remains of the 8 with him, and they basically say they're not going to fight anymore. They're done for the day, and they instead retreat off.
Had enough of that.
Exactly. Uglax, the Chaos Lord, he gets told by Vashtor's minions, they're these little like cog-like minions, I guess. I'm just trying to think back of the you had the Rogue Trader box set, and then you had the Gelapox Infected.
Yes.
It's like those, almost like the little Nurglin-y type creatures. I think
The swarms of flies? Oh no, the little guys with their helmets, I suppose.
Yeah, I think so. They're like mechanical Nurglings. I think these are quite often his eyes and ears, effectively like gremlins in the machine is how it gets described, I think. So they're sort of everywhere, and they tell Uglax that basically Vashtor succeeded. His backup plan worked, so Uglax doesn't get the prize, but Uglax doesn't actually care. He's only pleased to serve as a cog in a larger machine, so he's like, I'm glad I played my part, even if I don't get the glory of, achieving the key fragment. However, not wanting to see his forces wasted in effectively what is now a senseless fight, he orders a withdrawal back to the Unhallowed. Meanwhile, Bolrag Big Tusk, one of the orcs, he's busy fighting the Chaos Hordes now that the Tau, and he calls them Gunruts. That's basically the orc name for the Tau. Now that the Tau fled, he saw the dais and the portal, and the demons were there in the distance, basically, and he doesn't like them. He's like, I've hated fighting them. So he orders Werboy Mad Squiggler to, I quote, zog up the swirly portal thing, because he basically hates fighting demons. So he orders his Werboy Mad, Weed Boys, I guess, to sort out the portal, basically. Shortly after that, his boys are clashing with the demon hordes, but all of a sudden, green lightning tears through the sky from the portal, and all the demons evaporate to ash. A bit like the Snap. Let's give it a Marvel reference. The ashy bits of them disappear. So the demons have now gone. The Tau, aka the Gunruts, have fled. and so too were the Chaos armies. So Big Tuss speaks with his rival, the Smog Boss, and they discuss how fun the scrap was with the Chaos Boys. In agreement, they decide to chase after the Chaos Boys rather than fight themselves or the Tau, who were seen as less fun in the fight. With the first to clobber the Chaos War Boss getting to lead Dawar. So that's their agreement. To work out who's going to be the new Nazdreg, I guess.
Check it out.
Exactly. We spin on to 6 months later. Farsight now returns back to the planet in an Orca dropship. Drone scans show no sign of chaos in the system, let alone on the planet. While some orcs still remain on the planet, they far to the south, and they've degenerated into low-tech tribes because I guess they've got nothing else to work with on the planet because it's been pretty derelict. What they were doing is they were returning to investigate the strange life signs and energy readings from their analytic drone. When they landed, bodies were heaped high alongside burnt-out war engines and Titanic walkers. However, much had degraded far worse than it naturally should have, given the time scale. So the bodies have reduced to skeletons, while a lot of the armour has turned to rust. And they're not really sure why that's happened, but it's definitely unusual. Really, though, Farsight, what he was really there for was he wanted to see if the orcs had really destroyed the dais for good or not. And when they approached it, they saw that the orcs and chaos bodies littered the site everywhere. It looked as if the centre of the dais had been struck by a huge hammer whose shockwaves have obliterated all in its path. So it's definitely been destroyed. Whether that was from the Werboy destroying it or something else, I don't know. It almost implies it might be something else. So from the exposed topsoil showing, Farsight notices that there's a stalk coming up from, and it's some kind of rugged new plant life. He's like, Farsight feels lightened within himself, seeing all of these stalks of life, because actually he then spots that there's several all around him, and he's like, these stalks of impossible life all around him, and basically he feels like it's the beginning of hope. And so ends the story of Farsight. Now, I don't know if the bit at the end is some kind of hint about the lion, because obviously we know from his rules that wherever he goes, like, life springs up. So I don't know if it's implying that he came here and destroyed the dais, and that's the life form, or if it's just a metaphor for how Farsight feels about himself having, recovered from the rage of Khorne. I don't know.
He's feeling himself for getting better.
Yeah, possibly. And the bit about the Dark Talon with the weird crystal thing on it is interesting, especially when they hint it's 1,000 years old. So obviously we know the lion's coming back somehow. Was he on the rock? Was he on the ship? Is he somewhere else? Who?
I mean, he was at
knows?
one point. Whether he was in this particular instance, probably not. I would assume, because I imagine. I imagine during the events of Ashdor, if he was on the ship, he'd make his presence known.
Well, if he's trapped in the crystal, like in,
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Stasis
he's in the old
or
Tesseract type situation.
Yeah, he could. Well, yeah, even though he does age, so we know he wasn't in proper stasis, but he might have been trapped in the ship in this weird crystalline mass. Or, yeah, as you say, maybe he crashed at some point, or maybe it's just got nothing to do with him. Who knows?
Circles within circles, my friend.
Exactly. I mean, I don't know how you felt about it, but I thought it was a good story. I certainly enjoyed reading it. But weirdly, nothing to do with the Arks of Omen in terms of there was no fighting on any arcs. I mean, there was one reference to orcs boarding the Unhallowed at one point, and literally that was it. Most of it was mostly like a big sort of freeway battle, which does slightly tie in. So with one of the Arks of Omen, set of missions that you get in this book. It is all about multiplayer Arks of Omen battles. So it sort of ties in with that, but this was obviously all set on a planet, not on a ship or a structure that could be ship-like.
Yeah, I mean, I think, as is inevitably the case with these stories, when they decide that they need to make reference to... Basically, a lot of the time with these stories, when Games Workshop create these like campaign narratives, a lot of it is a case of like, I get the vibe that from a rules writing and narrative team, you know, Jez and the lads turn up and go, right, these are all the miniatures that we just want to chuck out the door. This is Vashdor, he's a new demon prince thing. That's an important thing. Focus on that. Here's Angron, but that's really actually going to be a you know, a full codex release, but, you know, there's Angron and there's the Lion. You know, so we've got new Demon Prince, the Lion, Angron. Those are kind of our three key players. But also we do at some point need to release Farsight.
But also, is it Snigrot? But he doesn't even appear in this story whatsoever.
I know, right? Like,
I was expecting him to at least show up at one point.
It's just the craziness of it. I suppose they just were like, well, Farsight will do. We'll focus on him. We'll give him a good story. And to be fair, they did. But it's that thing, isn't it? All too often with these stories, it's like they're so at the mercy of the design studio who create the miniatures that they kind of just have to sort of go with the flow. And it's like, right, how are we shoehorning Farsight into this? They did a good job of it. It's not a bad bit of narrative. The idea of him being corrupted by Khorne and chaos is an interesting narrative because he is very prideful. He has broken away from the greater good. He is someone who specialises in combat. He wears red armour. There's a lot of...
it's perfect for Khorne. Yeah. He's halfway there already.
Yeah, basically. I mean, you know, he has a lot of, you know, things about his person that make you imagine that he might be a little cornate, more cornate than your average Tau fire warrior. But it's just the way that these things sort of resolve relatively uninterestingly that's always kind of irks me still. It's always just like very much a kind of, well, that's wrapped up. Don't worry about it.
Yes, quickly, everyone leaves the planet all at once. Run off.
Mission. Also, too much stuff in these stories happens off screen.
Well, yeah, I mean, part of me is really interested to know what's gonna how they're gonna wrap it up, basically, because I hope the main bits all get covered. I mean, in terms of this one, yeah, there was some, I guess, a lot of the deaths, both from the loyalist Death Watch people. I mean, they not necessarily off screen, but that wasn't very well explained. I think, some of the 8 dying was kind of like off screen deaths. Nazdreg disappears into the warp on the battle wagon. And it's sort of hinted that he was going to come back and just presumed he's dead. But then it turns out, no, he never came back, so I guess he just died. And they could have maybe just made that a bit more explicit at the time, because it felt like it was, surely he's going to come back, right? And it's like, no.
But it always feels like, they're always, a lot of these off-screen deaths are always done in service of the notion that they are, you know, building intrigue, right? Like a lot of the time with those moments, it feels like they're going, this happened off screen. Ooh, isn't it interesting? And a lot of the time it's like, I suppose so. They did it as well with like the stories around the Blood Angels, in there. It's like, ooh, High Fleet Leviathan's getting close. Oh wait, no, something happened.
Oh yes, the big pile of skulls. Yeah, that was in the 8th edition rulebook, wasn't it? Where they kind of resolved it all in literally one paragraph. And I think they've gone back and explained it a bit more. But you're right. It's I feel like trying to do the big payoff is always really hard to do.
Oh, totally.
You just need to look at, you know, storytelling devices in movies to see how, you know, the old magic mystery box never really pans out because you always have to explain it, and whatever that explanation is never really as good as the mystery.
I always feel like, as well, I just feel like the problem often is that I suppose the stakes are always so high in everything in 40k as well. So I always find a lot of the time with codex and GW kind of book literature around with rules and stuff in them, the Games Workshop like codex-esque books never really do a very good job of building like relationships with the characters to the extent that you feel any sort of sense of meaningful peril for them, or even get attached to them in interesting ways. So it's always that thing, isn't it, where it's like these stories are always dealing with such huge cataclysmic events that you're always a little bit sort of...
Yeah, it's never the humble guardsman and his mates. And I feel like Black Library does that a lot better. And even obviously everyone says the old Forge World books did it better. And honestly, I think they did. But then they also went into tons of more detail, and they gave you snippets of battles, and they introduced characters that could be then killed off because it's like, you know, a certain commander of a, you know, division or army or whatever, or that they're new characters that they've introduced that they can kill off. But then the campaign that you're playing is set within that campaign, so it doesn't matter that he died at the end. You can play him throughout the whole thing, a bit like how, you know, Horus dies at the end of Horus Heresy, but you can still play him in all your games even though you know he's going to die at some point. And same with all the Primarchs. So it's like, as you say, if they weren't concentrating on the named characters that they feel like they can't kill off, although, you know, it would be interesting if they did from time to time. And, you know, that'd be great. Like, they could have, not that they should have, but they could have killed off, let's say, Farsight. Not that I think they should in this instance, but they could have. And it's like, yeah, this is the story about how he died. But yeah, you can totally still play him. He's still valid mini. You can play him historically. You can, we support the mini going forwards forever. But historically, like Tycho, he's dead. And that isn't, you know, a bad thing to do. I wonder how they're going to pay off everything at the end now, because basically they need to somehow bring the lion back. They need to gather all the keys. Vastor either need to succeed or fail, and I feel like if he fails, it's a complete waste of time. So he needs to complete his key, and we need to see what it is. Part of me feels like, is the key gonna be the lion? Because it feels like the only explanation to how you just bring him in at the last minute, unless he is just like a MacGuffin saviour from, you know, the last minute to midnight sort of thing, where he comes in to save the day. I don't know what else it would be, unless it's like some kind of sword or weapon that their Nabadon gets, or that there's going to be some betrayal and falling out between the Chaos key players.
Yeah. He turns up and goes, "Don't worry, everyone. Everything is normal again. Carry on." You know, it's like, I don't know. It's just, yeah, it's interesting. But, I think I think they've done a better job with these narratives in terms of addressing all the different kind of things that they wanted to touch upon than they did with the Psychic Awakening. I think these books are a little bit more intriguing than that one, so I think they're doing better. I guess the thing, I think we were really spoilt with the Gathering Storm before 8th as well, because there were so many kind of like cataclysmic moments in it. That seems to be my word of the day now. There were so many big moments in it, right? Like the return of Gilliman.
Cadia being destroyed, Beltan being fractured, the Elder Yunari god being created. And it was all within 3 books, and they did almost... There's already more definitive outcomes and changes to the universe in those 3 books, probably even the first 2, to be honest, than all of the books that we've had so far. From this, what we've had in terms of the definitive, like, world change, obviously Vastor has appeared. I guess Hangron's always been around, so yes, they've introduced him, but he's not a new addition to the lore, per se. Potentially the murder curse being a thing, you could say will have a greater impact on a sector of the galaxy, but I suspect it'll just be forgotten about. And that's kind of it. Like, nothing else has really, like, changed fundamentally on a grand scale of pre-existing lore, let's say. Let's preface it with pre-existing lore, because they've obviously introduced lots of stuff. They obviously introduced the planet that had the beacon on that then got destroyed, which created the murder curse, and stuff like that. So, it's been good to explore new lore, but nothing that's sort of fundamentally changing kind of the existing stuff.
Totally. Yep. Not bad, but not the best, but still enjoyable overall, I'd say. And
oh yeah, for sure. I would say that it's still down to the crunch of the last book. Can they pull off a satisfying conclusion?
Well, we'll find out soon enough. But until then, transitional noise. And that's it, everyone. The end of episode 156 of the Warhammer 40,000 podcast, known as Lookout Sir. How was it for you, Phil? An exciting, rip-roaring time?
It was a tasty treat, as always.
A tasty treat for all to eat.
Yes.
Fabulous. Do you know, Phil, we are now fast encroaching upon the actual 5-year anniversary of the show.
Ooh.
The very first episode we did went out on the 20th of June 2018.
No way. I think, isn't that around the time 10th edition is meant to be coming out?
It's more or less precisely. I mean, well, we're off by 4 days. So if the rumours be true, the pre-orders for 10th edition will go live on June the 10th, because I guess, June the 10th, 10th edition. Very clever, very clever. And apparently they're going to do a 2-week pre-order cycle for Leviathan.
That makes sense.
And it's going to come out on the 24th.
Oh, yeah, so that'll be quite cool. We do a little anniversary edition on the 24th, because obviously that's a Saturday. Is that when we're due for an episode to come out?
We are actually, yeah. So we have actually got a...
Perfectly timed. We
have actually got... Oh, no. I apologise. That's not even true. The next episode technically is coming out. So we got this one that was the 3rd. Then we have the 17th. Then we have the 1st. 1st of July.
Unless we squeeze out a mini episode just for 10th edition.
The 10th edition launch day show.
Yeah, that might be fun.
We'll get some listeners on. We'll do a whole kind of gathering over a Discord and just chat with people, do Q&As or something.
Well, we have always toyed. Well, I say we've toyed. People have requested we do a live stream. So
we were contemplating that, weren't we, on the Patreon side of things? You sent me a really interesting, technologically intriguing video today about some kind of 360 video camera that you were thinking we should get.
Well, no, I wasn't thinking we should get it. I was more showing it as this would be cool if we were to ever do something like that.
Well,
but unfortunately, I feel like it's
Come
for
on,
carrot.
Buy it for me.
Yes, buy it for me, patron daddy. Yeah.
No, I don't want the patrons to buy it. I want you to buy it.
Oh, okay. Well, that is.
Yeah, come on, Phil. Use that beyond the tabletop money.
If there was some, you could have it.
Mistakes were made when starting that entity.
Oh no, it's going okay, but it's not cash rich as they like to say.
No, is it not?
No, it ekes out just about.
Unlike Games Workshop, you won't be paying back the furlough anytime soon.
Oh no, not at all. Except
with the taxes, of course. The taxes,
that
Phil.
is true. The tax man always comes. That's
yeah.
That's true.
It's the only two inevitabilities, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean that is probably the one aspect of either the Inquisition or maybe the Imperial machine, let's call it, that has not been represented in miniatures. A tax collector, that would be a cool little squad to have to go around hitting up all the armies and chapters for your monies. The Imperial Monetary Tithe Division.
Or maybe even just the actual guys that go around getting people to do the tithe for the Imperial Guard, right?
Well, that's true. Well, now technically the Adeptus Arbites are sort of those people because they
are they?
Yeah, because if a planet is not fulfilling its tithe, the Arbites tend to be the first people to come knocking on whoever the planetary governor's door to ensure that they fulfill it. So that is one of their super police roles that they have.
Oh, fair enough. I think that'd be a really interesting gameplay scenario, right? Like some kind of like human militia versus the forces of the fleshmongers or whatever it was, the people who are turning up and seeking to tithe people.
Yeah, no, that could be quite good. Yeah, planetary governor and his ilk. I mean, you could technically maybe even do it sort of even more thematically, where you have a planetary governor that is actually part of a Gene Stealer cult. And it's their uprising that they're about to happen. But obviously, because they've been working away on, spreading the brotherhood, their tithe has been lacking. So the Adeptus Arbites plus some other crew, but the governor's taxes are coming to be collected, so that they end up with a showdown, so to speak. It could be quite a good little story.
Yeah. It's a pretty nice narrative vehicle, I suppose. I'll tell you what, actually, I know we don't really talk about the faction focuses very much because they're a bit piecemeal and a bit difficult to pin down, really. I mean, I think that's the thing with we obviously already talked about this loads anyway in terms of the current kind of state of where we think 10th edition's at and our general vibe on it. But it was really nice seeing that they've actually addressed Agents of the Imperium with a faction focus. And actually, the way that you seem to be able to add these units to your armies now actually seems quite cool. So, like, strike forces seemingly can have as many as 2 retinue units and 2 character units, which I think is actually really nice. A good level of flexibility for Agents of the Imperium at last.
Yes and no. I was sort of a bit disappointed, partly because they actually came out and said they're not a faction that you can play outright. Although at the bottom of the article they say, well, if you try to, you can sort of, but it's not really meant to. So the idea that you can take 2 characters and 2 units alongside another army, I think is really good.
I agree.
But normally, like in the past, I would be like, okay, cool. I want to take an Inquisitor and a detachment of his acolytes or several acolytes units, let's say, and that would be a much larger allied force. So to suddenly go from potentially, 3 or 4 units, theoretically, of course, because I've never had that many, but that's what I'd always be aiming to build. Or I would take acolytes as individuals, because you could, back in the old rules, so they would be units of 1 or units of 2, say. And then all of a sudden you can't do that now. It's a little bit annoying for people that would want to run them as like full armies, or at least a large allied detachment, let's say. But yeah, just by getting to bolt on an assassin, but now you can do an assassin and an Inquisitor or something like that is pretty cool. And obviously, because they're no longer agents of the Agents of the Imperium, which is the current rule, and it's now slightly changed because that's now the faction keyword. But in the current edition, you can take a knight, can't you?
Yes.
As part of it. So whether you'll be able to do that going forward, or if it is scaled back down to rogue traders and assassins and Inquisition, I don't know. That would be interesting to see. I
presume they're going to keep that in there because so many people out there will have singular knights in their collection.
It makes sense.
Yeah, it does. I can't see them ever entering into a scenario where you couldn't chuck a knight in an Imperium army. And it wouldn't shock me if that's really strong, because obviously on the surface of it, Imperial Knights look really good. So I can imagine you're going to want to put one of those in the army. It's been interesting hearing people's responses to like the Vindicare Assassin, for example, as well, because obviously the Vindicare has always been the Vindicare had a lot of viability in like 8th edition before certain terrain like layouts came into effect. But I always feel like with the Vindicator Assassin, it's like I always feel like you could do something really interesting mechanically with a Vindicator beyond like the other assassins. Like I like the idea that the Vindicator is kind of represented as a miniature, but sits off the tabletop and is almost like a kind of token thing. And it's almost like, I don't know, like it could be like maybe if you had like similar to like the GSC where it's like it's a token based thing, so you can put up like 3 different locations where it might be, and like you can,
but you don't know where exactly.
Yeah, exactly. And then it could just be that every single turn it automatically hits something. Like, because I don't ever understand why you need to roll for the thing. You know, it shoots 5 times in a 5-turn game, so you may as well just make it auto hit. Fair enough, roll to wound, but just make it auto hit, and then and then have it that it's just some weird, interesting like puzzle almost that you can try and tackle. I think that would have been a cool mechanic for it, but
or because snipers traditionally they fire once and then they move to a new position. So it would have been great if there was an ability. I guess it would have, in this edition, been a stratagem which allows them to effectively redeploy, effectively go into deep strike and then appear again the following turn somewhere else on the board to represent that he's like disappeared and shuffled around to get a new line of sight on something. So he's not just static anymore. And that was the other disappointing thing where they were like, oh yeah, there's no detachments, there's no stratagem abilities or anything. So when you are taking them, they are just sort of bog standard, right? What you get on those data sheets is what you get, which in theory makes sense based on their 2-page rule to play, right? You've got your 2 pages that you open up in front of you. That's your faction specific stuff. So therefore you can't have another 2 pages for another faction that you bolted onto this army. That would, I guess in theory, make sense. In that point of view, but yeah, then you lose out on some of those thematic elements that those units could have done. So hopefully they're baked into the profile instead, I guess. Yeah, no, for sure. But yeah, just interesting. As I say, we don't normally go into the faction focuses, but I feel like, I don't know, I feel like we've built a relative affinity as a podcast with Inquisition and Agents of the Imperium. I feel like we're one of the few outlets that overrepresents their kind. So quite likely, yeah. Indeed. So it's always worth talking about them. What else has been going on? They put out a bat rep, didn't they, for combat patrols? Which I've got to be honest with you. Actually, one of the things that was most interesting about that bat rep is it made me realise that the box set is 2 combat patrols. I didn't really actually stop and think about that for until just now. Well, it's more than the combat patrols because I don't think everything in there, because the Screamer Killer, for example, wasn't in there. That's true. That's true. So it's a combat patrol plus a couple of extra. Do you think what they're showing us here, Phil, is what will come in the non-Leviathan box down the line? Yeah, that makes sense. Or will be set standalone combat patrols that you can buy, but likely, as you say, the Vanguard boxes or the lower tier down where you don't get quite everything you get, but you get decent amounts. So yeah, because it didn't have the Stern Guard, the Apothecary, or the Tyrannid Veteran, did it? No, I don't think the Lieutenant was in there either. Yeah, that's the Tyrannid Veteran. Sorry, yes, the Lieutenant. Oh, right, yes. Stern Guard, Lieutenant, Apothecary. Were all missing. Yeah, because it was just Captain in Terminator, Librarian in Terminator, the regular Terminators, and then the Flamer guys. But only 5 which is a decent chunk. Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah. Because it's you get 10 of them. Yeah. And then the Nids were a bunch of Gaunts and some of the Leapers and the big thing. I love it. I mean, I got credit where credit. The little artillery piece. It didn't have the giant floaty head thing. No. But credit where credit's due to Games Workshop and Warhammer Plus. Really gorgeous looking board, obviously, and it was great how it kind of synergized with Oh, the animation.
with the animation. Like, that was a really nice
it was
bit of
really
attention to detail.
It was nice that it wasn't a battle mat and that they'd actually sort of made the floor, I guess, and that they'd used a lot of the old terrain. And here's the thing, they put that bat wrap up for free so you can watch it on YouTube, but they switched on the comments, which is interesting. And then people might be looking at that going, oh wow, I want to recreate this board. And then you unfortunately can't buy any of the terrain kits that made up that jungle because they're really old and they haven't had them on sale for years. It feels like potentially a missed opportunity.
Because I think, I massively advocate for that, though. I think that's one of the joys of it. I think more stuff like that should exist where people are encouraged to experiment and create or 3D print things, because obviously you can 3D print a lot of the components of it nowadays. But yeah, like, I think that's good. I think it's good for the hobby, for Games Workshop, to actually show something that requires you to be a bit creative and actually, model stuff. I think that's great.
True, but like it was like the elder terrain, which is what they used quite heavily in that. It's like, it would have been cool if that is currently on sale, so you could watch that barrel pull and then go buy some of the terrain. Obviously, a load of it was even then kit bash. Like, they had, one of the, I think it was like another lieutenant or some character stuck in a tree that they referenced at the very beginning, and they showed that it existed in the animation as well. So that was all cool. So yeah, there's loads of extra detail that have gone into that board. And yeah, I think that's the one thing that other games companies do better, is that there's almost a reliance, but also a lot of encouragement in sort of building, your own boards and custom terrain pieces and stuff. Whereas Games Workshop feels like it just shoves you in the direction of just buying their stuff, building it as it comes. And obviously there's modularity or kit bashing potential within it, but then that's all you're doing. You're not making like a structured board itself and then sculpting that. Obviously people do it though.
This is true. Big question though about the Warhammer Plus / Games Workshop / Warhammer TV bat reps. Is the dice tray magnetic, Phil?
Yes, I think there's something weird. So I've noticed in other Warhammer Plus ones where the dice seem to stick, they like wobble around and stick to the tray, and we were like, oh, they're magnetized. Are they like rigging the results? And then when I've only watched half of this new one, but literally every single roll, they all wobble. So what I think they've done is they've magnetized the bottom of the tray, and there's obviously a small amount of metal inside each of the dice. And all it's doing is it's stopping the dice from rolling around or jumping and, going over the edge of the tray. I don't think it's fixing any of your results. I think it's just stopping them from spending ages spinning around and stuff like that. I mean, that is my logical conclusion. Because I'm a bit like, if they want to fix the results, would it not have been just easier to just roll the dice again and edit it in? I mean, they might be doing that anyway, to be fair. I
mean, it's highly probable. I remember, I think Peachy was talking about how they actually, when they do these bat reps, film like multiple and then use the best one.
Yes, and they take the best bits, yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't think they take the best bits. I think they just use the best one overall.
Oh, I guess that would make sense. Yeah.
Or maybe they do. I mean, who knows what sort of wizardry they use, but it's definitely interesting. I mean, I don't think the dice tray is magnetized. I think, or at least not in a way that is purposely being done to manipulate results. I think your point around maybe it's there just to enable them to ensure that the dice don't go flying off in all directions and it becomes, a bit of a nightmare. Because I can tell you for nothing, I own one of those Games Workshop trays. The one of the, I don't even remember how much I paid for it, but it was probably way more than it's worth. Although I've been reliably informed by someone who really wants to buy it off me that it's a valuable artifact that is sought after on the internet. And I've agreed to sell it to them for the first price they gave me, and I was like, well, that sounds fine. And I refused to research how much it actually is, and I don't care, because I'm just like, whatever, get out of my house, it's fine. But like using that as dice tray, it's one of the reasons why I'm not that bothered to see it go, is because it's terrible. Like in terms of like rolling dice in it is awful. Like they never stay in it ever. They all fly out all over the place because the lip of the box is ever so slightly too shallow to be effective.
Well, maybe that's their problem then.
Yeah, that's it. That's where they arrived.
But rather than just make a custom dice box, they've literally gone out and made custom dice with metal in and then magnetized the bottom. Seems like a weird solution for rather than just making the lip ever so slightly higher.
Well, but again, right, we could be wrong about this. I mean, maybe they've just got extra springy material in the box, because that isn't the same material that you get in the actual one that I own. The one I own is just like a clear mouse mat type thing, whereas almost that one looks like a reverse, so it looks riveted. Like it looks like the reverse of a mouse mat, like the stuff you do to adhere it to the table. So maybe that is having an effect on it. Who could say for certain, Phil?
No, I know. Who knows?
It seems like a lot of unnecessary faff to go about creating, magnetized dice, as you say. I mean, I just think the idea of that seems fatally flawed, but...
True. I mean, yeah, and maybe because all their dice rolls are very snappy in terms of they're quick. That you don't get a dice spinning around loads, and you're like, oh, what number's it going to be? Which can sometimes take up to 10 seconds if you get a good spin going on a dice. So maybe they're like, yeah, for speed, we can just do like a couple of seconds of a dice roll, and they roll, but they don't, bounce around too much.
Maybe that's it. Maybe they've just sped up the rolls for convenience, and why it looks weird is that we're seeing it in 2 times speed or something. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. Who knows?
Who could say? Also, though, noting that they use small dice, I remember Rob from Honest Wargamer, as he was doing his video, said that people who roll small dice are weird. Do you feel like that's yet another shot fired from Robert Honest Wargamer?
I mean, I've always used small dice until recently, purely because I know, only because the Inquisition dice that we got free for an event because we were Warhammer Plus subscribers, and the Soulblight Graveyard dice, which I use for my Nighthaunt, they're the only chunky dice that I think I have or use. But all the others I've been smaller, just because, as a guard player, you need at least 20 dice for any shooting phase, if not sometimes more. So having smaller dice, it just is easier to pick up and roll. So actually having big chunky dice is sometimes woefully impractical. So yeah, that's why I kind of prefer the small ones. But they do bounce around a lot as well, though. That's the problem with them.
There you go. That's creating the optical illusion. Well, it was interesting, wasn't it, that Rob's put out a how to play video. Bit cool to see that coming through already. I mean, obviously he has the benefit of, much like ourselves, not being subjected to any of the GW NDAs, so good that he's sort of in there early. I assume we're going to see loads of those coming soon, though, right? This is basically now the time. It's going to be... I mean, I'm sure there's so many, content creators out there chomping at the bit now, ready to inundate us with 10th edition news and content. But I will say this, just for the sake of saying it, definitely less than what we saw for 9th. I mean, I think at this point in the 9th edition build-up, we saw a lot more videos from play testers describing themselves as such and speaking about the fact that they have special access and using that to create content early.
Yeah, well, I think there's 2 parts. One, but the playtesters don't exist anymore, right? As far as we're aware, because it's all gone
not in 40k though. It was confirmed that Age of Sigmar still has playtesters.
Well, I guess because it's less of a problem,
probably.
And it's a much smaller demographic, and AOS isn't as crazy popular on YouTube in comparison.
That's fair.
Maybe there's... I mean, if they don't have a problem with... weirdly, they do still have a problem with leaks, because, there's always a leaked Battletome review from Honest Wargamer, for example, because he does love a leak, I guess.
Well, he aggressively covers Age of Sigmar, right? And I think, at the end of the day...
Well, as well, yeah.
It's weird, isn't it, right, with those content creators who cover that stuff. So, you and me don't typically don't shy away from acknowledging that leaks have happened, but we once upon a time we tried reviewing like leaked content, and you know what it was? It was one of those things where we were just like, it's just too much of a faff. Because what if stuff changes, and then it just sort of seems like to me it's not worth the hassle. So I just sort of went away from it. I think we considered it when the NID book leaked. I remember that was one where we were like, should we just review it now then? And we were like, nah, let's just wait till it's out properly because it's easier to deal with it.
I can't remember which one it was. I presume it was one of the limited army box ones, such as Orcs maybe, and neither of us could get hold of it. Although I think no, but the Orc one you ended up doing it. So I think we talked about it, but we were like, well, let's just wait until it's out on general release because there's no point doing it on the army box side. Also, I'm to be honest, I'm not a fan of lead content. So I know obviously Leviathan rules have appeared on the internet. I've not bothered to look at it. Basically, I don't want to read it. I want the excitement of the book, to be honest, and to read it there for the first time. So I actively stay away from leaked content as much as I can, just because I feel like I have more enjoyment of the actual products.
I agree with that, yeah.
Whereas I know lots of people are like, but I want to read the rules and stuff, which I understand, but it's just not for me.
Yeah, it's weird. So for me, like, it doesn't, like, I'm not one of those people who's worried about spoilers, and I'm not really worried about kind of like leaked content in that sense, but it's not something that I really want to kind of encourage using, so I just kind of... like, if someone puts it under my nose, which essentially they always do, it's always like, oh, here's the thing. And you go, oh, okay, cool, and I'll have a quick look and, whatever. But, like, inevitably I always end up buying it, and I always get the most use out of it after I've bought it. I mean, to be honest with you, the rules are always really interesting, because rules are things I just kind of pick up through osmosis or through photosynthesis, as it were. It's like... It's like basically like as soon as I start playing games, I quickly kind of figure out what the new rules are from just playing it, and then pick it up over time. Reading the book, I'm not really the sort of person, unlike you, Phil, who will sit down and actually get through it and read it kind of cover to cover. I'm someone who just was like, I'll learn what I need to learn as and when it's important, and...
No, that makes sense, totally. And I sometimes I do that, but I sort of feel like I get more value for money out of it if I do sit down and read it cover to cover, as boring as that is. Although sometimes, when it comes to the actual, like, core rulebook, I'll always... either like start with the rules and read them, and then go back to different chunks of the lore and stuff like that. But I think even then, when it comes to the rules, for example, it's like I might skip over the psychic phase because it's like none of my armies ever have that, so that doesn't pertain to my army personally. But then obviously read it at a later date once I've got the context for all the other kind of game mechanics and stuff like that.
No psychic phase now, though, Phil.
Well, no, exactly, which I quite like about, and to be honest, I sort of learned more from the like one turn of that the Warhammer battle report they put out than I have from most of the previews that they've talked about. Purely because they actually put up some of the kind of rules, and it sort of as is, and explain what it does. So it's like, okay, cool, lone operative, right? That's really interesting. What that rule isn't at all what I thought it'd be, and stuff like that. So yeah, that's been really interesting. I think watching that playthrough. Yeah, I've got to finish it off there at some point.
Do you think they?
But yeah, I've always
wrote out "Look Out, Sir" and changed it to "Lone Operative" because of the popularity of this podcast.
It only does us a favour, to be honest.
It helps our SEO.
Because, well, exactly, because the people that are searching for are people looking for the podcast now, as opposed to people looking up a rule for 40k. So I think all it's done is
it can only work to our benefit.
Let's hope so, anyway.
Indeed. But no, look, I mean, as a video though, in terms of the production, I mean, it's weird, isn't it? Because obviously I've been out of the loop of Warhammer Plus bat reps for the duration that I've not been a Warhammer Plus subscriber, which has been the entirety of whatever the period of time has been since year 2 began.
I think August.
Is it August of last
Yeah.
year? Wow, okay.
It's either August or September. I think it was August. Around
So we're getting
that
to a
time.
point where they should be starting to tell us what they're going to be giving us for year 3, right?
Yeah.
It's interesting though, Phil. So we're 2 years in and still nearly none of the stuff they said they were going to release is released on it.
Yes,
Shocker.
yes,
Shocker.
yes. Yeah, I'm not surprised. And weirdly, it feels like this year, most of the stuff they've also put out for free as well. So obviously this battle report is for free. I think at least 1 episode, if not 2 episodes of Black Talon they put out for free. And I want to feel like there was something else, but I could be mistaken on that, where they've just gone, have a watch for it.
Please, someone watch this stuff.
Yeah, but yes.
Yeah, it's interesting, mate. I mean, but what I will say is, I mean, the production values of it are very strong, and
yeah, I mean, I think the battle reports have always had some really good, high quality production values.
gorgeous
to them,
armies
like
as well. Really nice looking tables. I think if I remember, that battle report they did that was based around the generic Space Marine show. What's that show called again?
Oh,
Blood Quest?
Angels of Death.
That was it, yes. Angels of Death. The bat rep they did for Angels of Death was a real highlight in the first year to me.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that was quite cool.
So no, it's good to see. And the guys doing it have got some really good energy. Like, I think there's some legit kind of like, fun being kind of expressed. I was trying to get my head round, and again, this is because I've not really read the rules now, but like CPs and how they kind of work at the minute. Because like, at one point I thought we were going to be moving into like a sort of relatively low CP thing, but now it feels like, I suppose it's more, well, it's like Age of Sigmar now, right? Where you get like per turn.
Yeah, it's from I think you get 1 per turn or up to 2 per turn, something like that. Yeah, it is low, and it does tick up every turn. So it's not like I don't think you actually start with any, or if you do, it's not going to be a lot. I don't think, because it feels like it's just generated each turn like AOS.
And the last topic for me in terms of the stuff that I wanted to natter on about, I mean, well, 2 things, I suppose. One, we're getting Space Marine Heroes Death Guard in Europe.
Oh, yeah.
Which is
they're nice.
very exciting.
I feel like have they never come out? Because I do know people that play Death Guard that own them. So unless they just went through an arm and a leg and I don't know, a hoop, a flaming hoop of fire to get them.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe the core set of like 6 came out. So you got the Lord and the 5 Plague Marines, but you didn't get the Malignant Plague Caster. I think the Plague Caster may have been a Japanese exclusive. But now the Plague Caster is available on the shores of Britain and all over Europe, which is a shame for all those people who may have been holding on to Blightcaster stock. It's done your resale value no favours.
Yes,
I mean, that Plaguecaster mini before now was expensive to get hold of. I know. I spent a lot of time looking.
Yeah, no, that's the thing with the scarcity of certain minis. The value of them go through the roof.
But I tell you what, man. I mean, like as cool as the Plaguecaster is, and he is cool. I think the Icon Bearer is utterly stunning. I think there's just some phenomenal sculpts in this collection, so I'm well happy to see that coming out.
No, they're cool. I think my favourite is, I don't know what the weapon is, the guy sort of holding the big sort of flamer-esque weapon. Plague Spitter, yeah. I like him. I do, because I was looking at them, because they've obviously all got the big belly plates that I like for my Thunder Warriors, so I was like, oh, I could get these. I think I've actually got enough of the belly plates because I've collected them loads via eBay and bit sites. But so I was looking through these ones to see if there's a slightly different variation of belly plate that I could put to good use, but it feels a bit frivolous just for that. Although maybe the Plague Spitter weapon as well I could use somehow. Would be quite cool.
I think it's phenomenal. I'll definitely be buying a box of these out of the gate and hoping
Yeah, to go with your Death Guard.
For sure. I mean, if I get the Malignant Plaguecaster, fantastic. I mean, obviously, be great to get that. But I mean, really, the one I want is the Icon Bearer, and then just some extra, sculpts that I can add to my squads, as it were. Because at the moment, I've only just got. I've only got like the sort of generic old Dark Imperium, Plague Marine units, and then I've also got. I've now also got one of the standard, multi-part box sets as well. But just adding these to the mix, I think, will pretty much satisfy everything I need from a kind of Plague Marine perspective. Because at the moment, I'm strongly debating, because we're looking at like potential RFW lists at the minute, because RFW is coming up in July.
End of July. Yeah. So we should have a month of 10th edition being out to work out some lists, maybe get something painted up.
I really like the idea of doing Death Guard for it, though. I think that'd be a fun one to do. Because they should be quite quick to paint.
Have you got 2,000 points?
1,000.
Is it? No, it's 175, isn't it? Yeah. Have you got that much painted?
So I have a lot of painted stuff. Who knows how many points they are in the modern context?
I think you should have at least, because we played a game before and it was either 1,500 or 1,000 points. I think it was one. Yeah, so you're not far off.
I mean, to be honest with you, most of it is. I mean, this is the great thing about Death Guard. It's they're an army that love to be messy, so you can paint them with relative ease. It's just base colours and lots of washes, isn't it? And you're off to the races. Also, I suppose, as well, the other thing I wanted to talk about is how excited or intrigued or even mildly entertained you are at the upcoming Warhammer Underworld's Night Haunts.
Very. We talked about them in the preview. I'm surprised they've come around so quickly. The Headsman's Curse or something?
Headsman's? Yeah, the
Headsman's
Curse.
Yeah, they look really nice. I was trying to work out how they would work as a unit in AOS, because the idea is one of them's the actual headman himself lopping off heads, and then everyone else is like a sort of supporting character. So one of them's got a little notepad and pen to write down who he's going to kill. One of them's sharpening the sword, and then one of them's carrying the head block. So I was a bit like, how's that going to work as a unit? And I still can't quite work it out. I guess it might be like one kind of killer character, and then all the others maybe have abilities that buff him, but it's just like kind of very low attacks but lots of wounds.
I mean, I've got a lot of faith in the AOS rules writers, so I imagine they would come up with some really fun ways of bringing it to life on the tabletop. I imagine it could be something along the lines of, if on his own this guy does X amount of damage or whatever, but for each person that accompanies him, it's does a bit more. And maybe at the start of the game, the guy with the list of names tells you who to go after, and if you get the right person, it's even more damage, or if you get the wrong person, it maybe does damage to you or something. I don't know. Like, you could do a lot of interesting things with it for sure.
Yeah, no, that's true. It made me realise that there's like there's like a slight problem with Underworlds, and it's that they keep churning out really cool war bands, and every warband needs to be supported in AOS. But it feels like you're going to end up at a time where a lot of... Because they're going to keep making warbands for Underworlds, right? They're not going to stop. You're going to have a battle tome filled with these small mini units that aren't really... Because they're not really like sort of battle line units that fit in properly with an army. They're all these like weird niche sort of elite skirmishy type unit. So I do wonder what they're going to do going forwards. Like, in a couple of years' time. So Night Haunts, this is their second Underworld warband. In a couple more years' time, might have another 2, which is 4. Which is quite a lot considering the army's got less than 16, 15 units in the army as it stands. I mean, part of me doesn't mind because I think all the sculpts are great, but yeah, it doesn't feel like they particularly fit in with the AOS game itself. But then I think their solution is just to make the rules not as good, so you could technically take them, but you won't.
Speaking as a Gloomspite Gits player, or at least an aspiring Gloomspite Gits player, because I suppose anyone who actually plays me at Age of Sigmar will be, you're not a Gloomspite Gits player, you're an Iron Jaws player, and that is true. But yes, I'm always aspiring to it. But I think, Gloomspites right now, I think we have, I want to say 4, maybe 5 warbands. We've got Zarbag's Gits. We've got Grinkut.
You got Molog's.
Yeah, so there's the most recent one's the Loon Court. We had Zarbag's Git. We had the Troll one, which was the mushroomy troll with...
Molog's
We
Mog.
had the Wolf Riders.
The Wolf Riders, yeah.
That was from
Weirdly, I've got
Beastgrave,
that
but
one
I've
as
forgotten
well.
the name of it now. So I think there was those 4.
It was like Zaffa Snab.
Something appropriately
like
orky
it was something
or
like that.
goblin-y, I suppose. But so they've already got 4. And then Iron Jaws have got 2.
I imagine Stormcast have
they've got to
4,
have loads,
probably, because they get 1 each edition, so they've got at least 4. If
not to get into an Age of
5.
Sigmar rant with you again, but I know obviously everyone loves it when we do. Isn't it surprising to you, as someone who's getting into Age of Sigmar and going to more events and engaging with it more, how little Stormcast Eternals factor into it?
It feels like it is their showcase faction that they really push, yet hardly anyone ever plays them. Which to be honest, I sort of get. It feels quite transparent that they were obviously trying to do fantasy Space Marines. And I don't know if it's because of that or just despite that, because everyone loves Space Marines, right? There's not like anything to connect with them to like them as much, I think, as a more traditional human force. I honestly think the Free Guilds, Cities of Sigma guys, when they come out, are going to be phenomenal, and loads of people will probably buy them. And it almost feels like an army like that, which was like the old Empire, which was, I guess, traditionally one of like the... If you had to pick, although there wasn't one in fantasy, because every box set had different ones, but I would say the generic humans are the ones that were the de facto way of playing, right? Because that's how everyone sees themselves represented on the tabletop. So yeah, I could see Cities of Sigma being that going forwards, but I can't see them doing that because it feels like they're always going to want Stormcast to be the poster boys or girls.
The poster people.
AOS.
Yeah, it's weird. It's funny because, I think in all the time I've been going to events or seeing Age of Sigmar being played now, and admittedly, I've only played in one Age of Sigmar event, and I've witnessed Tim and you play in other Age of Sigmar events, right? So between, the 3 of us, you, me, Tim, we have now participated in at least 3 different events. I think I can count the amount of Stormcasts that we've encountered on half a finger.
We played one army during our doubles where one player was Stormcast, and I think that's the only one I've seen, basically. The doubles I did with Sean, I don't think anyone played Stormcast.
I don't think I saw one.
I think they're very underrepresented.
But they are the least interesting thing about Age of Sigmar, aren't they?
Yeah, I think they're getting better. So I think, because weirdly, I think I actually liked them when they first came up, that they never took their helmets off because you didn't know what was underneath them. And I almost like the idea, almost like what I imagine Thousand Suns are like. They're just armor and there's nothing actually in them. But now they've taken their helmets off, they're giving them more personality, which I think actually helps them more. Although I think the weird schism in sculpting scale, I guess I want to call it, probably hasn't helped. So all the new stuff is in a bit more like a true scale sort of size and sort of thinner proportions, whereas all the stuff prior to AOS 3 has been a bit more chunkier and like an old school kind of Games Workshop sculpting style. So maybe that hasn't helped them too much, but I mean, I don't know. It feels like if you're into them, you've got loads of options and choices in terms of models, because there's at least twice, if not 3 times, the amount of models in that range than any other faction. But then that's the same with Space Marines,
for
right?
sure, absolutely. It's just interesting. I think it's just one of those funny things with AOS that, because I genuinely, like, I just can't imagine ever wanting to play them. I just sort of look at them going, oh, they're so dull. Like, why would you ever do them?
No, I think the newer stuff is a lot better. Like the AOS 3 stuff looks a lot nicer. But yeah, some of the older stuff, it just looked a bit silly. And maybe by default not very inspiring.
That's it. Anyway, there we go. Waffle. How you been? You all right, mate? Anything going on with you?
Yeah, I mean, I've been slowly, I think I probably talked about it on the last episode, slowly getting through the boarding actions.
You did talk about it on the last one, yeah.
I'm on the last hurrah, so I've done all the walls now. I'm just on the, so the very first box set that came out with Kill Team had a bunch of extra terrain, which was a couple of extra like wall pieces that stick out, and like a generator and a couple of like scatter terrain. So, you get effectively 2 sprues of that, so you get duplicates. So what I've been trying to do is customize all of those pieces, so they're unique, basically. So that's what I've been trying to do this week in my spare time when I've not been working on kits for the shop. But it's been quite cool, actually. It's been getting me into the idea of doing boarding actions a bit more, just because I can add some like little kind of cool storytelling elements to it. So in a few places I've added some extra, spare rifle guns from Cadians that I've had lying around in my bits box, or I need to actually find some fuel canisters from my Lehman Russ kits to add in next to like the generators and stuff like that. So that's just been fun doing these little modifications, even if it's really tiny things that probably only I'm going to notice. But the fact that each bit will be different, I like the look of, or like the idea of. So
it's your hobby at the end of the day, mate. It's only really important if it matters to you. So good on you.
Exactly.
No, absolutely, mate.
That's the way to
do it. I think if
there's
anything else, I think that's it pretty much. That pretty much is us done in episode 156. What a glorious time when we come back. 10th edition will be on pre-order. Will be moments away. And if the rumours are true, they will be staggering the releases of the digital indexes, which is interesting.
Yeah, not sure how I'd feel about that.
I imagine it's just for server capacity purposes.
Well, maybe, because it's lots of people are going to look at that. Because, before they all came out in index that you just bought physically. So I can imagine the amount of people wanting to look at all of them will be a bit mad. It also might make sense from a Q&A point of view, because people can look at it and then potentially feedback on any issues that day, rather than having, every single faction under the sun. People, it's probably good optics in terms of, social media and stuff like that. People are going to be talking about it for a longer period of time than just...
I mean, that's assuming that the rumours are true, right?
Well, yeah.
Who knows with these things?
Who knows?
I suppose, in my eyes, I don't necessarily hate the idea of a staggered release, but it is annoying in the sense that the idea that on Monday, Space Marine players will have their rules, but then if their mate plays a Xenos faction, they're going to have to wait 4 or 5 more days to get access to those, meaning that it's going to be a weird thing where it's like if you're chomping at the bit to play it, but it can't. It's completely pointless from that point of view. And maybe that's the idea, because if that's all happening between the pre-order and launch date, it's like everyone can play at launch, because all the index cards would have been out by then, but you can't really play
a week before. Well, I mean, if you were Space Marines and your mate also plays Space Marines, yeah, I guess you can. If they're doing things like free rules and stuff like that. But
who can say for sure?
Who knows?
Future versions of ourselves, most likely. But until we become them, that'll do for now, I reckon. What do you reckon, Phil?
But by all means, hit that
transitional noise. Point, Phil.
Oh,
the end of the show, mate.
Of course.
Goodbye, everyone.
No.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Just looking at the moon in your eyes, I thought it was mine. Oh, what a ride. I gotta be ready for moving inside. You're feeling me right. Oh, what a ride. Stay as you are, aching with love. Fall from your mind, Jennifer. Out on the line, I found you in time. I found you in time, Jennifer. Jennifer. Just dreaming of the ribbon of light. You won't, but I might. Oh, what a ride. I gotta be ready for changing my life. You're feeling me right. Oh, what a ride. You are aching with love, far from your mind, Jennifer. Out on the line, I found you in time. I found you in time, Jennifer. Jennifer.